Hello there, and welcome back to the Senate Podcast. I am joined, as always, by Caleb, General of the 501st Army of the Republic. I think I got that right. I haven't seen Clone Wars. Caleb Johnston.
You got it.
Caleb, how have you been?
2024 has been busy in a good way. Recorded a lot of podcasts so far. So the year's going to start out strong. We're going to be to episode 50 before you know it. We have some exciting plans for the near future. And then I just found out I have another podcast that I'm producing that's starting up in February. So the beginning of this year is going to be very fun, very busy. I can't wait. I had a nice break. It was a nice, time to just get away from everything. Play some games, relax, but now we're back in it. So it's going good.
Yeah, I feel you on being busy in a good way. I mean, it's not as much for me, but I got a role in a play actually that's happening at this relatively small performing arts center in my city. It's I don't know if you're familiar with the movie 12 Angry Men.
Sounds familiar.
It's a classic movie, basically. Yeah. It's essentially structured like a play where it's just like 12 guys who got summoned for jury duty, and they're having a conversation like whether they think the defendant is innocent or guilty. But it's not limited to just men, so I'm excited to see how that changes up the dynamic of the group and the perspective and stuff. So
it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's not one of the ones that they had me read for, which was interesting, but on the application, it's like, which roles would you be interested in? And I picked like 5 because I just wanted to be in it. So I'm excited about that, small step. I'm not as nervous now. I'll probably feel a little more so closer to it. But yeah, so starting off pretty strong.
That's awesome, dude. So I'm excited for you.
Yeah. So we're continuing our retrospective on the mainline Skywalker saga, as it's now been called. I kind of don't like that moniker, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
I guess it fits.
It doesn't need to be a 9-episode saga. It doesn't. It seems just redundant. Like before. Okay, I have so much to say. Go ahead.
So. We started off with the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy. Those were pretty controversial. Some fans loved them, some fans hated them. They kind of split the fan base. And we talked about the original trilogy, which, pretty universally loved, pretty well revered. And now, it's fitting to end this retrospective series talking about a trilogy of movies that are in no way controversial, that everybody, just agrees are fantastic, great storytelling, no fan outcry whatsoever, no schisms in the fan base, anything like that. It's great because, like, imagine if the next Star Wars trilogy just pissed off a lot of people. Imagine if that happened. Like, that would be terrible. But thankfully, that's not what happened. So I don't know what alternate universe you're living in.
It's almost like we planned this.
It's almost like we know what we're doing. All right, so before we get to talking about the actual movie, I want to talk a bit about the anticipation and the build-up to Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens. Because I don't know about you, but for me, the only other movie I can think of that I noticed this level of hype was the first Avengers movie. And then after that, good, yeah. Infinity War and Endgame. But, like, dude, like, the hype was real. I don't know exactly how I found out about Lucasfilm being bought by Disney, and a new Star Wars trilogy, but I freaking lost it because I loved Revenge of the Sith, and then, I got into the other movies. Star Wars, when I was an older kid, like age 12 to, beyond, was like my freaking thing. Like, I just loved it. So I'm like, we're getting new Star Wars movies? What? Oh my God. And then that first teaser trailer came out a while later, which, in my opinion, one of the best trailers ever made. Like, it
It was so good, dude.
It like
There's a reason it got that many views.
Yeah, it like showed you like shots to kind of convey what the tone was, but it gave you no plot details, nothing, just pure speculation. Like the fan speculation after that trailer released was incredible. You know, a lot of that was because Kylo's lightsaber was impractical because it had like a side hilt, but like it's the laser thing, so like he could burn himself if he's not careful. That was pretty fun.
Very controversial, like everything else.
Yeah, and you know, finding out that J.J. Abrams was going to be the director, which I got my problems with J.J. Abrams, as I'm sure a lot of people do. I've heard that, but when he's on his game, he's one of my favorite filmmakers. When he's off his game, we're going to talk about it later. Don't worry. But yeah. I'm not... JJ's not getting by unscathed, okay? So, you know, I'm going to turn it over to you. What was your experience like, you know, finding out that there was another trilogy and just being anticipated, seeing the trailers and the marketing and just buying your ticket and just being like, I'm going to see a new Star Wars movie after Lord knows how long?
Well, so it came out in 2015, so that's actually 10 years after the last Star Wars film. You know, of course, it was huge. The trailer, like you mentioned, had the most views ever for anything. It was insanely huge. And I was excited. The trailer, like you said, it got me hyped. I was super hyped going into it. I was ready. I didn't think it was going to be on par with the other ones just because it wasn't George anymore. And I knew that. I wasn't sad that Disney had the rights to Star Wars, but it just, to me, it wasn't the same. So I guess, you know, I'm such a big Star Wars fan. I already had a bias going into it, growing up with the George Lucas era. I did have a bias against it, but I still wanted to, you know, love it and enjoy it. I just knew that it wasn't going to be the same, you know, but I was excited for it. And I actually really did enjoy The Force Awakens. I thought it was a good movie. So,
yeah, little funny story about the night I actually saw it. I was working a retail job at the time at a grocery store, and like I had bought my ticket in advance because I wasn't dumb. I'm like, I need to get a ticket before they're sold out for like 8 months or you know, the next year or whatever. And so like I can't remember a time where I ever wanted to get done with my shift that badly in my life. I'm like, the only thing keeping me from seeing a new Star Wars movie after 10 years is my job, you know, like and then, you know, I got some candy, rode a bus because I didn't have a card to where the IMAX is, walked over. I saw it in IMAX 3D, beautiful 3D, great use of 3D.
I wish I would have seen that in IMAX.
And dude, I walked in the lobby, the line was so big. Even though I already had my ticket, I knew, you know, I had a seat. I was still worried that all the seats would be filled and I would have to go home. I'd never seen anything like that. You know, people dressing up. It was great. Like I haven't seen anything like that. Even for like a lot of the big Marvel movies and stuff, like I haven't seen any fanfare quite as big as that, as besides, like I mentioned, the first Avengers movie. So, you know, that was absolutely crazy. Okay, so before we start, I just want to give a quick disclaimer. The reason I'm hosting these episodes, or at least this one mainly, is because despite everything that went wrong with this trilogy, all the, you know, problems, all the poor story decisions, the bad management by Disney, just poor management, just astoundingly awful management by Disney. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. This is still my favorite Star Wars trilogy. You know, because, well, I'll talk about why in a second, but...
You're going to have to. Yeah. With a statement like that.
Yeah, but I just want to assure you all, that doesn't mean I'm going to be easy on these movies at all, because I got some problems. You know, they get progressively worse, kind of, which is weird because one of these movies, that's not this one, is my favorite. I'll let you figure it out. But I still got, you know, I still have my problems. So I'm going to take a quick drink break, and then we were gonna get in.
We're gonna dive into this.
Okay, so opening with the title crawl, like all mainline Star Wars movies do, I want to touch upon something that's literally the first sentence of this crawl. Luke Skywalker has vanished. You know, so me personally, in my mind, I was like, oh, what, huh? Wait, but okay, that's not what I expected. I wonder what happened. Put a pin in that. But so, you know, when you were, you know, sitting in the theater to watch the movie and you see this bit of information, you know, just one simple sentence, what was running through your mind? Like, is this like what you expected would happen, that Luke wouldn't be like a big focus, or like what was running through your mind?
I thought that I didn't. I thought that Luke had to be a big deal, obviously, and I thought they were obviously teasing it, and they did, but I thought they were going to tease it in a sense that they weren't going to show him in the trailers, they weren't going to show him maybe in the beginning of the movie, but he was going to come in at some point of the movie.
Yeah.
And you were going to see all three of the original characters together with the new characters, and they ended up not doing that. They wanted to drag this out, and I think that was really the start of all of their mistakes, because I like J.J. Abrams. I know that's controversial, but I think he is a great director. I like his movies. I think he did a great job with The Force Awakens.
Yeah, me too.
Problem was, I think, you know, I heard Kathleen Kennedy say after George Lucas gave her Lucasfilms, she said that they wanted to have a Star Wars film by 2025, and when they were producing it and trying to get it going, that they did not treat it any different than they would treat any other blockbuster. I think that was one of their biggest mistakes, because yes, Star Wars, you know, was a blockbuster, but it was always made with an independent filmmaking mindset to it.
Yeah.
And I think when they took that out of it, it lost a lot of its quality and charm, because look what they tried to do. They tried to lead you on. They didn't even show Luke till the very end, and then it was like, oh, cliffhanger. They wanted your money over the course of, you know, however many years, and it wasn't so much focused on making a concrete story. They said, you know, Kathleen Kennedy and J.J. Abrams said they didn't want to copy the originals, but they did. And I think the best parts of the movie was when they were copying it, because the new stuff that they used, they just didn't stick to it. And we'll talk about, you know, the stuff that they kind of started and it had potential, but then they didn't stick to. But watching the movie, it was nice seeing the new implementations for the new characters, but I think it was very poorly handled for a product that was already in the Star Wars universe. You know, talking about Leia or Luke, I think the only exception would be Han Solo. So
yeah. Well, speaking of JJ, I'm gonna circle back to it in a little bit, because it's all over this freaking movie. In retrospect, in really negative ways. But there's a specific thing that JJ is known for doing. I'm gonna be vague about it now, because, you know, like I said, I'm gonna round back to it. But he has a way of telling stories that is kind of feels like his one trick. Like he's like a one trick pony, and, you know, he just pulls this out of his pocket, and it's like people are starting to wise up to it and be like, dude, can't you do any other magic tricks? You know? Okay, so the First Order is at war with the New Republic. First Order rising from the ashes of the Empire. They're, you know, I saw this video by the Nostalgia Critic. I know he's a controversial creator, but I'm just referencing something he said. This isn't like me necessarily saying that I like him, but
yeah.
I think it was him talking with his brother doing like a review of this movie, and he said something that I thought was funny, you know, as a fan of the prequels. He was like, you know, watching this movie really made me wish I had like a big George Lucas style exposition dump to explain, because the world building in these movies sucks. I don't know, like, they just throw these terms. New First Order, rising from the ashes of the Empire. Leia's a general, you know. She's with the New Republic, you know. and it's like essentially what happened in A New Hope, but just brand new incarnations, and just sitting there watching it, like it's not something I thought about at the time, but I thought about it later, and it's like, yeah, like we're like just thrown all these words instead of actually being shown like what these things are. It's just like, okay, here are the words you need to know. Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Okay, let's move on. And it's like, whoa, wait. So like, what do you think about that? Like as far as like the world building and how it's kind of lackluster.
I think that the design was very good. It felt like when you looked at it, it looked like a Star Wars movie. And that obviously captivated a lot of people. People looked at it and said, oh, this looks like Star Wars. But then the meat and bones were not Star Wars. And that's whenever you start looking at the deeper world building. I think the only, like Jakku, that was just another
Tatooine.
And then where was Maz Kanata? What was that planet?
Takodana.
Takodana. I liked it, but it was just another, I would say, like Yavin,
Yeah.
So then you basically had Hoth thrown in there somewhat at the end, and Starkiller Base was just another Death Star. There wasn't new ideas. It really was a copy and paste, Walmart version, great value version of Star Wars, because it didn't go past the surface level. Now it did have that surface level. I think that it looked like Star Wars. They had the characters. I mean, George created the formula. They took the formula and they didn't do anything. So
yeah, it didn't like put any new spices to like it's still the formula, but it's a new recipe. Yeah, I think my favorite part of this whole crawl though is like General Leia send her star pilot or something to meet with an old ally, and it's like, yeah, it's a dude that we never met before who has 3 lines and then he dies. Yeah, woo-hoo, great job. Okay, so the opening on Jakku, with the
I will
eclipse
say,
of the Star Destroyer, that's a great shot.
For you said General Leia, I love the fact that they made her General.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I like it. I liked her character a lot. I like what they did with that, and I like what they did with Han, and I like what they did with Finn.
We're going to talk about Finn.
Yeah, okay. We'll get into it. I like what they did with Finn. Besides that, what you're saying about the pilot, that was kind of a waste. And then Rey was kind of a waste in a sense. So
I'm going to touch upon Poe Dameron later. There's a very specific thing that just itches my crawl. Okay, so speeding up a little bit, Poe's going to meet, I don't remember his name because it's not important, played by Max von Sydow, who's actually like a legendary actor, or was. He passed away some amount of years ago. And, it's cool because, A New Hope had Alec Guinness, who was like a, well-renowned classic actor. So it was cool that they got somebody like that in this movie, but like, bro doesn't do shit, so it's like I don't care. They could have had me play that role.
That's like the moral of the story.
They could have had me play that role, and the movie would have been exactly the same, except I wouldn't have been old. But they could have put like, old man prosthetic makeup on me and just say, hey, just play an old guy who dies. Okay, so he's meeting with this guy, and he gives him a pouch. He's like, this should start to make things right, and the opening crawl says it's a map to Luke Skywalker, which is we're gonna talk about. I hate it every time I bring up something in this movie. I have to say we're gonna specifically talk about it later because it has so many caveats to it. But so it's like they want to find Luke Skywalker because he pieced out and fight the First Order and win the war just like he did before. Whatever, it's classic Star Wars plot. But I really like the ominous tone here. Like when you see the stormtrooper ship flying in, it's like, like ominous and creepy. And they redesigned the stormtroopers a little bit. I kind of like how slick they look, but I kind of miss like in the original trilogy how they had like a gritty aesthetic. because they were fighting in war, and
they should have been even more gritty, because these were remnants of the Empire. The First Order. The First Order wasn't the Empire. It was like a remnant of the Empire, and they look so much more sophisticated than anything we've ever seen. It's like, it doesn't really add up. And then the New Republic. What even is the New Republic? It gets destroyed before we even know anything about it. So the fact that remember when they destroyed Alderaan, that hurt us, because that was Leia's planet, and you saw the anguish on her. But now they destroyed all of like the main New Republic worlds, and I could care less, because I have no idea what they even were.
Well, I could tell you the practical reason for the stormtroopers having shiny new costumes is because kids wouldn't want to buy a stormtrooper toy that's all dirty. Obviously, idiot. Come on, you got to think about the merchandise. So, the stormtroopers show up, and there's a war between them and some people from this village. A lot of people die, which I'm gonna say this is a hot take, but I've felt this way for a while, and I still do, not as much, but I kind of like this movie more than A New Hope in some ways. And one of the reasons is that, the opening of that movie, the stormtroopers are killing people. But it doesn't, it feels like a classic sci-fi serial, which is obviously the intention. But here, it's like, like really like creepy and violent. Like there's blood. Like, Finn's friend, at the time, we didn't know it was Finn. He got shot, and then, Finn's like, oh crap, no. And then, he like nails down to his body, and then he wipes like his bloody hands, which I don't know how he would have been bleeding from his hands because he's wearing the gloves. But screw it. He wipes his hand on his face. And, that like kind of makes Finn realize, what am I doing here? Oh, my God, I'm in over my head here. Which, I'm going to say this. From the trailer, when I saw this, because this shot was in one of the trailers.
I think this is one of the standout scenes in the movie.
I thought that stormtrooper would have somehow been force sensitive, and then he uses the force to kind of unbrainwash Finn, and then the Force Awakens was a reference to that.
Dude,
unfortunately, that's not what we got, and I'm going to
talk
about it.
I never considered that, but that to me right there,
that would have been great, dude.
Amazing,
because like how like scared Finn is when he's running from them, like it would have made sense. And then so. There's a big shootout, and then we get introduced to the best boy of this whole trilogy, Kylo Ren.
Honestly, he is the standout.
I freaking love Kylo. Like, as soon as he showed up and he had that look and that helmet and that robe, I'm like, yo, this dude means business, man.
And here's another thing that goes even deeper. This movie is meant to be a copy of the original Star Wars, and it kind of falls flat, but the fact that Kylo is a copy of Vader makes sense because it is his grandson. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like he is idolizing Vader in a way that he shouldn't be, but that happens in real life. You know what I mean? That makes sense for a character, and we get to see his progression through the trilogy of him dealing with that attachment to Vader and Snoke. Okay.
Yeah. I love all the concept. Layers that, so and then we also hear the First Order theme, which I love that it's not just them trying to do another Imperial March, because the Imperial March, to me, when I hear it, it's basically like, it makes me like think of those like villains in like classic bomb movies where they're like, yeah, see, I'm gonna kill you and your whole family. See, like it's basically the Empire flexing, like we're powerful. Oh yeah, check out how powerful we are. But the First Order theme has this like ominous vibe again. Yeah, I mean this ominous vibe to it where it's like, we're not gonna do any pageantry. We're just gonna kill you. So watch out. Like, I love that they, took it in a different direction instead of just trying to, we should make the Imperial March again. I thought that was cool. It's a great theme. One of my favorite pieces of music, honestly, in the entire saga, if I'm being honest.
Rey's theme is also very, very good.
I love Rey's theme. So Kylo has a confrontation with the old man, and then I wish we had context for this, because it's basically like the old guy knew Kylo when he was younger and still like training with Luke. So he's basically like, you know, I know who you are before you called yourself Kylo Ren, you know, and you were swayed down the dark side. And then Kylo's like, I'll show you the dark side. And then
See, that was,
you know,
that was a very like shallow.
The old man's like, you can't deny the truth that is your family. We don't know what that means yet. But, you know, and I was watching this last night, and when it got to this moment, I was like, I wish we actually knew what was going on, because I want to care about this, but I don't know who this dude is. I've never seen Kylo Ren before. So, like, why are we referencing some past history and expecting, like, I don't...
That would be like in A New Hope, if Obi-Wan was literally referencing Vader as his father before we got the reveal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, the old guy should have been like somebody that we knew or something.
We knew, and that didn't know Kylo who he was. Yeah.
It's fine to reference like a backstory with characters that we've never seen, because one of them's new, but it would have been better if like the old guy was somebody we knew already. So then or maybe they could have tied it into the other movies or something, but it's like world building. You know, it's
world building.
Character brutal, you know, his like force abilities.
No, the way they use the force in the sequels is great.
Oh yeah.
People just use it as a way to say, you know, these movies are bad. Look, they're doing something different. Okay, look at the Old Republic and the crazy things they did in the Old Republic era. The sequels are just, expounding on the force and whatnot. So I liked it. I thought it was cool.
So then after that, you know, Poe gets captured, and then Captain Phasma, who's
let's just skip over that whole character.
I'm gonna talk about I want to talk about Captain Phasma. Well, I do want to, but there's nothing to talk about.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There is nothing
so
to talk about.
She's like, hey, Kylo, what do you want to do? And then he's like, torch the village. And then she's like, what about the villagers? And then he says, kill them all. So, you know, again, in A New Hope, Alderaan's blown up, but we don't see it. And it's like a, you know, really quick second thing. I'm going to reference that a little later for a key scene. But, like, I love how in this movie we see carnage, man. Like, we see, you know, actual, like, violence and stuff that wasn't really in the other movies, you know, which is why I love this trilogy, even though it's heavily flawed. Because, like, it showed me things I've never seen before that it just clicks with me. So, you know, they torch the village and the stormtroopers start firing on the villagers, except for one. And then Kylo notices that he isn't complying, and they have a quick exchange where they look at each other, and you could tell the stormtrooper's scared, and Kylo's like, what's with this dude? Okay. And then smash cut to our protagonist, and a character that's been very divisive. I have a lot of stuff to say about her, both positive and kind of negative, but Rey. So, you know, she's a scavenger. She's scavenging in a big, I don't know specifically what this ship's called. I guess a warship or something.
I want to say it was a Venador.
Yeah, like a crash one, you know, like, because Jakku has like wreckage of old ships and stuff, which I love.
I think it was a Venador from the Clone Wars. I think
that's an example of world building that is just visual, and I love that stuff. I wish we had more stuff like that in these movies, but you know, I'll take what I get. So, you know, she, you know, scavenges some parts, and then she rappels down like Indiana Jones or something. Or I guess Lara Croft would be a better example. And then she starts walking through Jakku. You know, she like sleds down a sandhill and then walks into the village square to trade in the parts for food, because these people essentially, you know, they like scrap or whatever, and then they have to trade it in for food because they're poor. Which great world building, in my opinion, because it's just we see it and then we see how it works. You know. Whereas a lot of the other examples of world building are just, we hear about it and that's it. Like, we don't really get a sense of how it's integrated. And then Rey meets BB-8, because I forgot to mention, Poe gives BB-8 the map to Luke Skywalker, because he's like, it's safer with you than with me, which okay.
So I'll just add in here real quick. The Battle of Jakku was during the Clone Wars, so that's why I was thinking that. But the ship that crashed was the Inflictor, which was from a fight between the New Republic and the First Order. So
cool.
At least that's what I'm reading. So okay. Multiple. So the Jakku wasn't a thing, but then when they came out with this, they like retroactively made Jakku a thing and everything. Like it's always been there. So it has a retroactively rich history. So,
interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. So Rey meets BB-8, and because he's this guy. I don't remember his name. He's like a little alien dude. Tries to capture him, and then Rey's like, "Yo, stop that!" And then he's like, "Oh, rats."
Best friends now.
And then like she's gonna leave him behind, and then he's makes her feel bad, and then she says, "Okay, you could come with me," which, I don't necessarily agree when people say, "Oh, this movie's just a ripoff of A New Hope." But like in this movie, the droids also are tied to the MacGuffin. Instead of R2-D2 having Princess Leia's message, BB-8 has the map to Luke Skywalker. Like it's like they didn't even try to like be different. Like, and like he gets sent away after a battle too. Like come on, man. All right, so then.
And like, BB-8 was Poe Dameron's droid. R2 was Obi-Wan's droid.
Yeah, it's like, fine, whatever. All right, so we smash cut to the First Order base, and Finn is helping Poe break out. Now, I love these two. They're dynamic right away. They're bond. They become friends quickly. I love that Poe gives Finn his name because he says, "Oh, well, what's your name?" And then Finn's like, FN2187, and then Poe's like, "What?" And then Finn's like, "That's the only name they ever gave me," which is a great line. That's
there we go.
Like
some
really
world building,
like a sad thing.
Yes,
like
character building.
These people don't have names; they just have numbers because the First Order views them as essentially disposable. They're just a cog in the machine. And then we have a great chase. I love when Finn blows up the one ship, and he's like, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" And then Poe's like, "Yeah, I saw it." I'm just like, "Yeah," which is one more reason why this is my favorite trilogy is that I'm going to touch more upon this a little later in more detail, but like aside from Luke and Anakin kind of later, because as a kid I didn't relate to Anakin at all, but like I've never really connected with characters in Star Wars movies, but this trilogy like introduced me to characters that I relate to, that I feel like are more real people than a lot of other characters in Star Wars. We love the prequels, but the characters there kind of feel like robots at times.
They feel very distant. Like they actually feel like more alien than human.
And like it makes sense for why the Jedi would be that way, but even other people are that way, and it doesn't entirely work for me all the time. But these characters, they feel like people that I've met in real life. I freaking love it. All right, so hold on. Now I got to rant for 5 seconds because Finn and Poe, they get shot down, and then they crash on Jakku, and then Finn like blacks out. He wakes up, and then he's far from the ship. How'd that happen? I don't know. And then he runs over to it. He's like, "Poe," he tries to pull Poe, and then it sinks into the sand, and then it blows up. So for the longest time, I was like, it's weird that Poe's just like written out of the movie for a while, like with no explanation. Well, there's an explanation. If you want to know what happened to Poe, read The Force Awakens novelization.
Yeah. Yep.
Keep that in mind for a Rise of Skywalker episode, by the way. So I'm gonna read you verbatim what happened to Poe, as I found on, I think like ScreenRant.com or something. Rather than making it out of the TIE fighter via ejection, Poe's jacket got caught in the cockpit, and he was forced to go down with the ship. He got ejected during the crash, landing far from the wreckage, unconscious like Finn. When he woke, he couldn't find Finn, but eventually ran into Naka lit, a blaring scavenger. What? Poe manages to appeal for a ride back to civilization, and along the way, he saves Lit from raiders and lands himself passage with one of the scavenger's friends back to the Resistance and Finn. So my question is, you have this character who's clearly like important because he's the first new character we're introduced to. He's kind of like a stand-in for Han, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
But then he has a sequence where like he's just gone, and then I'm gonna circle back around to it later, but like it's just hand waved, like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know, I couldn't find you. Okay, well, let's move on now. And it's like that's such a key thing that just feels like something that they had to cut out of the movie.
It's so shallow. It's just
and
shallow.
Then they just put it in the novelization, and I'm like, what? Got freaking Star Wars in their books that fill in stuff that the movie like. Anyway, okay, I just had to rant about that for 5 seconds because I've always thought that was dumb. So, what are your thoughts about that, by the way?
I think that is a problem that you will see just get more and more of really prominent throughout this trilogy, especially in the last movie. But
oh yeah,
it really begins here from the very beginning. Thanks, JJ. I like JJ, but he's so big picture that they miss very important details, and this is one of those things.
Oh yeah. All right, so then Finn grabs Poe's jacket and he starts wandering. He finds some water, which is like a water trough for big hippo thingies. I don't know what they're called. And one thing I forgot to mention about this movie is the practical effects and the practical sets are peak. They're absolutely incredible. Yeah. You know, like BB-8 was actually a real droid that they built. I'm not sure, like, if it's always a real thing, but, like, and, there was just, like, clip that JJ did before the movie came out from, like, the set that was, like, supposed to be funny, where, like, he's, like, you know, talking about the movie, and then, like, a creature walks behind him, and then he just turns around, like, but, like, it's a practical thing that they made. You know, I don't know if it was, like, someone wearing a costume or something, but it just looks so good. Like, it looks like an extension of the original trilogy, and it's kind of one of the few things that I think really nails that. Instead of just being a retread, it's like a evolution of it.
What I really like is seeing the behind the scenes of that open, like we were describing, the opening chase on Jakku, because it's a lot of practical effects, like the explosions. Yes, it's very interesting to see all of literally the practical effects they did.
I just assumed that for scenes like that, they would have like a lot of like VFX, but it's really cool to hear that a lot of it was practical.
Yeah. Like even the explosions in the sand, like where the sand gets shot up when they're running, like all that's real.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
All right, so then Finn meets Rey, and this scene's kind of weird because like Finn like sees Rey getting attacked, and he walks up to go to help her, and then she fights off the guys who are trying to capture her because Ankar Plutt said, "Oh, capture the girl and take the droid." Who was actually played by Simon Pegg, by the way.
Yes.
That's cool that he had a small role here, and he just got to be, you know, like a.
Also, Daniel Craig was in the movie.
Yeah, that's fun. And then Finn's like, oh, okay, I guess she got it. And then he just keeps standing there, and then he looks over and sees a BB-8 unit, and because he remembers Poe saying, I have to find my BB-8 unit, because he has the map to Luke Skywalker. And then BB-8 looks at Finn, and he's like, hey, that guy stole my master's jacket. And then Rey, for some reason, like, chases after him. It's like, why does she care? Like, she didn't really care about BB-8 until she did, in kind of a manufactured way, and now she's like, that guy stole your master's jacket? I'm gonna kick his ass. It's like, I feel like there was a more organic way the two of them could have met up. I mean, like, it's funny, like, I love that when Rey's like, so you're with the Resistance, and then Finn's like, yeah, I am with the Resistance. I am with the Resistance. Like, you know, like he has a chance to like create like a new persona for himself because he was, you know, robbed of his identity for his entire life. Like, that's great stuff. I love, you know, the whole dynamic with Rey and Finn. It'd be a shame if stuff happened to kind of ruin that later on. But I'm glad
they
they
had so much potential.
Oh yeah,
so much.
And then so
which,
you know,
we might see in the future. We might see the potential eventually develop into something. I don't want to say too much, but there are rumors and there are official announcements that, you know, people might be coming back. So
I mean, I know a lot of people were kind of burned by this trilogy, you know, like some of the stars, which I mean, rightfully so. But like, I hope if, you know, the script was great and there was actually a vision, a Star Wars vision, I'm sorry, then they would be willing to return, because I want to see them actually get to fulfill the potential.
So I know John Boyega said he was done, but actually in a recent interview, I think about 2-3 days ago, that Daisy Ridley had, she said that she felt like she ruined Star Wars after watching, or after, you know, they made The Force Awakens. She thought that she ruined it, and they announced that she's officially coming back in a new movie.
Oh yeah.
So I'm actually interested.
I mean,
in that,
yeah,
I think they'll fix their mistakes. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I like Rey, for reasons I'll talk. But you know, I don't know if I'd say I like her more than Luke, but I relate to her in a different way, and that's cool. Like, I don't really want to compare characters, but like, it's cool that, like, you know, I can relate to characters in a totally unique way. So they get chased by stormtroopers and stuff, and they're running around. You know, they keep like falling down, and Finn keeps taking Rey's hand, which annoys her. I thought that was like a cute little thing, like a running gag. And then they're gonna steal a ship, and then Finn is like, "What about that one?" And then Rey's like, "That one's garbage." And then the one they wanted to is blown up, and then they're like, "Okay, we'll have to take the garbage." They turn around. What ship are they going to steal, Caleb? What ship?
Millennium Falcon.
I love it. Yeah, that was like,
it's good. That ship is a character.
When I saw that, I was immediately wondering, what's the Millennium Falcon doing here? That's weird. I wonder what the backstory is, you know. So that was a fun little thing. So they steal a great chase, you know, which culminates in them literally flying through like an old crashed ship, you know, or a freighter. And, you know, just like great. Like, I saw like a video, it was like analyzing this scene, and it's like they're literally having a chase scene through the ruins of old Star Wars movies.
Literally.
I thought that was cool. Like,
yeah,
you know, stuff like that. Where
I had a little bit of an issue with just how great of a pilot she was for her first time.
Yeah, and then she's like, I don't know how I did that. I've never left the planet. Yeah. And it's like, I feel like I think like they should have had her
Luke
like
did
crash
the same thing,
a few times. But like, it seems like she doesn't fly great, but she's pretty good at it. And yeah. So then we cut to Kylo Ren, who's finding out from one of his superiors that they got away. And this is one of the reasons people didn't like Kylo Ren is because he gets mad and he like throws fits. So
he was a little too much in this movie.
Unfortunately, I'm not proud to say that I can relate to having that kind of a temper. Sadly, it's absolutely gotten better, and I'm thankful for that. But like, you know, I don't know. Sometimes you just have a bad day at work because all your coworkers are idiots. But so like, how do you feel about like that aspect of his personality? Like, what's your overall opinion on how that part of him was written? Like how
I didn't like it in The Force Awakens. I think once we got to see more of his character development and what he went through with Luke and whatnot in other movies, I kind of get it. I really like his character in the last movie. I think he is standout. But in this movie, it was just too much. It was too over the top.
A little bit.
I get it. I get it. You want to contrast the Sith and the Jedi. The Sith are rage, uncontrollable, anger, hate, and then the Jedi are the opposite. And you want to convey that, but Kylo was just too much. He didn't give you that menacing sense, especially at the end when he should have destroyed all of them easily. But he just seemed like he was so incapable in this movie, and his personality and his rage and his fits and his crying didn't help that very much.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of like them taking that running thing of Vader force choking people if they like let him down, and they just like cranked it a little too up.
Cranked it up.
Yeah,
to a million. Yeah,
I do like his line though, where he's like, "A droid still afraid," or like he's kind of like cheeky and sarcastic.
Oh, dude, his acting was amazing though.
And then when he grabs the guy and he says, "What girl?" I never noticed this until rewatching it last night, but his voice, which is usually like it's like this, and it's very calm, and I am in control. It breaks a little bit. I'm not sure if you picked up on that. Like, that was cool. Like, which is where like I love that they slowly show that like this guy is kind of
I loved his character. I really did.
He's kind of the opposite of Vader, where like Vader, like that's who he was. Kylo Ren's playing that kind of part, but that's not actually who he is. And I love that, man. I love Kylo Ren. Yeah. So then they get away, and then the ship gets boarded by two brand new characters we've never seen. Oh no, wait, it's Han and Chewie, baby. Han and Chewie. Back. That was in the trailer, which I think they kind of shouldn't have put in the trailer, because then people wouldn't have known.
I have a theory. Because they had to show more of him, because obviously we were going to get a lot less of him going forward after this movie.
Yeah.
So they obviously could focus more on Luke in the next movies, because this was Han's movie. You know what I mean? That's my take on it.
Yeah, and I've already talked about this a few times with you, one time on the podcast, but Harrison's performance in this movie, peak Han Solo. I don't care. Yeah. That's just my opinion. He, because he has a tendency to like phone in performances sometimes. Like if you watched Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, it doesn't feel like he wanted to be there at all.
It didn't even feel like he was actually there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, I never filmed that movie. I guess they use CGI. I wasn't a bad impression for just being off the cuff. But in this movie, you could tell he actually tried. And when he tries, he's freaking great, man. There's a reason he's one of the best actors maybe ever. Because he just has, a presence about him, for sure. Like, he has a gravitas to him, and there's a reason people love him, and he's a legend.
Yeah. There's a reason he even became Han Solo in the first place.
Exactly. And so now, here's a part of the movie that I never noticed, I never really paid that much attention to, but it kind of stood out to me recently. So he says his name's Han Solo, and then Finn's like, "What, the general?" And then Rey's like, "No, the smuggler." So here's my question. In this universe, we see multiple times that some of the characters here have heard like stories, like fragmented stories about the characters from the other movies.
Yeah.
Like essentially
like
they become like legend. Yeah, like legendary heroes or people, whatever. So I'm curious to see what your interpretation of why this might be is, but like, how would Rey not know that Han was also a general in addition to being a smuggler? I just think that's weird. Like, it kind of seems like a flaw in the logic.
Yeah, that line's weird. I in the original trilogy, Han never wanted to even be a general, be that guy, even though he was. I personally think
that was a bad idea, but I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, but it's just weird they would even have this line, like, "No, the smuggler." I think that was more for the audience and really didn't make sense in the context of Star Wars.
Yeah, I could see. I was gonna save this opinion, but I think I'll kind of bring it up now. I think like Finn should have been the one who was like sensitive with the Force and stuff, and Rey should have just been a smuggler like Han Solo. So then maybe that line could have made sense. Like she doesn't look up to Han because he was a general in the Republic, because she's not loyal to the Republic, but she likes him because he was a like a well-known smuggler.
They maybe had that goal, that plan, and then they changed it along the way, because that seems like that was the case. And then something happened along the way where they switched roles.
Because even like how she says it, she's like, "No, the smuggler." Like, like it seems like she's just trying to be like, who cares that he was a general? He was a smuggler, like it's just a really weird thing.
He was the smuggler.
Yeah, it's like a really weird. So then Han's vessel gets boarded by both the Guavian Death Gang and Kanja Club. Now, I'm curious to see how you feel about the whole Rathtar sequence, because I feel like it's just absolutely a waste of time. Like it's utter fun, like
chaos.
I do like the dialogue, like Han's, like I'm gonna do what I do best. I'm gonna talk my way out of it, and then Chewie says something, and then Han's like, "Yes, I do." Every time, like their dynamic has always just been A1. It's so fun, and then so like Han here, he's back to being like his usual self, where like he's not as smooth as he thinks he is, especially when he's up against people smarter than him. But like, it just feels like a Three Stooges. Like you could play
it was very much a Three
over this entire sequence, and it would fit perfectly. Like it's just like slapsticky and weird, and it's like, oh, we have a really intense scene where these characters are here. How are our characters going to get out of this? How about Han's hauling these three creatures because he stole them to give to somebody else to get money? Why would he do that? He's never stolen, like, as far as we know. Like in the original trilogy, he just like stole like some stuff.
If you want to understand JJ,
I don't understand
Abrams. Yeah, if you want to know what kind of director JJ Abrams is, watch the first 25 minutes of this movie. It's the most JJ thing you will ever see.
Oh yeah. So, the Rathars kill all the enemies, the Deus Ex Machina, number one in this movie. I'll say what the other one is later. And then, they escape and jumped out of hyperspace. And then I love the dialogue where I think Han says like, well, I'll jump to hyperspace from the planet or something. And then Rey's like, is that possible? And then Han's like, I never asked that question until after I've done it. Like, that's a very Han line.
That is a Han line, yeah.
It's weird, like, she knew how to bypass the compressor, but Han didn't, and he's just, like, surprised. Like, that, like, I don't know, like, it just feels like the writers wanted to be like, oh, Rey's smarter than Han. And it's like, Han's been flying ships since before Rey was even a sperm cell. Like, what are you talking about right now?
Yeah,
like
that's a recurring theme as well.
So then, Finn Patches. Oh no, wait, no! I gotta talk about the meeting with Supreme Leader Snoke. He's like showing himself as a giant hologram. I thought that was cool. It was
a reference
like it's also
to, the Emperor.
It's cool, but like it's kind of one of those things. Like we're gonna retread the original movie, but it's different. Instead of the Death Star, it's a bigger Death Star. Instead of a hologram, it's a bigger hologram. Isn't that cool? And it's
okay,
like
I have a hot take.
I'm not 5 years old, so kind of.
I have a hot take. I liked Starkiller Base. I thought it was cool. I get it. It was another Death Star, and I don't know. Everyone's always had problems with it, and I cannot have a problem with it. I like it. I think it's actually really cool the way they built it into a planet. I think that was a great logical step to take the first movie of the sequels. That was one of my least, the least of the problems I have with this movie. But yeah, it really is just a copy and paste.
Yeah, and there's a YouTuber named Jeremy Johns, And when I was listening to his spoiler review after I saw the movie, he pointed out something about Snoke that I don't know if it's been confirmed, because he's one of those characters that kind of doesn't have a backstory, except like in comics and other crap, again, because we got to sell merchandise. But he's like, when he saw the scar on Snoke's face, he's like, oh, you pissed somebody off, and that person had a lightsaber. So like implying that like it like looked like he got slashed in the face with a lightsaber. So if that's the case, that's another great example of like quiet world build, like quiet character building and backstory.
If they would have followed it.
Yeah. Like Snow. Yeah. Look, we're going to talk about Last Jedi next. That's going to be a whole enchilada, but
we're going to make popcorn before we sit down and talk about that.
I like how Snoke got treated in that movie, but I also kind of think it sucks. So anyway, we're back to our gang. Finn patches up Chewie because he got hurt. I thought that was fun because, like, you know, Finn's like scared of Chewie and stuff, and Han's trying to be like, "Hey, if you hurt Chewie, I'm gonna kick your ass." You know, I thought that was fun. And then I love that scene where like Han's like talking about, you know, because they bring up Luke Skywalker, and then Han, like, Harrison's performance here, all he does is just stop walking, look up, and change his expression, and you just know everything. Like, you could, like, if you didn't see the other movies and you just saw this one, you would be able to just watch just this scene and be like, Han and Luke have a big history together. Oh yeah, you know, like, it's just written all over his face. It's just so good.
Yeah.
And then him saying, you know, I used to think that the Force was a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but it's all true. And then Rey and Finn are
so
just being like, what? Like, they like look like children that have just been told like a really exciting story. They're like, what? And then what happened? You know, like, it's I love that stuff.
But Han Solo is the best of, like, the best that they could get to do that. I don't think it would have been the same if they had another character do that, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Be that guy. Yeah.
So, and then they decide to go visit Maz Kanata and Takodana. And
such a dumb character. Okay, go ahead.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah,
a little
sorry.
bit. Yeah, it's fine. So I love this line from Rey where she's like, I never knew there was this much green in the entire galaxy. Because, like, she lived her whole life on Jakku, which is, excuse my French, an absolute shit. There are no pubs.
It's meant to be that way. Yeah.
There's no libraries. Yep. There are no Chick-fil-A's on Jakku, you know? So that must have been a miserable upbringing. So her seeing, like, a beautiful planet and being amazed by it is, you know, a really great writing touch that I love in this movie.
I did like that. I mean, I like that part. The castle was cool itself. It was cooler in Star Wars Battlefront 2 as a map that you could actually explore, and it felt more than just a Yavin clone.
I would love it to be in,
my
like,
issue was just a Yavin clone. So.
I would love Takodana to be in, like, the next Jedi whatever game they decide to call it. That'd be awesome.
I would be for that.
That'd be cool. Yeah. And then another thing I noticed that, I mean, I picked up on it before, but I noticed it more recently is like Rey's kind of like a younger Han Solo in a way. Like, she's impulsive, and like, I love that moment where he gives her a blaster, and then he's like, "Do you know how to use one though? Do you know how to use one of those?" And then she's like, "Yeah, you pull the trigger." And then he's like, "There's a lot more to it than that. You have a lot to learn." Like that, you know, like,
that's something he would have said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like, it kind of gives echoes to how Han was portrayed in Solo, a Star Wars story, a little bit. So now we enter Takodana and the Mos Eisley Cantina. Wait. Oh no, Maz Kanata's Cantina. Sorry, I got confused.
Yeah, you got him a little mixed up there.
I'm not sure how that happened. So
yeah.
What do you think of this place overall? Because, I mean, it's obvious what it's supposed to be an analog to, but how do you feel about it just by itself, trying not to compare it too much?
I think I liked it for the potential I thought it had, but in the end, the best thing that it contributed was a great fight sequence at the end.
Yeah. Like it really had like they could have went literally anywhere else. And
yes, and
I don't think it would have mattered.
It seemed like they fumbled it. There was a lot of potential, which, you know, it's another theme. I don't care about the fact that they set up, you know, they had Luke's or Anakin's lightsaber there. I think that was weird. They never explained how it got there, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
So
I got some stuff to say about that.
Okay.
So, you know, then we smash cut to Kylo Ren. He's talking to somebody. We don't know who he's talking to, but he's like, you know, I feel it again. The pull to the light side, which is a brand new thing we've never seen before. Somebody being pulled to the light side. I love it. Fantastic. And then, you know, he's like, by the, you know, show me the power again, and by your grace or whatever, I will not. Oh no, wait. I think he's like, show me how, grandfather. And then he stands up, and then whose head do we see? Jar Jar Binks. Kylo Ren is Jar Jar Binks' grandson. That was a really bold choice. Nah, it's Vader's helmet.
That would have been more interesting.
That would have been, yeah, like just people would have been like, what the?
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
But yeah, he's talking to Vader's crushed helmet, which I guess, I don't know exactly where he would have gotten that, but we don't know, so screw us for being curious. But, you know, and like, I feel stupid because I should have been like, he's Han Solo and Leia's son. Leia's father is Anakin Skywalker. So yeah, that'd be his grandfather. But for some reason, I never thought about that. And then so when it's first revealed, I was like, wait, that's his grandpa? And it's like, yeah, that's how genetics work. Why are you surprised? So that was fun. You know, that's JJ's mystery box storytelling, which I'm going to talk about later because I got some issues with that. So then, you know, here's another way that Rey's written that I don't understand, and I never really noticed until recently. So, you know, Maz Kanata, Finn, and Rey and Han are talking, and then Maz was like, so you try to run from the fight, and now you're right back in it again, you know? Like, it's, like, that's an interesting thing to think about, that, like, the Force wants Han to, like, be a part of the fight against the Empire and stuff. Like,
would you say that he was Force sensitive in this movie?
I'm trying to think of like when, like what reactions or whatever from him we see that could have gave that impression. What about you?
Maybe not in like a traditional way where we think of that, but
I mean, he's at least like, he doesn't see the Force as like some stupid thing that's not real anymore. So like he has respect for the Force, which like, yeah, like maybe it's interesting because the Force is a living thing. So maybe like he has kind of an unspoken relationship with the Force in a way.
It's just, I like how they kind of make it more, they play around with the Force more in this, and I like that. It makes it less what am I trying to say? It makes it less one note. It makes it more complex. You know what I mean?
So Rey, so Maz was talking about, he's back in the fight, and then Rey being an absolute. I mean, I get it, but she's like, what fight? And it's like, so Rey heard these stories, right, about like, the Jedi, Sith, and all that stuff, the Empire, the Republic.
Yeah.
But somehow she doesn't know that there's still a conflict going on, even though she's lived in the exact same place her whole life. So it's like, how does she know what anything is? Like, it seems like the writers have her know about certain things, but then she doesn't know about other things, and I don't understand that. Like, it's not entirely consistent.
Welcome to a JJ movie.
Yeah, it's like, sometimes Rey's, you know, like savvy about stuff, and then sometimes she's like an absolute moron. I don't get it. And then, you know, like Finn has this whole thing where he's like, you know, we're not gonna fight the First Order, you know, we have to run from them. And then in one of the stupidest scenes I've ever seen in anything, Maz starts like adjusting her glasses, and then she like crawls close to Finn and starts like looking at him, and then all that just to say, if you live long enough, you see the same eyes in different people.
I like that line. Bro.
I'm looking into the eyes of a man who wants to run. Yeah, but like she should have just, or like it. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably because she's really old and she can't see very well, so she had to do that.
Maybe, actually, that's a weird. Yeah, that weirdly could be the reason.
Okay, you know what? I take back my criticism. Imagine. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I don't think they meant it in that way, but I think that's the right way to interpret that line. If you know what I mean.
Like Finn's like, Han, what's she doing? And then Han's like, I don't know, but it ain't good. Like, I think you ticked her off now, boy. And then so, you know, Finn wants to leave, and then Maz is like, well, there are these two guys over there who can bring you to the Outer Rim. And then Finn, you know, he just walks. And then that's actually really funny. Interesting piece of writing about Rey that I noticed. Catch my breath. Is that, you know, throughout the whole movie, she keeps saying, oh, I have to go back to Jakku. You know, like I have to wait for my family. Yeah. Like she doesn't want any part of anything that's not familiar to her.
Like Han.
But then as soon as Finn is about to leave, she encourages him to not just run away, which is exactly what she's been doing. And I was, in my head, I was like, that kind of seems like a contradiction a little bit, right? No, because here's how I see it.
Okay.
In a way, because you have to remember, Rey has no friends. She's never had any friends. She's never had a connection to anybody because she's been a loner her whole life, and she had to, you know, raise herself, essentially. She was her own mother and father, essentially. So, you know, she met Finn and formed not a really close bond, but, you know, they went through some stuff together and, you know, they got along relatively well. So, like, I feel like in her mind, if she lets him go, she's essentially losing the only connection she's ever had. And we know that one of the few things about her that has always been consistent is that she's always looking for a family. Yes. So it's like, in this scene, I feel like her instincts, she went against her own instinct to, you know, run away and just, you know, wait for her family, because she's like, oh, but I don't want to lose you, Finn, because you're the only person I've ever connected to. And I think that's great. You know, like their whole, I freaking love, I got choked up when Finn was like, you know, I ran from the First Order and I ran right into you and you looked at me in a way that nobody else ever did. And it's like, that's why these are my favorite characters in Star Wars. That's why this is my favorite trilogy, because of freaking moments like this that I never had before in any of the other movies. I love it.
Good. Yeah, I agree with you. That is good. That is a good take. Yeah.
So here we get, by the way, for those who are listening, if you are somebody who drinks alcohol, I have a fun drinking game I can propose to you, but be responsible because it could kill you.
Oh no.
Take a shot every time I say,
no.
Well, yeah. Oh God. But every time I utter the phrase I'm about to utter, plot point that goes
nowhere.
Plot point that leads to nothing. It's an acronym. PPTLTN. Plot point that leads to nothing. Rey hears voices. I think it's like her crying as a kid or something, and she goes to the basement and she finds a chest with a lightsaber in it. And then she has this whole trippy experience where she sees like all these visions from the Force and stuff. Now, I want to talk about this scene in two ways. One, in a vacuum, and then one in kind of a little bit of the overall scope. So in a vacuum,
Can I just say something real quick? I'm pretty sure that the voices she hears, I'm pretty sure it's a mixture of Ewan McGregor and Alec Guinness's Obi-Wan.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring that up, but yeah, I'm glad you. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I don't remember the order, but like it's basically she sees Kylo and the Knights of Ren, killing Luke's students and setting fire to the place and revolting. Essentially, she sees her as a kid on Jakku when her parents left her behind. She sees like the third act of the movie when they meet up with Kylo Ren in the forest, except he's wearing his helmet, and in the movie he's not wearing his helmet, but that's not a plot hole. Shut up. And then I like this scene for a few reasons in a vacuum. Again, one, because it's like typically when the Force is presented, it's usually like kind of this like peaceful Zen thing that, like sure the Sith use it in violent ways, but like anytime like a Jedi's meditating or something in the Force, except for like Anakin and sometimes Luke, like the Force isn't always portrayed as like being like scary. But dude, in here, the Force is terrifying, dude. Like she sees all these things from the Force and hears, all these voices, Yoda and Obi-Wan. Put a pin in the Obi-Wan thing because I'm going to come back to it. I don't know when, but just remember that. But
okay.
She hears Anakin and all that stuff. She sees Luke putting his hand on R2-D2. What does all this stuff mean? Mystery box. J.J. Abrams loves his mystery boxes. He gave this TED talk where it's like, yeah, when I was a kid, my grandfather or uncle got me this thing called a mystery box. And, I've never opened it up because the idea of not knowing what's in the box has always been appealing to me. And then
that's something he said.
He goes on to talk about how movies.
Is that really something he said?
Yeah, like how movies are essentially mystery boxes. Because, like when you watch the original Star Wars, it's like, oh, they're talking about Obi-Wan Kenobi. Who's Obi-Wan Kenobi? Mystery box, all these things he calls mystery boxes. The problem with mystery boxes is that he doesn't always put something in the damn box. So you finally open it and it's filled with nothing. So
that's like, dependent on the person to want to open it or not.
Yeah, like,
and if they do, there's nothing in it. Yeah.
That's why I say in a vacuum, I love this scene. But plot point that leads to nowhere. It doesn't lead to anything in retrospect because JJ wanted to set up all these mystery boxes. That's a problem unless you know for a fact that you're going to do the whole trilogy. Don't do that. Because what happened is what happened. Other people took the reins and they didn't quite go in that direction. So now we have scenes like this that lead to absolutely nowhere. So what are your thoughts on this whole scene, its place in this movie, why Luke's lightsaber called to Rey for some reason? I don't know why the lightsaber is even there. I'm going to talk about that, but yeah. So
it's a way of establishing the Skywalker lineage. Because for some reason they decided to have, to make sure that Luke didn't have any kids, but Kylo couldn't be the hero. So they should have just went with Finn being his own Jedi outside of the Skywalker lineage, which is why this didn't need to be part of a Skywalker saga. Like they wanted to. It's just like a
really weird scene. Yes. I'm gonna go fill my glass real quick, so you could just edit this part out of the final product.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back, so I'll just pick it. Okay. And then Maz Kanata comes down there because she knew that Rey found the edibles that she had locked up in the kitchen.
That's funny.
And then, dude, this moment always chokes me up every single time. You know, like Maz, you know, like Ray was like, what was that? She's like, you know, just in tears, you know, scared, you know. Daisy Ridley's performance, incredible, and it only gets better.
Yeah.
In my opinion, she was a great choice to be the lead.
I think so too. Yeah.
You know, the freaking line from Maz that always chokes me up is you know that whoever you're waiting for is not coming back, but there's someone who could. And then, you know, the acceptance on Ray's face, because, you know, I'm sure we've all experienced, you know, like friendships or whatever that, like, it seems like the other person, for whatever reason, like, they're never available. Like, it seems like they kind of forget about you, and you're just kind of, you know, left in the dust, and you're like, what the heck happened, you know? And it's like, you know, like, one of the most painful things of life is having to accept that, you know, certain people are eventually going to leave your life, and they're not coming back, you know? And that's
until they do in the third movie.
That's one of the reasons that I really relate with Ray, because, you know, I have trouble, you know, like, looking ahead and not dwelling on the past and stuff. So, and then I like how she included Luke in there, because it's like I'm gonna read exactly what I wrote, because I think it's kind of poetic. By helping Luke come back from his exile, she, as in Rey, can free herself from her emotional exile.
Yeah.
In other words, answering the call to the Force. You know, like, she helps to bring back Luke. Maybe that'll free her too. You know, it's kind of this interesting thing. Like, you know, like, I like the idea of Rey and Luke's paths kind of being tied, not in like a familial way, but like in the Force. Like, it's like that whole thing, you know, of like in Christianity when like you feel led to like pray for somebody or something like that. Like, kind of that idea. Like, I like to think that the Force is kind of like that too. Like, it like says, oh, somebody over here is in trouble. I'm going to pick you. I'm going to choose you, you know, to help them out. And then in turn, that'll help you out, you know, because it's like a cycle.
And Rey did help Luke. Yeah. And vice versa. Yeah.
One of the few things that actually feels paid off.
Yeah.
Where am I? Oh,
I know.
So then, another incredible scene, the test of Starkiller Base. You know, people were like, "Oh, you know, Han Solo, and you know he has the droid, and he has, you know, Finn and the girl. You know, it seems like we're in a tough spot." So Snoke said, "We could test our weapon. We don't know what that is yet." But here's a hot take. I think this sequence is better than the destruction of Alderaan, because the destruction of Alderaan sucks. It's bad. It's just like,
it is a weird part.
Fire the Death Star. Bam. And then Leia's like, no. And then she's sad about it for like 2 seconds, and then she never talks about it again. But here, dude,
the best part of that is you're right. All of that is bad. But the best part of that is whenever Obi-Wan senses something.
Yeah.
And it can show off the Force in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So, but dude, this sequence is haunting, somber, intense, because my biggest problem with the destruction of Alderaan is that we don't know anybody on Alderaan aside from Leia, and we haven't known her for that long in the movie to really care that much, you know, to like empathize with her that much. It's like, damn, okay, that sucks. But like here, we see some of the people on some of these planets, and you know, they're like, you know, gathering together, and they're like watching this, and they're like terrified, and it's like they know they're gonna die. You know, I'm like watching the shots of the red beams, you know, like flying past like certain characters' faces, and them just like watching it in horror, like
Yeah.
freaking Kylo Ren's just watching it like, you know, like he doesn't care at all. Like it's such a great moment. I love the cinematography, the shot composition, the soundtrack, the lighting, everything about this is just absolutely incredible. And you know, it shows you that the First Order means business, man. I mean, it sucks that we don't really know who they are and what they're about, but they still mean business. So then, you know, as Rey runs away, Finn leaves with Maz Kanata. And I hate this moment. I said I was going to come back to the lightsaber. Han says, "How do you have that?" Because it's Luke's lightsaber. And what does Maz say? That's a good question for another time. Are you freaking kidding me? Come on. But I don't hate it because we didn't get like a big backstory necessarily. My problem is that if they weren't going to actually have an explanation, then why have the damn lightsaber in the movie at all? Why? It
was such a dumb decision, dude. Like, it didn't need to be there for any reason.
Like, what about this? How about Maz has like a chamber where she meditates and connects to the Force, and then Rey felt that, and that's why she went down there. Why did it have to be Luke's lightsaber? What the hell?
Don't ask me, dude.
What the hell?
I guarantee you, I don't know. I guarantee you, no one knows.
And it's weird because Lawrence Kasdan was one of the writers on this movie, and he worked on the original trilogy, like at least Empire and I think A New Hope. Like, so I just want to know what happened here. Like, JJ's mystery box. That's a question for another time. Ooh, mystery, intrigue. No, screw you, dude. Like, you're like
I think he probably thought Star Wars fans. Yeah, the problem is he's making this 4 or 5-year-old kid with Super Soakers, and we're here discussing it. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. All right, so I do love that the lightsaber's here because we have this moment where, you know, Finn is like, "I need a weapon," and then Maz is like, "You have one," and then Finn ignites the freaking lightsaber and starts fighting, and you know what? He's pretty good. It's almost like he should have kind of been sensitive with the Force and known how to use a lightsaber okay, you know, and then learn how to use it better. Yeah. It's almost like that should have happened, right? Because otherwise, Finn using a lightsaber just feels like fan service. Like they just had to have somebody using the original protagonist lightsaber. And they chose Finn, even though they were like,
even though they weren't going to commit to it.
I don't get it. I don't know. And then Poe returns to join in the fight, which is cool, I guess. I don't know. He's really had like nothing to do in this movie, so I liked him, but I didn't care about Poe yet because it's like, bro, you vanished for like half an hour. What's going on? And then, so Rey runs into the forest, and I didn't notice this until it was pointed out in a YouTube video that like it kind of seems like Rey like keels over a little bit like Obi-Wan does, you know, because like that's close to when Star Killer Base like blows up a whole bunch of planets, and it seems like she's kind of reacting to possibly feeling that like Obi-Wan did.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like that
would be cool if they would have played into that though. That's one of the things where it's like, yeah, like.
I think that should have been Finn though. Like Finn, like, you know, when he's fighting with the lightsaber, and then like he like, or no, like maybe like because in Rise of Skywalker they just pull directly out of their asses that he's sensitive to the Force, but it's like, what if in this movie like he would have felt something, and then, you know, Han or somebody would have been like, "Yo, dude, are you okay?" And then Finn's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I just got like really tired for a second."
And then don't explain it because we have already had it explained in a movie from the 70s.
Because like the fans immediately would have been like, "Oh shit," you know. But
yeah, they'll know.
And then so, you know, Rey and Kylo have a confrontation. I love that Kylo's like, "You're the girl I've heard so much about, and you're nothing but a scavenger." You know, like he like you know, and like again with Daisy Ridley's performance, like she's just absolutely terrified. Like you know,
she did a great job. She really
their dynamic's great, and then a ship pulls down to the planet, like a big vessel or whatever. The doors open, and who steps out? C-3PO, and he has a red arm, and he's...
This is when I was like, okay, Luke's coming in. But no, we got C-3PO with a red arm. That you have to read a book to figure out why.
I don't... Oh, my God. Screw the freaking books. I'm throwing them in a bonfire.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't mind him in this movie because he has, like, 3 scenes. I don't really like him that much. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but and then you know, I freaking love their dialogue. You know, they see Leia and Han see one another, and you know it's been a long time, so they're like not sure how to react. And then Han's like, "You've changed your hair," and then she's like, "Yeah, I did." Same jacket, and then Han's like, "No, it's a new jacket." Like, freaking, I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah. Yep.
And then so they go back to the First Order base, you know, to talk about what are we gonna do? You know, they have a weapon. It's another Death Star. Somebody literally says they have another Death Star or something like that, and it's like just pisses me off. I hate it so much. Like, why do you have to draw attention to it? Like, if you're going to be lazy, just be lazy. I don't want you to gloat about how you're being lazy. Like, you think you're clever. Like,
it's literally meant for, like, such casual fans that are like, oh, wow, it is another Death Star. It's like, yes.
Cool. Okay. Great. And so here, I think we're introduced to what I think is the most important plot point in the entire movie. Are you ready to know what it is? No. R2-D2's in a coma. I'm going to come back to that because it sucks.
That's a conversation for another time.
It sucks. It's garbage, and I hate it. And dude, I brought this up in our Hot Takes episode, but the conversation Han and Leia have, you know, like where like Leia doesn't really want to hear what Han has to say, and then he's like, you know, just listen to me, you know, like, and it's like, I never noticed that small moment, but it's like he, like, kind of breaks a little bit, and he's just, like, emotional, like, I just want to be heard, you know, I just want to talk to you, because, you know, you're the woman I love, and, you know, Leia loves Han, so she hears that, you know, like, he's desperate, you know, to communicate with her again, and she's like, oh, crap, okay, you want to talk to me, like, it's, everything with them is just so good. And you know, talking about like, you know, I feel like when you look at me, you're reminded of our son, you know, and like how I freaking love what Leia said too when she was like, I shouldn't have sent him away. That's when I lost him. That's when I lost you both. Yeah. Like, oh God, just right there, man. Just I choke up every time. And then one of my other favorite moments is you know, Rey's in the interrogation chamber and Kylo Ren comes in. You know, he wants to search her mind to see where the droid is or where the map is, because he's like, oh, you've seen the map, I could just read your mind, I don't have to bring the droid because he's stupid and he didn't think of that. And then, you know, like, Kylo's like, you still want to kill me, and then Rey's like, that's how you feel when you're chased by a monster or something. So, in a moment that a lot of people kind of had a problem with because they thought it made him less intimidating, he takes off his helmet and he's just a regular dude. Now,
he's just a guy.
I want to talk a little bit about this and him overall a little more complex. But so I'm going to throw it to you first. When he took off his helmet and he wasn't intimidating at all, how did you feel about it? Like, did that like kind of like take you out of, you know, the gravitas of that character, or were you like interested because it's like, oh, he's a regular dude? Okay, that's interesting.
That's a good question. I never really thought about it. That is a great question. I don't know. I've really never thought about that.
I heard
him under the mask.
I heard some people say, and I agree. In the Honest trailer, they give like funny nicknames to the characters, like when the video's done, like starring, you know, so and then for Kylo Ren, they called him Better Anakin. And look, I love Anakin. You know, his fall to the dark side. It's not perfect, but I think it's pretty written well. But when I was watching this movie, I was like, and Jeremy Johns feels the same way too. Yeah, I was like, this is what I wanted from Anakin. This is what I wanted more of that we kind of didn't get. Like him, you know, not just falling to darkness, but he's just conflicted. You know, like I felt that way more from Kylo Ren than I did from Anakin. Well,
I definitely feel, I definitely feel like he did better with feeling conflicted because, like you said, this is the first time we've seen a Sith being pulled to the light side. I like that aspect. Now, in terms of how he looked, you know, like just kind of like a normal guy, I liked it because it made you think that there was more to him and how he went from being Han and Leia's son to this guy. And then we see that in the next movie, and I don't think they pay off on it that well, the way they portray it in the next movie. But I when I saw that, I was like, okay, wow, this really is his grandson. This is a Skywalker. This is their son. And then you get to see the amazing interaction between Han and Kylo, you know, shortly after.
Yeah, that's like one of the reasons that I can't totally agree with the criticism that this movie is just a retread of A New Hope, because I think it has enough unique twists on things to make it stand out, but not quite as much as it should. But I mean, like with this, like, you know, because like people, because, you know, that scene in Empire when you see Vader putting on his helmet and like you see like that split-second shot of the back of his head and it's like all scarred. So, you know, like people automatically were like, oh, he probably, you know, Kylo Ren probably looks kind of like that. But it's like, oh no, he's just a guy. Like he's essentially cosplaying as a more intimidating character than he is. And I think that's really fascinating.
Definitely.
So then, you know, he starts to interrogate Rey's mind, which is another new force power that I really like, because it's kind of like how the characters react like they're in pain. It's like he's creating like a force shovel and like literally digging into their minds and like scooping stuff out, like, you know, like it hurts their heads or whatever. Like it's, you know, just brutal. And at first, you know, Rey's obviously like, you know, in pain and like really sensitive to it and stuff and trying to fight it. But then, and I freaking love this, with very little words, you know, just based on the cinematography, the framing, the sound design, you slowly feel like she's starting to fight back a little bit through the Force. And then, dude, that moment where like she kind of like leans forward and then that's her like taking control and now she's in his mind. Every time when that shift happens, I physically feel it in my chest, like I'm being punched in the chest. And it's just because of the sound design.
Again, the way they do the Force is so good in the sequels. It really is.
And then freaking brutal line by Rey. She's like, you're afraid that you'll never be as strong as Darth Vader. And then Kylo's, you know, he gets fed up and just walks out. Like, I love that because it's like, you know, he's probably been like the top dog for a long time now. And now he's finally coming up against somebody who, you know, sees right through his BS. And he doesn't know how to react to it. It just throws him for a loop. I love that. Like, I love a villain. You know, like, it's cool to see villains that are just powerful and stuff and evil. But, like, I love villains that, you know, have, like, layers to them and you could study.
Definitely. Yeah.
I wish we had more fights like this in Star Wars where it's not even just people using the Force to like hurt each other, but just people playing mind games with the Force. Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen
what they
that much
do
of
in
it.
the next movie is so good with the Force.
Oh, dude, it's one of the best parts. Okay, so How do you feel about Rey doing the Jedi mind trick? Because I
liked it. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I liked it.
I kind of look at it as like
I thought it was interesting.
that moment in a superhero movie when the main character starts to play with their powers a little bit. Like she's heard of, a Jedi mind trick because it's not exactly, some people were like, how does she know how to do a Jedi mind trick? And then the YouTuber Cosmonaut Variety Hour, he's like, everybody in Star Wars knows what a Jedi mind trick is. Even Watto knows what a Jedi mind trick is. You know what I mean? Like, so like, I kind of like the idea that she's like, oh, I have this power. Okay. So next, we cut to Finn and Han arriving at Starkiller Base. I think like they like crash. I don't remember why.
Okay, so here's why. Because the only way they could, so obviously the New Republic could not attack Starkiller Base because of their shields, and Han was like, well, Leia said, Han, how are we gonna get onto Starkiller Base? And Han said, if I tell you, you're not going to like it. And he doesn't say anything.
Oh,
so
yeah.
When he's in the ship with Finn, he's saying their shields are at a certain frequency that stops anything from going through it that is traveling under the speed of light. So Han looks at Finn and he's like, we got to stop, inside of Starkiller Base, coming out of the speed of light. So they that's why they kind of crash land.
I don't know how I forgot that.
It's a cool little thing that they add. Like it's like the world, it's lore.
So
world building.
It's a, and then Finn's like, yeah. So remember when I said that I was like an engineer at Starkiller Base? Well, Han asked like what he did at Starkiller Base, and he said sanitation, and then Han's like, what, sanitation, because he made it seem like he like was an engineer or something, and then he was like, honestly, dude, I'm just here to rescue Rey, which is admirable, but unfortunately would start a trend of Finn being like Rey's lapdog.
But here's a really cool detail I don't know if a lot of people caught. What does the sanitation person for the Death Star or Starkiller Base do? They throw things into a trash compactor.
Yeah.
So that's like a nice little nod to A New Hope.
It was funny too, because after this movie came out, Kevin Smith, the filmmaker, he like tweeted about it or something, kind of like a fun thing, because in the first Clerks movie, I don't know if you've ever seen that, but they have like this whole conversation about because one of the guys watched Return of the Jedi, and then he's like, yeah, I don't like the ending because the second Death Star is blown up, but like they had all these independent contractors and stuff that were constructing it, and like a lot of these people, plus like just the regular like people that were just in like lower level positions that had nothing to do with the war or anything, just they were killed, they were like casualties of a war they had nothing to do with. So then Kevin Smith was like, hey, the new Star Wars movie took like kind of a joke idea that I had about like like a stormtrooper being a janitor or something.
Yeah, but that's cool. I think so. I think Finn, just speaking of like stormtroopers, or are they still called stormtroopers in this?
Yeah,
I think so. So I just know they added like a bunch of new ones, but it's so cool to see a stormtrooper like defect. Like that's one of the coolest things that could have happened.
Yeah, that's like another reason why whenever people say, "Oh, this is like a shot-for-shot remake of A New Hope," it's like, yeah, because my favorite part of A New Hope is when they meet that one stormtrooper who doesn't want to be a stormtrooper anymore.
Yeah, the stormtroopers have conscience. Yeah,
like like it's a great new thing.
It is. Yeah, definitely.
So Han is obviously like annoyed at Finn for lying, and then I like that line where he's like, "We'll figure it out. We'll use the Force," and then Han's like, "That's not how the Force works."
Yeah, it's so good.
I like that exchange with Han and Chewie, where Chewie says something, and then Han's like, "Oh, really? You're cold." You know, like
he screams and he's like, "Oh, you're cold."
It's so good to see like somebody else writing Han and Chewie's relationship, but it feeling exactly like it did in the original trilogy.
Yeah,
you know, like
definitely Han and Kylo are the standouts, and then I put Finn up there, but definitely Han. He was awesome in this movie.
Okay. All right. So, then starts the assault on Starkiller Base, which I've always found this whole section of the movie not that interesting. One, because like the assault itself from the whole squadron and stuff, like I think of like how intricately filmed and edited and stuff the trench run was in A New Hope, and like this, it's not bad, but like it doesn't have that same like intensity, I guess. Like it's still
it's shot,
shows the
like,
perspectives of all the pilots and stuff, but it's like it's not the most exciting thing to watch.
It's like the Marvel thing where it's like, oh, you love Marvel cinematography, and then it just shows a green picture. That's pretty much what this was, even though it was cool. But there was something cool about seeing the like using miniatures, in the original.
And then,
it was just,
and then plus like how like great the effects have been, whether practical or the VFX have been for the rest of the movie up until now. This whole sequence is like, it feels like weirdly sterile and gray, like it doesn't pop in any way. And then even zooming in a little bit to Han and Finn and Chewie, trying to rescue Rey and navigating the base, like in A New Hope, again referencing that movie, when they get to the Death Star and stuff, and they have to like make their way through, and they steal the stormtrooper outfits, like they're constantly experiencing like roadblocks that they have to overcome, so
this
like
one it was just so convenient
intensity. It has that, those stakes, because like it's like if we make one wrong move, we're gonna get caught and we might die, and we might not be able to rescue Leia and stuff, and
like you said earlier, this could have been a Three Stooges skit, because when they go into like a hallway that is just empty for some reason, Finn is freaking out. He's like, okay, well, how are we gonna find Rey? We gotta find her, and you're just sitting there nodding your head.
And then Han's, he's like, why are you nodding? And then he turns around, and then Rey's just climbing a thing, and it's
just like, okay,
I don't think she really needed you, dude. Like, there's no reason for you to even be here. Like, whereas in A New Hope, if Han, Luke, and Obi-Wan hadn't been there, she wouldn't have made it out of there. She still would have been a prisoner. But like Rey, is a pretty self-sufficient character, so it's kind of like this whole thing feels like a waste of time. And I think the crowning achievement of the wasting time Sunday is when they bump into Phasma and they like hold her hostage, and then they throw her down.
When she has armor that,
like she.
Okay, hold on.
I get
Keep
it. Like,
talking. I got you.
I get it. Like like I get like Chewie is a pretty formidable foe, So like her fighting Chewie wouldn't have been easy, and maybe he, would have annihilated her after a struggle, but dude, she could have easily kicked Finn and Han's ass. You have a rookie stormtrooper and an elderly smuggler who is also a general, kind of, but is still not exactly like a top tier fighter, holding you hostage, and you shut down the shields, like they say. Like, like she triggers the alarm and stuff like that, and she's like, you didn't think it'd be this easy, but they throw her down a trash chute, and we never hear about that again. So it's like Phasma, like, I have this idea of like a short film or something where like Phasma like gets out of the trash chute, and then like maybe like some of the other stormtroopers and people find out about that, and they're like laughing at her like, oh my, I can't believe you look so stupid right now. Like, she's just an absolute joke throughout this entire trilogy. And it's weird because like she in The Last Jedi, like she's Finn's main antagonist, you know, because she represents like, you know, his enslavement, and you know, his like fighting her was like the final thing he needed to do to like be set free, you know, from a psychological and emotional standpoint.
So, yeah, speaking of her,
they barely fleshed that out because she's just written as a joke constantly.
Her entire existence is
even right out of the gate
on paper.
I just want to know like what happened, like what went wrong, because I don't know.
I'm reading about her on Wikipedia, and apparently she was a last-minute addition to the Force Awakens film. I don't see why, but anyways,
that makes sense.
Her armor is made of chromium, which was salvaged from a Naboo yacht that had once belonged to Emperor Palpatine. And I mean, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
She wears it, helps reduce radiation, but she wears it primarily as a symbol of past power. She says a Wookiee wouldn't be able to crush it with all their strength, and that also it is blaster fireproof, as exampled when Rose Tico failed to kill her with a blaster pistol. However, when Finn holds her hostage with a gun up to her armor, how does that work? She's literally like,
why would she have cared? She's like,
why would
gonna shoot me?
At one point, he puts the blaster like under her helmet, but before that, it shouldn't even have got to that point.
Yeah, and then I think the biggest tragedy about Phasma is that she was played by Gwendolyn Christie, who was most famous at the time for playing Brienne of Tarth in a little-known show called Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
and
that might be why.
Did this to her? Yeah. Are you freaking kidding? Dude, she could have been I've never watched that show, but she could have been Vader, like Kylo Ren's inverse Vader. She could have been actual Vader, just a woman, but still, imposing, powerful, badass. But instead, there's just nothing to say.
Because it had to have been last minute, because like you said, she could have had such a prominent role, but it was so last minute that was the best they could do.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So
yeah. Anyway, I didn't think we'd rant about Phasma that long, but
yeah, that's kind of. I mean,
I will rant. I could talk shit on Phasma for the rest of my life. Okay, so one more small little thing I want to mention. It's like a fun little trivia fact before we move on here. Is that one of the pilots in the assault is played by an actress named Jessica Henwick, who is one of the many loves of my life. Yeah, and check this out. I don't know if you knew this, but she was originally in talks to play Rey. And I saw a quote from her where she
that is her.
regrets not accepting the offer to play Rey. But, she has a small role here, and she was in the Marvel shows, Iron Fist and Defenders and stuff like that. I feel like she's an actress who never really got her due in the sense of the kind of roles that she's been in, because she has so much more potential as an actress than a lot of what she's been in. She actually did an independent movie recently that I really want to see, because it's finally she's gonna be able to flex her muscles. But I'm actually glad that she didn't play Rey, because considering how this trilogy turned out, I wouldn't want her to have her reputation affected by that.
So it's funny because apparently someone asked her recently if her character survived the final battle in The Rise of Skywalker, and she said that Jess Pava is alive and well. You can read up on all her adventures in a new spin-off comic book, so don't worry, she's doing great. She's living her best life.
That's the only spin-off book that I want to read, because
she's an X-Wing pilot that's featured in numerous issues of the Poe Dameron comic series. So that's actually cool.
Awesome. Okay, so kind of fast forwarding because it's just a little bit of nothing. They have these detonators that they're gonna put on various parts of the thermal oscillator, which at least the weakness to the big weapon that they're trying to blow up isn't as obvious. But I mean, I kind of hate Rogue One because it's like, in retrospect, that was something that somebody intentionally did, as opposed to just the Empire being stupid and blinded by power. But anyway, so they're making their way through, putting the detonators on, they like split apart. And then Han sees his son,
Dude,
Kylo Ren.
I think this might be my favorite part of the movie.
And then he confronts it. Yeah, so he confronts him, on a bridge with no guardrails. So, like, I don't know how much more obvious they could have telegraphed what was about to happen. Like,
everybody saw that coming.
Come on. Yeah, like, there was no way something wasn't going to happen on there. But, he like shouts Ben, and I freaking love, like, Kylo Ren's, just like walking, with purpose. And then he hears his dad yell his name, and he just stops dead. He's like, like, oh, damn it. No, I got to deal with this.
I have a theory that he baited him. Like, he knew that he was watching him.
I think
and saw him.
There's a shot where, like, he kind of reacts like he felt him. Like he sensed him through the Force.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like Vader sensed Obi-Wan. It's like poetry, so that they run.
Yeah.
So, he's essentially like, take off your helmet, and then he's like, what do you think you'll see if I do? And then this freaking line, the face of my son. Like, oh, yeah. God, this poor guy, dude. And then, he takes off his helmet, and, he's like, I'm being torn apart. I want to be set free from this pain. I know what I have a lot I want to say
about this part,
but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Will you help me? And then, of course, Han, being his dad and he loves him, he says, yeah, I'll do anything. And then, so I want to just, say what happens first, and then kind of talk about it for a bit and rip it apart. So,
Definitely.
he takes out his unsheathed lightsaber, and then it looks like he's handing it to Han, and then Han grabs it, and then it's perfect because there's like a eclipse. The bay doors are closing where Rey and Finn
don't
are
worry,
on
I got a lot to say
level.
about this. Yeah,
they're like closing, and then as soon as the light gets totally blocked out, he ignites the lightsaber. There's all red on his face now when there was like red and blue, because of the contrast.
I'm glad you noticed all this.
And then I didn't notice it until I saw other people point it out. But he ignites his lightsaber and he kills Han Solo. And then Han grabs Kylo Ren's face lovingly, and then he falls off of the bridge catwalk, kind of like the Emperor did in Return of the Jedi. So before, because there's a thing that I want to see your opinion of that I kind of thought about, but
yeah,
what do you think overall of them killing Han Solo and some fans not liking that, and how do you think it was executed, and how did you feel just watching this?
I thought it was executed great, and I'm glad they did it. I kind of wish they would have done it in the second movie, maybe earlier in the second movie. But still, it needed to happen. It happened the best way it could have happened, almost. Fitting send-off, and I actually love what they did with Han after this movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As in still being a giant influence on Kylo and everybody. So I liked it. I like how they did it. Like you said, when he meets him on that catwalk, we already know that Kylo said that he feels the pull to the light side, and Han appeals to that. He said, we can help you. It's okay. You can come back. We miss you. And you see in the face of Adam Driver, who does a great job. Like, he's conflicted. Like, he really is. He's not playing games. Like, he's really conflicted. You see the blue on one side and you see the red on the other. and it's still dark, but then the bay doors open and the light shining in lights up Kylo even more. And if you notice, Poe Dameron said a few scenes before this, as long as we have light, we have hope, because the Starkiller base was siphoning the sun for power. So if the sun was gone, that means that it's ready. The Starkiller base is ready. It's all powered up.
Put that together with like Kylo Ren kind of becoming fully actualized.
Yes.
That's a great visual detail.
And there's even more after it. So the light is literally shining on him, and it's literally the light from the sun. So there's still hope. Now the light, like the actual sun, starts to disappear because of Starkiller base. And at that point, like you said, everything becomes black and you see the glow of the red lightsaber. And if you watch Adam Driver's face, it's almost like it is literally like a visual representation of the Force. And that when all the light goes, Kylo Ren's face, you could just see that he just becomes fully, it just
becomes
into the dark side.
Fully stoic and like,
yes,
okay, now I feel better. I feel confident. I gotta do this,
And like he gave the lightsaber to Han, and Han at that point still had his hand on his lightsaber hilt. So when the dark side kind of just took over, he actually grabbed the lightsaber back from Han and then killed him. Unfortunately, I had this spoiled for me. Not specifically how Han died, but that he died. But I didn't know, because I saw something. It said that, and then it said that it's revealed that Jar Jar Binks was a Sith Lord or something. So then I'm like, oh, okay, so this entire thread is probably just absolute BS, whatever. But I mean, so it was still a shock to see how it happened. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, I've heard that Harrison Ford wanted Han to die in Empire Strikes Back, but George, he said no, because he had other plans for him, I guess. And I kind of wish that would have happened, because I don't like Han in Return of the Jedi at all. Like, I think his role in that film is really bad. But I can understand like why some people had a problem with them killing Han and then later Luke and Leia, because I imagine like the alternate universe version of this trilogy where all three main characters reunite, and it's this big emotional moment, and they like talk about what they've been up to, over these past 30, 40 plus years and stuff, and they like laugh and joke around like they used to and stuff, and it's a really nice moment. But it is,
as far as Han, they all die, in my opinion, in ways that serve the story instead of just feeling like random nonsense. But it would have been cool to see Han sacrifice his life, fighting the Empire or whatever. He chose to join the fight, and now he's paying for it, and he's accepting of that. But I'll tell you what's better. Han sacrificing his life for his family. Like, that's better in my opinion.
Definitely.
So I think that was a great choice. And it's a great scene, it's well filmed, well acted. So I want to get your read on this real quick, because, you talk about Kylo Ren. He spent all the movie up until now, being conflicted, and even later in the trilogy that kind of resurfaces. So in your opinion, do you think there was ever a chance that he might have actually joined Han and just chose to be himself again? Okay.
I think so.
Because I've heard other theories that he as soon as he knew his dad was here, he knew he had to do that, and that was what his plan was. But I kind of don't entirely feel like he wanted to, because in The Last Jedi that kind of comes up. Like Snoke says, because he's being berated by Snoke, and then he's like, I killed Han Solo, trying to be like, no, but I'm I'm not a failure. And then Snoke said, yeah, and it split you to the bone. You know, look at you.
Yeah. It takes away. It's very narrow-minded to think that it's kind of dogmatic, and it's like there has to be more nuance to it. It's not impactful unless there is,
Yeah, exactly.
you know, a
like
struggle
if he
there.
was just like playing Han's feelings the whole time, then that's not. I can't empathize with that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's like just not as interesting. Like I do genuinely feel like when he said, "I feel like I'm being torn apart," you know, like
so good.
I feel like that was
yeah.
maybe the last remnants of Ben Solo.
Yes.
That we would see for a while. Like that was his like last cry for help. Like I can't take this anymore, Dad. You know.
I completely agree.
Unfortunately, he fully gave into the dark side, and that was all we would see of Ben Solo until kind of Last Jedi, but really in Rise of Skywalker, like 100%.
I completely agree.
Okay, so as great as this scene is, I do have one weird issue. We see that when Han walks up to Kylo, like you see like a few stormtroopers, like they pull out their like rifles and they point them at Han. Why didn't they just shoot him? Like why? Like it seems weird that they were wondering like, I want to watch what happens here. Like why
it's
wouldn't
like,
they
oh, we
just
need orders first
immediately?
It's like no, you don't.
Like, I mean, maybe they were waiting for Kylo to say something, but like, I can't imagine. Like, they've been trying to kill, you know, anybody affiliated with the Resistance up until now. Like, that was their whole mission. So it's weird that now they let this play out. Like, and then it's not until Chewie shoots Kylo Ren that they're like, okay, now we have to take action. Like, you could have just shot Han right in the head, and then.
It would have been
that would have been it's a little strange. But dude, like how Chewie cries out after Han dies, like my God, like that's his brother, dude.
That's one of my favorite parts of the movie.
They are brothers, 100%. He freaking loved Han so much, and you know, it's like, you know, like
that's one of my favorite parts of the movie by far.
Yeah, that like choked me up when I was in the theater because it's like,
and he goes crazy, dude. He starts like he goes John Wick in there with his bowcaster. Yeah,
and it's strange. Like everybody that we've seen Chewie shoot with the bowcaster and Han shoot with the bowcaster, which is really fun. That like he was using Chewie's weapon. And he's like, dude, I like this thing. But we see them fly back like 5 feet, but he shoots Kylo Ren and he just like falls down.
I like that. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up.
I guess that's because of the Force, right?
I'm assuming it's because I'm assuming it's probably because of his armor. I don't even know if he's wearing armor or just robes, but that's a great question.
I don't know if it's like full armor actually. Yeah, like it wounds him clearly, so he's not. But like, it's weird that he doesn't just because. You know, like you think, oh, he shoots Kylo with the bowcaster and he just flies right off of the thing and just falls like hundreds of feet and then dies. And okay, that's the end of Kylo Ren, everybody. Great job, Chewie. But like, unfortunately.
Oh, so I'm reading here. Sorry, but I just looked it up. I don't know what source says this, but why did Chewbacca shoot to injure and not kill Kylo Ren? And it's because he didn't want to kill Kylo because Han would have never wanted that.
Dang.
We're gonna stop there because that's what it is. We're not gonna.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
If that's not the actual reason, I don't care. I don't want to know.
I don't care. That is the reason.
And then the last thing I want to talk about regarding Han dying is Leia sends him through the Force, and just like Carrie Fisher's performance here is. Also, her best in the entire saga, in my opinion. I think she was kind of the weakest as far as people in the original
writing.
Like she wasn't bad necessarily, but she never like she only sold me when she was, you know, being like tough and assertive, but not as much when she was just a regular person and being gentle. Like it was fine. But, you know, here, like, she doesn't say anything. All she does is, like, feel something and, like, you know, like, slowly sit down, you know, because she just knows, like, I just lost the love of my life.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Like, I can't, you know, like, I think about this, you know, like, people that have been, you know, because, last year, one of my aunts passed away, you know, she had health problems for a while. She was on dialysis for a long time, and that, you know, just essentially drains you down to nothing. And then,
dude,
you know,
yeah, that's tough.
away. So, and she had been married to my uncle for like maybe 40 years or something like that. Like, I mean, that was how long they were together in their entire relationship. But like, I was just like really thinking, I'm like, I can't imagine, you know, just being with somebody for that long and then suddenly they're just not there anymore. Like, how do you, it's like, I'm surprised like Leia didn't just like lose the will to live and just pass away right there.
Well, I love how you know at that point she's like force sensitive because she feels it, you know. Great touch. It cuts to her and she just, you know.
So then, you know, they all run out of Starkiller Base, and then Rey and Finn run into the forest. You know, it's snowing. It's a great.
I love it.
I love the environment and everything about this. And then who do they run into but Kylo Ren? And he's like, "I've been running after YouTube SOBs for a long time, and I'm pissed because I just killed my dad and I'm bleeding. So let's dance." And then, you know, he pushes Rey into a tree. She passes out. And then Finn ignites the lightsaber. And I love this exchange. Kylo's like, that lightsaber belongs to me. And then Finn's like, so come and get it. Like, oh my God. It would have been better if Finn was a Jedi, but whatever.
They both should have. I see the reasoning for obviously making Rey one. But there's no excuse for not making Finn. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so, dude, like, it was one thing earlier in the movie when Finn held his own fighting that stormtrooper that had that, like, electric staff thingy.
Yeah, that was so cool. Yeah. That was one of the best fights.
But, like,
in the movie.
dude, he fights Kylo Ren with a lightsaber and holds his own for a little bit. Like, it's so weird. Like, I'm wondering how he was that skilled, or maybe, I mean, Kylo probably wasn't giving 100%, but like
Kylo was
he
injured.
Still could have, he could have taken out Finn with like 3% of his power. But it's weird that, you know, he had to struggle a little bit, and Finn even wounded him, you know, which Kylo was like, oh damn, okay, now I gotta knock you out because I was playing around too much.
Like, I know people were going crazy because, oh, he was trained by Luke Skywalker. Yeah, he was. There shouldn't have been close at all. Yes. But also, he was injured. And two, Finn was trained as a stormtrooper for whatever that's worth. You know what I mean? Also, I believe that he is force sensitive because of what they do in The Rise of Skywalker. So that could have played a part.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know.
Yeah, like, I don't entirely agree with the criticism people have of Rey where they say she's a Mary Sue, you know, because like she's overpowered and she always wins, you know, and she beats Kylo Ren and she does all these things. But I get it. Like, I think the writing for her should have had her like be a little weaker, you know, and kind of like fail in a lot more ways than she does. Like, her flaws are mainly her personality and not that much else, which I think is kind of
pretty much, right.
Not, you know, the best writing, you know, compared to like Luke and Anakin, you know, where like they get their asses kicked a little bit more than Rey does. But, you know, like, I've never heard anybody say that Finn is a Mary Sue, but like, he manages to fight with a lightsaber twice, even though he's never used one. And at this point, he wasn't confirmed to be sensitive to the Force. So he's fighting with this Jedi weapon he's never used and somehow like not totally failing. And it's like, I've never heard people say that that's weird, but that's also kind of strange. Like, I don't know. That's not me saying that it's like bad necessarily or anything, but like it's weird that all of the criticism gets lumped at Rey and not some of the stuff that Finn does here. But I mean,
and also when you see Finn though fumble a lot with the lightsaber, like he's not graceful. And I actually like when Rey gets the lightsaber at first because it's believable that she could pull the lightsaber with the Force, like how Luke does in the beginning of Empire. That is believable. And he gets her Kylo gets Rey to the edge of that ravine that splits open. And he says, "You need a teacher. I could train you in the Force." And then she closes her eyes and just instantly knows how to fight. That is a little bit of a,
yeah. Okay, so
too much of a plot device. So we're good.
Finn wounds Kylo Ren, and then Kylo's like, "Okay, screw you," and he just slashes Finn in the back, and he falls down. Dude, I felt that brutal. When I was in the theater, with the sound design and stuff. I was like, "He's not dead, is he? Oh no, oh man, please don't tell me they killed my boy." But they thankfully didn't. And then he turns to the lightsaber, which is in the snow, and then he's trying to pull it with the Force, and then it like starts shaking, and then it flies past him into Rey's hands. And some people were like, how would she know how to do that? Which I get it, because like it's one thing, like we've seen characters that can like fly a ship really good because of the Force. We've seen like in A New Hope, Luke, like blocked some of the lasers from that training droid thing when he was wearing the visor, because of the Force. Okay, fine, I get it. I feel like that's kind of like how, when like people get overcome with adrenaline, like they can like lift a car,
that's
like,
all it was.
To like rescue their child or something. Fine, but it is a little weird in my opinion. I'm curious to see what you think, that like she thought to like try and summon a lightsaber from like 5 feet away. Like it's not like I think like if they were gonna do that, they should have had a moment earlier in the movie where like maybe like she accidentally like made something like shake, and she looked at it like, what the heck was that? That was weird. How did I do that?
Two things. I agree with you, but I think they did do it at the point whenever she used the Force for mind control. And then also Kylo said, a trooper comes up to him and says something about, "Oh, she's in this wing. She made a disturbance." He said, "Yes, she's learning her powers for the first time. If we don't, the more we wait, the stronger she'll become." So this is her becoming stronger. And also it's Star Wars. It's meant to be unrealistic. It's okay to a point, obviously. I mean, I think it was cool.
I kind of like looked at it as like, I think the Force like actually like speaks to people, like it's kind of a higher power. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So like maybe like because like it awakens in Rey, who at the time had no lineage that we knew of that would explain her powers. So it's like, well, the Force sometimes just like picks who it wants to pick for reasons beyond our comprehension, Yeah, so it's
you're right. Definitely.
It's a great moment, and I love that like she looks like scared, like I love it like whenever she taps into the Force, like she's never like, I am going to activate my power. No, it's like, oh my god, I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's like do or die situation, which is fun.
Yeah. So they fight, and I freaking love that she's not graceful when she tries to fight with the saber at all. Like she's like stabbing awkwardly, and like lunging forward and like wildly swinging, and Kylo's just effortlessly ducking and dodging. You know, she spends the majority of their fight just running away, which I like. People act like she summons the lightsaber and just immediately whoops his ass. It's like, no, she runs away because she's scared and she really doesn't know how to even try to fight. Like, it's not great, but it could be a lot worse, you know. Like, I've seen
It could be a
overpowered
lot
characters
worse,
that are just obnoxious, you know. So then
it was just something dumb to get upset over. I get it. It might not be perfect, but think about Anakin in Episode 1, Phantom Menace. I mean,
yeah, that's way more ridiculous, and I've never heard any, like, I've heard people say the scene is stupid, but like, I've never heard people say it like, how did he manage to do that necessarily? But it's like, yeah, he literally helped them win the entire war, and it's like, that's so stupid. I genuinely hate it, actually. But yeah, so they're, you know, fighting, and he gets Rey to the edge of a cliff, and then, you know, they have their sabers locked, and then he's like, you need a teacher. I could show you the ways of the Force. And then Rey has a realization like, oh, the Force. Oh, yeah. That's a thing that exists, and apparently I can tap into. So she, you know, closes her eyes and, you know, kind of taps into the Force. But, like, I never understood this moment because, like, she's been tapping into the Force throughout the movie, like, on her own. Like, she does the mind trick and she summons the saber. But then in this moment, she has an epiphany, like, oh, yeah, I can use the Force. It's
I
like,
can use it.
What the hell were you doing all this time? Like,
that's where the big issue is. Yeah. That's where my issue is. Yeah. It's just such a drastic jump that it's almost unbelievable. Like, when I'm fine with her getting the lightsaber and fighting before that moment because she's obviously losing. She's getting chased through the forest and she almost dies many times. But then after that moment, she gives him the scar on his face and disarms him.
Yeah, like,
that should not happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like what should have happened is, like, she should have, like, breathed, tapped into the Force, and then, I don't know, maybe, like,
use the Force ability to, like, flip over the ravine or something. Like,
yeah, or like or like mustered up enough energy to, like, make him, like, to, like, force push him, like, really far, and then maybe, like, the ship comes and then like she gets on the ship and then he, like, runs to the edge and he's just, like, watching her fly away, and, you know, it's like, I'll get you next time, Batman, you know. Like,
but that'd be like a cool, like, serial ending to this.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of her, like, just totally, like, you know, like, she's suddenly untouchable by Kylo Ren for, like, 10 seconds. It's like, you know, like, they're not helping the allegations of her being a Mary Sue by including scenes like this, you know. So it's not a point I totally agree with, but when I hear it, I'm just like, well, I mean, that's the fault of the filmmakers. Yeah. You know. So, you know, they go back to the base and they celebrate their victory, and then
R2, sorry, go ahead.
I like that. I'm gonna get to that. Don't worry.
Sorry.
Leia and Rey hug, you know, because, you know, they're sad about Han and stuff. And I like this moment because I always read it as, like, Leia kind of adopting Rey, quote unquote. Like, she's kind of her mom now because Han was kind of her dad in a way, and it's like, you know, like, she's like looking after her, and, you know, they're like sharing this bond even though they don't really know each other. I think it's a little weird though that, like, I don't think they ever had a conversation before this moment, which is weird. Like, I think they should have established some kind of a bond, you know, at least slightly. But, you know, it's not bad. And then a lot of people were like, how come she hugged Rey but not Chewie? She just walks past Chewie. And then I think, like, JJ said something like, yeah, the editing was like, that's just because of the I forget what he said, but it just sounded like he was like trying to think of something like, oh no, the fans have a question about this totally valid thing. I don't know this. It's
the editors.
It's all like
their fault.
Come on, like, yeah, it's like she hugs him in The Last Jedi, but not in this movie after he lost. He was closer to Han than Rey was. Why was Rey the one? Actually, like, the more that I think about it, I realize that it is really dumb, and I don't like it.
Yeah, it does mean something, but there's a lot I love about the movie, and there's a lot that I just question. Like, how do you get this wrong? So R2-D2 Ex Machina, baby. Oh yeah, he wakes up out of nowhere for no reason, and we never find out why he woke up at this moment, by the way. That never comes up, so that could be another plot point that leads to nothing. I love it. Oh, I forgot to mention the other plot point that leads to nothing. Snoke says to Hux, "Bring me Kylo Ren. We will complete his training." Plot point that leads to nothing, baby. Let's go. What?
You can make trading cards out of all the plot points that just totally get abandoned in this movie. It's freaking pathetic. Because at the time I was like, oh, he's gonna complete his training and then he's gonna be way more powerful. Well, yeah, so not really.
Okay, we got to think about it at the time. At the time, it's like, okay, well, he was very, very incapable. Obviously, if Rey beat him, never having touched a lightsaber before, and we didn't know that he was trained by Luke at this point. You know what I mean? And he said, "Oh, we got to complete his training." So this movie retroactively gets a little bit more egregious after seeing some of those. So
the other thing I hate is, like, we never find out how Snoke even knew Ben Solo in the first place. Because he seduced him to the dark side, but, like, how did he know who he was? How did they meet?
Yeah, I don't want to try to even comprehend.
It's probably in a book somewhere.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna say for now on. When it doesn't lead to something, it's in a comic series, a spin-off comic.
So okay, R2-D2 wakes up out of nowhere. It's stupid, and then he has the other piece to the map conveniently. This important thing to help find Luke Skywalker that we hadn't had the entire piece of, and it's been a real pain in our ass. R2 has it, and he just woke up randomly for no reason. So now we can put the map together. Woohoo! Yay! Kill me. It's so stupid. Like, they couldn't think of any other way to get the other piece of the map. Like, I don't know. And then I freaking love this. Rey walks up to Finn, who's, like, laying on a bed or something. He's, like, in a coma, I guess. Hooked up to machines or whatever to heal.
That was a cool, like, cliffhanger for his character.
And then, no, but I love that she says, we'll see each other again. And I wrote here, at the end of the next movie. I love it. He was set up as the second lead, and then in Last Jedi, they meet up at the end of the movie.
I don't mind if they would have.
It still kind of sucks. It's just the pacing of the whole trilogy.
Done something with his character in The Last Jedi, aside from what they did.
I mean,
we'll get to that.
We're going to talk about that, but I have very mixed feelings about all that. So, Rey flies off to Ahch-To, which is a beautiful looking planet. I really like it. I kind of wonder, I heard some speculation about this, like some theories, because when Kylo's reading Rey's mind, he says, you're so alone at night to help you fall asleep. You picture an ocean. I could see the island now, So some people were, like, wondering if Rey, like, somehow saw Ahch-To, like, in her mind or something. Which maybe we never even find out about that. So it doesn't freaking matter. It's not, whatever.
It don't matter.
So Rey goes there to give Luke his lightsaber and ask for his help in fighting the First Order. What could possibly go wrong? And then we have a really weird Rocky shot for some reason. And then that's the end of the movie. So
decent cliffhanger. I mean, obviously it was huge at the time, but waste. He should have been in the movie, in my opinion.
Yeah. How did you feel about Luke being in the movie for like 5 seconds and having no dialogue?
When I first saw it, I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Wait a second. They don't know. I immediately thought they don't know what they're going to do with him. That's immediately what I thought. I was like, I was like, this feels wrong.
It's the mystery box. Why is Luke on the island? I don't know. Find out in the next movie. It's like, no.
The reason I thought that is because she holds out the lightsaber and he doesn't do anything. He just stares at her, and I'm like, they are purposely drawing this out because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and it's so weird because, you know, in Last Jedi, we all know what happens. Like, he throws the lightsaber away because he doesn't want anything to do with it. But, like,
we'll get into it.
There's even a little inconsistency in here because,
I know. Yeah.
The look in his eyes
yes.
isn't that, like, he's, like, upset or mad or, like, why is this lady trying to hand me a lightsaber? Screw all that shit. But, like, he has this look like, I don't know, like, he's kind of maybe in awe, like, he doesn't really know how to feel about it, but it's not like he's angry.
I have a feeling.
So I feel like it seems like maybe he was just, or like maybe he either thought like maybe somebody would eventually find him, and he's like, oh, okay, now's that time, or he was like, just like so overcome with emotion because it's been a long time since he's seen somebody, and like, you know, he's like, I don't know, something, but
that's
it
not
doesn't
part of
totally
it. Like,
feel.
Okay, we'll get into it.
Yeah. So
there's not much. Basically, what you're saying is there's not much to go off of at the end of this movie, so you're kind of left to speculate. And that's what we did, and that's, you know, why this movie was so big, is because it left a lot of speculation for what the rest of the trilogy was going to look like. You know, because at the time, like, there was a lot of mystery boxes, there was a lot of plot holes that we thought were going to get, you know, filled. Yeah.
So overall, this is still one of my favorite Star Wars movies. You know, it has a special place in my heart because it was good. You know, because the first prequel movie I remember watching vividly was Revenge of the Sith. I remembered seeing Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace, but I didn't remember anything aside from like a few, you know, scenes, like shots and stuff. So I considered that my start to the prequels, and then I eventually watched, you know, the other two, and then I saw the original trilogy later in life when I was like 18 or 19. So for me, this was like the first trilogy that I got to experience from the beginning. You know, like, I got to speculate along with everybody else. I got to go on the ride along with everyone else.
That's what was so fun about this trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's in my top 5. I don't know exactly where, maybe like 3 or 4, something like that. Like, it was my favorite for a while, but that title might still be The Last Jedi or not. I don't know. It's been a little bit since I've seen that movie. I could watch it and be like, nah, it's not my favorite anymore. But yeah, I think this movie has a lot of great stuff. In my opinion, some stuff is better than maybe anything we've seen in Star Wars. That's a scalding take, but it also
I kind of agree.
Has a lot of writing issues, and, you know, JJ's mystery box approach to storytelling just felt less like him creating like these plot threads that still were satisfying, because it was like, you know, like if you eat a 4-course meal, all those courses of that meal better be satisfying to eat, you know? And then so when you're done with the whole course meal, you're like, that was a great piecemeal experience. But with JJ, it seems more like, you know, sometimes I'm gonna give you like a Rice Krispie treat, but no, I'm gonna give you a steak at some point, but I don't know, you know, we'll just have to find out, hint, hint. And it's like, no, I'm hungry here. Feed me something now.
Yeah.
And why would you wait till, you know? So I have problems.
This is what I'll say.
Yeah, I feel like he should have just been in charge of the whole trilogy. It's for something like Star Wars, you know, like, it's not like Mission Impossible where like up until Rogue Nation, is Rogue Nation's 5, right? No. What's the name of the 5th movie? Is that Rogue Nation?
Fallout.
I think that's Rogue Nation.
Fallout?
No, I think, yeah, 5 is Rogue Nation. Like, the other movies, Tom Cruise wanted to bring in a different director for each one so that, like, it had, like, its own flavor. And, like, those movies don't necessarily have one cohesive story. I mean, like, they do kind of, but not, you know, like, they're also kind of standalone, so that's fine. But, like, if you're doing a trilogy in a franchise like this, you just need one dude or a team, and they didn't have that. So, you know, JJ kind of had the freedom to do his style of storytelling, but the problem is that not a lot of filmmakers really make movies that way. So, it, you know, I have been able to see the problems with it more and more over the years, but I'll never stop loving this movie. So what are your closing overall thoughts about The Force Awakens?
So I do like The Force Awakens, and here's the thing: this trilogy is the mystery meat of Star Wars, and especially this movie. This movie is mystery meat. Some people love mystery meat because they don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So there's no expectations for the taste. Other people hate mystery meat because it tastes disgusting. They don't care about the mystery. So when you watch this, it's like, okay, some of it is some of the best we've seen in Star Wars, but then you understand that it doesn't lead to anything. The good parts really mean nothing. And then other parts are important and impactful, but then what they lead to is underwhelming because there was no cohesive story. So this whole trilogy feels like the mystery meat where it's like, I don't really understand how it fits or why it fits or even what it is, but I like it.
Yeah.
And it's just so different than what George did, because George had a cohesive vision almost the entire way through, as much as one could with something that's successful. So they should have had a team devoted with a singular vision in, you know, maybe a Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau to make a cohesive picture for an entire trilogy. Because it's obvious that it's so disjointed, and that is what makes it, you know, not great. But it's, for me, the George Lucas movies, the original saga, the original 6, are always going to be my top 6 just because.
Yeah.
And then this one is right below it. So this one technically would be 7 for me. Just because I hold the other 6 on a different. I still consider it Star Wars, but I take the other 6, okay, and then there's 7. But if I look at it as an individual movie, I would put it above some of the other ones. I don't know exactly where, but I try to think about it and what does it bring to the saga, and what does it, you know, how does it fit in the saga? And for me, it's still a little bit lower because I feel like it was an afterthought of how it fits into the saga, because a lot of it doesn't fit. So, but as a standalone movie, I like it, and I think it's pretty good. Performances are good. Like I mentioned, Kylo, Han, Finn. Some fun action, cool use of the Force, nice visuals. It's fun blockbuster.
Yeah. So, okay, those are our thoughts on Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens. You know, I was the one, I wrote this one as opposed to Caleb wrote the outlines for the other ones. So it's like,
yes,
so it's kind of like the sequel trilogy, you know, where like his writing is a little snappier, whereas mine, we have to split the episode up because we get stuck talking about stuff, and there's a lot.
I didn't think we would go in detail this much.
That's just how my brain works.
I'm glad we did, because these are meant to be evergreen content. So I want to lay it all out now, as detailed as we want, as much as we want. That's it turned out better than expected already.
And you know, if anybody thought this episode was long, well, the Last Jedi one is gonna be like our Revenge of the Sith one. I think is a little over 4 hours, right? Yes. I think the Last Jedi one is gonna take like 3 days to do, because there's just so freaking much. Well,
there's more meat when you get into the sequel trilogy. Not meat, but there's just more to talk about, because there's just I don't know. There's
a
lot
very
of
polarizing movie, and there's a lot to analyze. But I'm excited to watch that one again. So
I am too. So
thanks for being on, as always. It's always fun to talk Star Wars.
Yep. Thank you for hosting this and writing it. I think it turned out great. So
yeah,
I'm excited.
I think it came out better than I thought. It was certainly more cohesive than this trilogy.
I was going to say that. Yeah, it was more cohesive than a J.J. Abrams movie.
Yeah.
So
thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed. For sub to our YouTube channel if you're watching on YouTube.
Yes.
Check out our TikTok because the views on that are really weird. That's at the Senate Pod on TikTok.
I'll link it.
Yeah, link it. And we will see you in the next one. Peace.
May the Force be with you.
Hello there. Welcome back to the Senate Podcast. Today I'm joined, as always, by the General of the 501st. I couldn't think of another nickname.
No, I like that. I think
Caleb
that fits.
Johnston. How's it going, dude?
It's going great. I do. I love that. I love that intro because the 501st is my favorite. I like a lot of the different divisions and whatnot of the clones and stuff. But the 501st is so cool, man. I really like the Coruscant Guard and the 501st. Those two are just like classics. But yeah, man. Like I said last episode, hopefully everyone can go check that out. That was our Star Wars Day special episode for February the 7th. If you want to learn more about that, just go watch that, or just go to the hashtag Star Wars Day podcast or Star Wars Podcast Day. But at least we're doing some Star Wars podcasts because these are my favorite. So I've been doing pretty good watching Star Wars movies, getting back into Star Wars content, and I love it. Star Wars is so much fun.
Yeah, for sure, dude. So so we are back on our retrospective of the Star Wars sequel trilogy. We've done the original trilogy and prequel trilogy. Check those out. Those were a lot of fun to talk about. And this episode is going to be a doozy because
before we get started, I do want to say something. We, like you said, we did the original and the prequels. So my favorite and most anticipated retrospective was episode 3, but I think this is my second most anticipated episode. Would be the one we're doing today. I'll let you say it. But also you're hosting it, which I think makes a lot of sense. And you hosted the Force Awakens, and I think you did an amazing job hosting the Force Awakens. So I'm excited for one to do this retrospective, and two for you to host, because for people that don't do podcasts and they just listen, when you're the host, you have to do everything. Like, you control the pacing essentially.
Yeah.
The guest or the co-host or whatever kind of just replies and plays off of the host. So it was a lot of fun to be in that co-host seat because I could think about my responses a lot more, and I feel like my analysis were just so much better because I could just think. And your hosting was great, so I think this is going to be a very fun episode.
Oh yeah, well, I just want to give everybody a glimpse into the gravity of this situation. So, except for Revenge of the Sith, I'd say for all the episodes you hosted, all those, I didn't take a ton of notes. I rewatched the movies, took like a few pages of notes. For Revenge of the Sith, I think I had like 5 pages because there's a lot to talk about in the movie. In that movie, there's a lot going on. For Force Awakens, I didn't really take that much. For this, the Star Wars Holiday Special, right? Oh no, that's not what we're talking about today. No, it's The Last Jedi, baby. Everyone's favorite Star Wars movie. I think
we're finally here.
I took 11 pages of notes, and I think he has like 9.
I have 9. Yep.
This is gonna be a disaster. Why are we doing this?
This is gonna be crazy. But we're here.
I'm gonna have to hibernate for I'm gonna have to take a week off of work and just sleep and play video games. Good God.
So I don't know how long it took you to finish it, but it took me about 2 weeks to do this. So it took me about 2 weeks because I was just kept pausing the movie. I wanted to make sure I wrote down literally
So much
all of
puzzle.
my thoughts. Yeah. So this is probably our most in-depth video we're ever gonna we've made up to this point. Actually, I think Revenge of the Sith is more in-depth than this, but this one is up there with it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. So okay, with the sequel trilogy, I wanted to kind of structure the episodes like a remedy game, meaning there are multiple plot lines stacked on top of each other. So there's obviously the general plot line of us doing a retrospective of all the movies, but I also with The Force Awakens, because that was, in my opinion, the most hype I've ever seen for anything ever. Like, the hype for that movie was insane. We may never get anything like that ever again, because Infinity War and Endgame are done, and the hype towards like the MCU and stuff isn't that big, and the same with Star Wars. So we may never get anything like that again. So I wanted to talk about it. So before we start talking about the actual movie, real quick, I just wanted to get our kind of journeys, like after The Force Awakens, where we were, what we thought of it, leading into this. I'm gonna start first because I don't remember seeing any trailers for this movie, which is weird. Like, I've seen like other people react to the trailers and stuff, but like I don't remember actually sitting down to watch a trailer for this. So for me, like, the only stuff leading into it was like some of the fan theories I've seen, regarding Rey and Kylo Ren. Some that I can remember off the top of my head are Kylo Ren, because when he says to Han, I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Some people were like, maybe he's like a double agent, and like that was him saying like, I don't know if I have the strength to fully commit to this. And then like he had to kill Han in order to like totally buy into, being like a spy for the First Order. And then there were some like weird Rey theories, like, she's Luke's daughter, she's Obi-Wan's daughter, granddaughter, whatever, which I think was kind of a plan. We'll talk about that when we get to Rise of Skywalker. But Rey was the reincarnation of Anakin, which sounds interesting, but I think would have been terrible. So I'm glad that Star Wars writers aren't writing these movies, because oh man. So yeah, for me going, I was just excited to see, like how much more, self-actualized, the characters were going to be, what was going to happen with Finn, because he's hurt, what roles he going to play in this movie, how they're going to incorporate Luke, is he going to reunite with Leia, all this stuff. So my theories and anticipations weren't a lot, because I kind of missed on the marketing of this. So real quick, I'm going to turn it over to you. After The Force Awakens, where was your mindset at? What did you want to see in The Last Jedi? And if you have, had any specific like theories in your mind, what were they, and were you hoping to see any of them actually come to life in the story?
Yeah. So I do remember the trailers vividly. And this is a point in time where theories really blew up, like you were saying. One of the huge theories was, who is Snoke? Because
there were a lot of
you had Kylo as an antagonist, but you need that Emperor figure, and obviously they kind of just tease Snoke a little bit in The Force Awakens, similar to the Emperor in the originals. But the big theories out there were, who is Snoke? Is he Plagueis? Is he Palpatine? Is he something else? So I just remember really the theory of who Snoke was very intriguing to me, and then also who Rey was. And I think one of the ones that I believe was she was somehow related to Obi-Wan. Like, she was, we found out that, whatever, she was Obi-Wan's granddaughter.
Some people were saying that because he's one of the people that speaks in her vision. So some people were like, well, why would that be the case? Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't go that route. But there were just a lot of theories, and It was fun to theorize at that time because, obviously pre The Last Jedi, nobody knew nobody would have thought that the future of Star Wars would have looked like this after The Last Jedi. So it was a very interesting time, 2016 and 2017, post The Force Awakens. So, yeah, it was a interesting time.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch upon fan theories a little bit later in this episode because they're actually relevant, which people might be wondering what I'm talking about, but
I think
see.
The Last Jedi doesn't answer a lot of the fan theories anyway, so it kind of
I'll just
leaves
bring
it
it
up
up
for debate.
like because there's this like Ryan Johnson haters like to bring up this picture of him wearing a shirt that says "Your Snoke theory sucks," and it's like, oh, he doesn't have respect for the fans, and it's like I mean, maybe I think he might have been like a little antagonistic a little bit at times. That's never great, but like a lot of those Snoke theories were terrible. Like
They were.
He was Darth Plagueis. I think I saw one that like he was like Anakin's corpse or like some weird shit. Like
there were some bad theories. Yeah.
Just go take a nap. Okay. What are you doing? Okay. So, theories, speculation, intrigue.
Yes.
Was the wait worth it? Was it satisfying? Well, let's get into it. I'm going to take a quick drink break, and then we are going to dive into this. I have a bad feeling about this.
Here we go.
Okay. Obviously, with every Star Wars mainline movie, opening crawl.
Yes.
The opening crawl for this movie is nothing special, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that, it's perfectly standard, like it sets up the tone, the First Order is going after the Resistance. They found their base, Leia's, kind of at her wit's end. She's waiting for Luke, to come. There's a specific quote, Leia is certain that Master Luke Skywalker will return. Interesting. I mean, she ended up being right ultimately. So, get somebody who has that much faith in you, in your life. So, we begin with this great, like, sweeping shot of, like, it, like, starts at, like, a bird's eye view, and then, like, it flies past, like, a lot of, Star Destroyers and stuff. And then we meet up with Poe, and he talks and all the First Order people so that the Resistance has enough time to pack their stuff up and escape from the base. And, right off the bat, we're introduced to an element of this movie that a lot of people weren't really a fan of, which is the humor. So, just real quick, just to kind of set up, not set, like, I guess explain or whatever. Like, Star Wars has always had, like a kind of quirky sense of humor. It's like, people hate when other people say this, but Star Wars movies were made for kids. So they always had like a childlike whimsy, and they had like wacky moments. Like you think of C3, R2D2, and how he like screams like a human being. Like wow. Like it's fun. Like there's that moment where him and Luke are on Dagobah, and like he's like
it's
swimming,
so good, dude.
and like it's just silly. There's like
it's supposed
really
to be
silly moments.
Dude. The humor's awesome.
And to be fair, in this scene there is still a lot of that. Like BB-8. He starts beeping, and then Poe's like, "Happy beeps, buddy. Come on, we pulled crazier stuff than this." Like there's stuff like that. And when he's talking about Hux, he says, "Skinny guy, kind of pasty." But then so he pulls up to the Star Destroyer. I don't know what the big ships are called. And then he's like, "Hey, I have a message from Leia for General Hugs." Instead of Hux, he says Hugs. Okay, that's fine. And then like Hux answers, and then he pretends that he doesn't hear him, and then one of the other leaders is like, "I think he's toying with you, sir." But then there's this really weird line where Poe's like, "Okay, well look, I can't hold forever. If you see him, tell him I have a message for him about his mother." And it's like, Star Wars has never like that's a joke that like somebody in the MCU would make, or like in like like your typical teenage kind of story. Like that's like early 2010s humor. It's like, yo, mama, bro. Oh, got him. Like that, like stupid frat boy. And like even like when I saw this movie for the first time, I'm pretty sure I was like, what did he just say? Like, so, just like real quick, what do you think about the humor in this movie as a whole? And do you all share the criticism that it feels at odds with all the other installments in the franchise at all?
So I don't mind. Actually, I don't mind that mom joke, but I do think the humor is not great. In my little introduction thing I wrote up here, I said that this movie introduces bits and pieces of a galaxy not so far away. And I think that's the issue with the movie as a whole, really, and especially the humor feels weird compared to everything else in Star Wars. Like Star Wars has always had some great humor. But in this movie, it's just weird. I don't mind the whole thing with Poe at the beginning. I thought it was like a fun way to open the movie up.
Yeah, I think it's really good, but that one line, some people were
I get it,
kind of like, what? And then too, I noticed this movie has a lot of like, I mean, not a lot, but like there are like a few like minor swear words, but they're just swear words that we use. And it kind of feels like, oh, so these characters live in, this, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away type universe, but they talk kind of like we do.
Yeah. And that's one reason the originals were so good, even over the prequels, was because they committed to just the weirdness of the world that they lived in. And in this, it's kind of like they get rid of all the weirdness, and it's like, a little bit, this doesn't feel like a galaxy, like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. This feels like not so long ago in our galaxy, not too far away. So,
So, real quick thing I've noticed about this scene: what would have happened if they would have just blown up Poe's TIE fighter? I guess their plan would have failed, right? Like, I wonder if he thought about. I mean, he probably did, and was like, "Well, screw it," because he is kind of like Han Solo, where like he doesn't really think about stuff that he does.
So I had this thought earlier today, and I was like, who Poe reminds me of? Poe actually reminds me of Luke. If Luke never grew up on the farm, if Luke would have actually grown up on like Yavin, like Poe did. Poe grew up on Yavin, in the Resistance his whole life. So I'm like, what if Luke, instead of always dreaming about being a pilot and seeing other worlds, what if Luke actually grew up in the rebellion from the beginning? I think him and Poe are very similar.
Dude, that never even came close to crossing my mind. Oh my, wow.
And I know, people compare Han and Poe. To me, Han is a lot more like Rey. Rey and Han are very similar, but to me, Poe is actually like the Luke character. Obviously, they take drastic, departures from that. But in terms of the pilot, Luke was the pilot.
Kind of like that in A New Hope. Like he
reminds me of A New Hope.
He's like really cocky in that movie.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Then I also want to say something, and I want to preface a lot of things before we get into this, and I hope people hear this, is the fact that a lot of things that happen in Star Wars don't make sense. It's not supposed to be our world. It's not. It's sci-fi and it's science fantasy. It's not. It doesn't make sense sometimes. Like, I know we're going to get into it right now, but like, just as an example, the bombs falling in space. That, for one, that makes sense. And two, if you're just going to boil down your, like, the whole movie into, oh, they drop bombs, there's no gravity in space. It's like, dude, that, for one, it's not how it works. You can push bombs out of something. And you know what I mean? It's just like,
and two, like, there's actually, I forget exactly what it was, but like, there's some, I don't know if it's like magnetic or something, but like there's something inside of them that like made them just fall straight down.
Yeah, and the point is that is such a dumb argument, and a lot of people pick and choose the dumbest things about this movie to be upset over instead of
Yeah.
legitimate reasons, that you can critique this movie and may have an issue with it. Now, the only thing I want to say, and then I'll hand it back over, is in A New Hope, one of the things that has always bothered me since I was a little kid about A New Hope is Luke taking the shot to blow up the Death Star. It's not the fact that he made the shot. It's Star Wars. It's meant to be unbelievable somewhat. It's like, oh, he used the Force. Wow, look, that was amazing. But it was the fact that when he fired the torpedoes into the Death Star, they do a right angle when they go into the port. Like, it's not like he just fires them straight into the port. He fires them, and somehow they make like a right angle.
Oh yeah, because like the hole's like here,
Yes.
and then they go like this, and they go like that. Yeah. I never. I've
people
seen
don't bring
that movie
that up.
like plenty of times, and I never really even. I kind of
From seeing that, I was like, wow. Obviously, that was some kind of special effects, thing that they had to do it that way. But it's like these are the things that you can just let go. Like, it doesn't matter. There's so many other parts of the movie that I think you can have such an interesting and deep conversation about, aside from boiling it down and focusing on some really irrelevant stuff. And that's how I feel about like this mom joke at the beginning. I think it was kind of funny. Like, okay, not the greatest humor in the world. It's kind of like MCU humor, but it's like an icebreaker. This is the beginning of the movie. We're breaking the ice. I get it. It's all right. So yeah. All right.
Okay. So then, once they realize he's stalling, what follows is it. In my opinion, maybe, I don't know if I'm going to say the best, but top 3 openings to a Star Wars movie. Like the space battle dogfight in this is
so
freaking great. And
it's so
we
good.
get to see, I really thought about this recently. It never really clicked with me before, but like, this is one of my problems with the prequels, right? Is that everybody's always saying, and even in the original trilogy, Anakin was the greatest pilot. He's such a good pilot. Is the great pilot in the room with us right now? Because what did he do in the prequels when he was flying anything that was that impressive? I don't know. But here, we get to see why Poe is like Leia's right-hand pilot. Because, he's freaking drifting an X-Wing, which we've never seen before. He's leading like 3 ships through these like slicer things. And, he's like flying through it. And then they're flying through it. And they're like, they're like slicing up themselves. Like, we get to see Poe in his element here.
I want to interject. So I completely agree with you, and that's why Poe started to remind me of Luke. Because if you remember in last episode, I asked you, I said, "Hey Tony, do you think Poe is somewhat Force sensitive?" And it completely slipped my mind that Poe's backstory. I alluded to it earlier. He grew up on Yavin during, the time of the rebellion, and there was the last Force tree in the galaxy was brought from the Jedi Temple and brought and placed in Yavin, and he used to, as a kid growing up, play on this tree that was connected to the Force, the last one in the galaxy. So growing up, there's, they're alluding to in Star Wars in his backstory that maybe it rubbed off on him, and maybe that he can be somewhat sensitive to the Force because of this, because of growing up like that. It's actually very interesting, but that's why he sort of reminds me of Luke.
Where's this backstory for him?
I'm gonna look. I don't know if it's a novel or comic. Looking it up, but yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So then, do you just want me to keep going?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No. So Poe fights he's shooting off some of the cannons and stuff. And now we're introduced to Captain Kennedy, who's just like a great cheesy Star Wars villain. I love that guy. And then the Resistance escapes, and then Leia's like, "Okay, Poe, great job. Come back to base." And then this is where we get our first glimpse as to Poe's arc in this movie. He's cocky, and sometimes he disobeys orders. He says to Leia, "No, I'm not bringing everyone back. We have a chance to take out a dreadnought." And then Leia's instantly like, "What did he just say? I'm going to beat this boy's ass?"
I'm pretty sure it was in his comic series
through
Marvel. I'm pretty sure. But yeah.
So then, we get the fight with the Dreadnought, the other fighters,
Dude.
following Poe. It's badass, like it
It's
just
so
blows
like
shit
Star
up
Trek.
effortless.
Yeah, it's a that is a sci-fi machine right there.
Oh yeah. That's one of the things that the sequel trilogy creates that I like. There's some things that they created that I'm not a fan of, but this is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, why haven't we had something like this in a Star Wars movie before? It totally makes sense. And like it's cool, like because the First Order, in some ways, they seem like they're stupider than the Empire, but they make up for it, I guess, by having better technology and stuff like that. And then so soon we're introduced to Paige Tico, who is an important character, even though she doesn't have a lot of screen time. Now, when I first saw this movie, her sacrifice scene just had me sitting there like it is so well directed. It's operatic. It's intense. It's somber. How they play with the sound design and the cinematography. Like, like she falls off of a ladder and then like the remote falls, because she has to press the remote to detonate the bombs. And then it looks like it's going to fall past her. And then she catches it and presses it and sacrifices herself. And I saw, there's this YouTube channel called Film Joy. And there's a guy, Mikey Newman. I don't know if you know who he is.
Never heard of him.
He's actually an ex-developer at Gearbox Studios.
Oh, nice.
He's been doing YouTube stuff for a while, and he did a video about The Last Jedi, and he said something about Rian Johnson's filmmaking style that I just love. He says he knows how to make small feel big and big feel small.
That's true.
And
small feel big
is one of the
here.
biggest, most epic moments in the whole series. That might make you think I'm crazy. I don't care. It's freaking great. And he gave her, like, she's, in my opinion, a great heroic character, even though she says maybe like 3 or 5 lines, but like I just love that whole sequence.
I have to back you up here. I think that Paige Tico is one of the best characters in the movie, especially the way she is written, the way it is obviously directed and everything. I mean, you're spot on. I have in here a list of my favorite characters, and she's in there. I think that she is actually, and they should have highlighted this more in the movie, she is the spark that lights the fire. Seeing, and we'll get into it, but seeing the sacrifices that the rebels make, it's done and wrapped up so well into this moment here with the bombers at the beginning of the movie. It is awesome. So,
and then so they blow up the Dreadnought. It was a hard fought victory, and then there's just a shot that I want to give props to Carrie Fisher.
Oh.
May she rest in peace. I was sad when I found out she died. Her performance in The Force Awakens was really good. Her performance in this movie, A1.
Yeah.
A1.
Yeah.
This is her at her best.
I have a lot of problems with the way they wrote her character, but in terms of her acting, yes, I agree.
Yeah, for sure. And there's just like this like quiet shot of her seeing, like she's looking at, all the pilots who died on the screen. There's like red X's over them. And then there's like a shot right before Poe and the others arrive where she's just like sitting at a table like this or something like that. And she doesn't say a word. You just see everything on her face and her physicality. Like she's broken. She's barely holding it together, in this position that she's been put in. It's great, I love, that's one of the other reasons that this is still my favorite Star Wars trilogy, in spite of everything, because I think the performances in this trilogy are way better than the performances in any other Star Wars movie. And that's not throwing shade at anybody. That's just saying the caliber of the cast and all that, and how everything's a little grittier, a little more realistic. I just think outshines other movies in that respect. at least.
I do want to I want to preface something, and then I want to get into 2 points real quick before we move on, because I know what we're about to go into. So what I want to say is, for anyone who is listening or who has listened to all of our Star Wars retrospectives, or there's a lot of different people out there that like the originals, people that like the prequels, people that like the sequels, whatever. We love all of Star Wars, and like you said, this is your favorite Star Wars movie. My favorite is Episode 3. Now we're not going to be on here just trashing one thing and loving another.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're trying to be fair, and we're talking about things we love, and we're critiquing things that we think could have been improved on, whatnot.
I think we're positively and negatively talking about every Star Wars movie so far.
Yeah, so I think so too. I think we did a great job, and then I want to preface this a little bit because you said this is your favorite. Originally, this wasn't my least favorite, but after watching it again, I think this might be my least favorite.
Really?
Yeah, and I didn't expect that.
Now I'm really excited to talk.
Yeah, I actually, for the longest time, I was like, oh, Last Jedi, it's not my least favorite. But then watching it back, I'm like, there's a lot wrong with this movie. Like, there's a lot I love, but there's a lot that's just wrong with it, I think, as a movie. Not even a Star Wars movie, just a movie in general.
It's weird, yeah, because my recent reaction was I both like it more than I did and also like it less.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
There were things that I've realized about this movie that I never realized I love, and then there's stuff that I thought that I liked that I realized I never liked. So I'm glad that's one reason I'm glad we're doing these retrospectives. It keeps you open-minded and all that. So that's kind of what I just want to preface this with. And then one thing I want to say about Poe here is, like you said, he is their elite, their ace pilot. So why is a pilot giving commands to a bomber squadron or giving orders to an army to attack? They should be taking their orders from Leia, General Leia. They should not be taking orders from Poe.
I do find it weird that Leia told Poe to come back.
Yeah,
I assume that she would have told that message was for everyone else too, but then Poe says no, and then he tells everybody to follow his lead.
Why do they follow his lead?
Not one of those effers is like, hey, Poe, what the hell are you doing? Leia told us to do this. They're all like, okay, Poe, okay. Like, how stupid are you? Like, really? Like, what the hell?
So, yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. And I think after I realized that and I saw this in the movie, I was like, okay, this movie, the writing is going to take a turn.
Yeah, that whole conflict felt a little manufactured.
Exactly. There's like, it felt out of character for like these characters. I get they're going through something like their development, but I realized with the writing that we were kind of in for a bumpy ride with that, because it felt very manufactured. So
I never really looked at it that way, but that's actually a great point. And I have no problem saying, yeah, I think that sucks.
Right, yeah, it's just weird. Great moment and one of the best openings for a Star Wars movie. I agree. It's awesome.
So then, the Resistance failed. It's like a running thing through this movie, which I kind of hate, that like the First Order is just absolutely terrible at fighting the Resistance. Like, they're just so incompetent. And there's a specific line later that I'm going to bring up, but like it's essentially lampshading that, which I don't know why they would do that. I mean, like, it's amusing, but so everyone fails, and then someone says, oh, Hux, you have a message from Supreme Leader Snoke. And then he's just immediately like, okay, I'll take it to my chambers, bye. And then he starts walking, and then a freaking giant hologram of Snoke's head just appears right in front of him, and he's like,
I love it.
You freaking idiot, you failed. And then Hux is trying to explain himself, and Snoke force throws him around the room from wherever he is. Like that, like, that's a great way, like, it's a amusing moment, great humor and stuff, but it also is a great way to show Snoke's powerful as hell. You know, and it's like the same thing, and I think it's Empire when Vader force chokes a guy through a monitor room.
Yeah.
And that guy's in another room. How did he learn to do? Oh my God. Okay.
Wow. I'm so glad you brought up Empire Strikes Back because I want to reference my opening thing that I wrote down.
You just reminded me. I had it in my head to say this and I forgot. Oh, the movie starts with the enemies finding the hero's base and trying to blow it up. That reminds me of another second installment in a Star Wars trilogy, but I can't remember what it's called.
It is very much like Empire, and I love that many moments feel like a copy and paste of Empire Strikes Back because it feels like it in the best ways. It feels like a classic Star Wars story in that way.
Yeah,
the bad guys shine, and to me, the Last Jedi, the bad guys they shine. And the Force is extremely prominent in the movie in the ways that it was in Empire. And I like that.
So then we cut to Finn. He's in like a hyperbaric oxygen chamber thing, I guess. That's not really what it is, obviously, but I don't know what it is. I've never seen it before. So, you know, he wakes up. I didn't even put this together until now. He wakes up and the first thing he does is he screams Rey. Which, okay, it makes sense because, you know, he was with Rey fighting Kylo and he got knocked out. So, you know, he still thinks he's back there and he's worried about Rey. Even though he was unconscious for that whole fight. So then how would
they really do a number on his character.
Whatever. So then, you know, he gets out of the thing and he's walking around with like a bit like a water pad thing on and then, you know, it's supposed to be like slapsticky.
I kind of it. I'm not
yeah,
gonna
it's not,
I liked it.
Yeah, he runs into Poe, and I never had a problem with this until now. I get that he asked where Rey is because, you know, he wants to make sure she's safe. No problem. But him and Poe, like, he sees Poe, you know, his friend who he barely saw in the last movie, and he, you know, was in a life-threatening situation. I think him and Poe should have, like, had a brief conversation about stuff first, you know, like, talked about, you know, all the crazy stuff they've been through. And then Finn could have been like, oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you, where's Rey? But it's like, no, these two friend characters show up. And instead of their bond being strengthened in this movie, like you would think in a sequel, he's just immediately like, I don't care about you. Where's Rey? And it's like Poe should have just been like some character Finn really didn't know, and it would have served the exact same purpose. Like, I don't know. Like, my problem with this movie is that it doesn't let the cast be together and grow closer more for like most of the movie. And it's like, you can't really make a trilogy and do that because then in the third movie, which is what they did, you're just going to have to like rush a whole bunch of character development and stuff. So, I mean,
There's so much to say about this, dude. They ruin Finn's character in this movie.
I partially agree, but yeah.
And I'll get into it later, especially the ending. But Finn, they ruined him because of the ending. But in this moment, I know what you're saying, and it's just, what are they doing with Finn? We'll get into it, but it was done.
Yeah,
Finn's character was not done well. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll share why I don't entirely feel that way, but I also, you know, whenever I hear people say that, I'm like, I mean, I get it, dude. I get it, you know. Okay, so then we cut to this movie does a great thing where like it like asks questions about a character and then it transitions to something relevant to that character. So Finn, where's Rey? Cut to Octo, and that's where she is. Which, by the way, one of my favorite Star Wars planets. It's so beautiful. It seems so cool, peaceful, and you know, you could tell there's like so much history here. You know, like it feels like, you know, like a old tourist destination where like, you know, some classic war was fought, or maybe there was like a army base way back or something. Like it just has a great lived-in feeling to it. And then okay, so we're getting to something very contentious. Okay, so, you know, we're back with Rey, where she was at the end of The Force Awakens. You know, she finds Luke. She hands him the saber. Luke takes the saber, takes a good long look at it, and then he throws it over his shoulder and walks away. So when you saw that the first time, after waiting all this time to see what they were going to do with Luke, and then, oh, she's giving him the lightsaber. Oh, my God, he's looking. Wait, what the hell? Wait, where's he going? Is he leaving the movie? So what was your reaction at that moment for the first time that you saw it?
I'm going to have such a different take on this than anybody else. Because I remember, I remember exactly my friend. I remember who I was with, where I was sitting in the theater, and I remember this movie vividly. I remember so many things about this movie, more than any other Star Wars movie in the theater. And when this happened, I had a big smile on my face.
Really?
Yes, and I was like,
I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah. So he's looking at the lightsaber, and he throws it over his shoulder, and I'm sitting there smiling. I'm like, oh. I was like, we're in for a movie. I'm like, they are really committing to this. And it was because this was the first and the biggest subversion of expectations in the movie. And I don't think subversions of expectations is a bad thing at all. I think it can be very, very good. So when I first saw this, I was like, this immediately, and I wrote it down here, immediately feels out of character for Luke. And that's not a bad thing, because this is not the same Luke as the originals. I think that's a big problem later on, but I get how you're not bringing back the same exact character. Something has happened to him between the last time we saw him and now. And when they did this, I'm like, oh, now we're going to see what happened to him since episode 6. I'm like, and I'm like, what happened? And I think what is bad about the movie is their explanation of what happened. But
yeah,
this intro of him, I didn't mind at all. I was like, oh, wow. This isn't the first time he threw down a lightsaber. He threw down his lightsaber in front of the Emperor. Why wouldn't he do it in front of some random girl that shows up on his island? Like,
it's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I unfortunately, I didn't see this in the theater. I watched it for the first time. I rented it from Redbox, and I surprisingly didn't have anything spoiled for me about the movie, but like I saw vague comments of people saying, like I saw one comment that's like, I didn't think it was possible to make a Star Wars movie worse than The Phantom Menace. And I'm like,
oh, that's coming back to theaters, by the way.
Oh, sweet. I was like, wait,
for its 25th
people
anniversary.
are hating this movie, and then a lot of it's centered around, what they did with Luke's character. And I was like, okay, now I really want to see it. So then I was watching the movie, and that moment happens. I was just really confused. I was like, oh, okay. And then, I think my only problem with this scene is that, like, I feel like any normal person would have been wondering, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you handing me a lightsaber that I haven't wielded for, like, 20 plus years? But he doesn't ask any of those questions right away, and it's like, I don't, like, I mean, I guess that on one hand, I guess that shows like how jaded he was. Like, he didn't care about anything. Like, he couldn't have been bothered to want an explanation about that. But I also kind of am like, Luke, are you an idiot? Like, you still have a brain though, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you at least want to know that?
I have a small little diatribe I want to get into. I'm obviously going to expand on it later on, but I want to say that there is a through line through the Star Wars movies, specifically, the main Skywalker saga. The Jedi were prominent in the prequels, but they were wrong. The Jedi in the prequels were wrong. We see this in Obi-Wan and somewhat in Yoda in the original trilogy. They start to lead Luke down the wrong path, the dogmatic views of the Jedi. And Luke takes a different route, as I just alluded to when he was in front of the Emperor and Vader, threw down his lightsaber. Luke doesn't make the same mistakes that the Jedi, the prequels, make. Problem with this movie is a lot of fans, and I think this even rubbed off on Rian Johnson, who, let's clarify, was the writer-director. He wasn't just the director.
Yeah.
He was the writer-director. That needs to be clarified. He had too much power. I'm sorry. But
Rian Johnson's maybe my favorite filmmaker, at least one of my top 5. I love him as a director. I adore him as a director. As a writer, not so much. As a writer, not as much.
I don't think he understood, and I feel so confident in saying this. I don't think he understood the nuances and the differences between the Jedi. That the Jedi were wrong. So what happens is Luke does start to act like Luke from the original trilogy, but the problem is they take his character who was on that trajectory and they kind of turn him around to be like the dogmatic Jedi of the prequels and make him sort of like a new Obi-Wan when Obi-Wan was wrong and he grew
I got
past
something to
that.
say
So
about that. But yeah, I do.
We're gonna get to it, but yeah,
really rip off that Band-Aid.
I'm sorry, but I think Star Wars
fine.
fans understand this. I think they do it, but I don't think Ryan Johnson did not understand this. So that's why I don't have a problem with him throwing the lightsaber down. Obi-Wan in the prequels told Anakin, "This lightsaber is your life." They were wrong.
Exactly.
Even Yoda later in the movie says that the Jedi texts are just some old books. That Rey has everything she needs to know inside of her. Same thing with Luke, especially Luke in Return of the Jedi. He had everything that he needed inside of him. He didn't need that weapon, and he strike me down. The Emperor was saying, "Strike me down," but Luke was like, "No, I'm not going to make the same mistakes that the Jedi made." So. I don't have a problem with him throwing his lightsaber behind him. Whatever. They're past this. They're developing. They're moving. The through line through Star Wars is continuing until the writer who didn't understand that does starts going backwards. Like I think it's pretty evident.
I'm gonna push back on that a little bit, but yeah. So I want to speed up a little bit because there's been a lot to dice. So then. Luke walks away, and then this is a really weird part of the movie. He changes his clothes, which shows us a very important plot detail, which is Luke has a designated outfit that he puts on to walk to the edge of a cliff and stare at nothing. I don't understand it. We don't get an explanation for it. I don't know why we have to see this. He's like telling Rey to leave and she's being persistent. And then it is symbolic, like in Return of the Jedi, he changes from light clothes to dark clothes. I mean, that's not exactly a big creative thing, but it's, like a reference to that. And then we get this really weird part of the movie where Rey just follows Luke around as he does stuff, and like it's paced and edited, so like why are we wasting? I mean, weird. I guess that's the point. Like he's wasting her time, but bro, like why do I have to watch Luke catch a big fish with a really big spear? How did he learn to do that? I don't know. And then he's drinking milk from some animal's titties, which is fine, I guess, but like because that's the best way to drink milk. When I saw this, I was like, "Oh, Disney had their way with this." I was like, "Yeah, this is Disney." It's so stupid. I don't know. And then Chewie kicks in the door of his hut, because freaking Chewie's like that.
Chewie's like, "I'm over this."
Older brother who just like, no, stop being a freaking idiot. You're gonna listen to what I have to say, you freaking douche. And then he's like, Luke's like Chewie, and then he freaking asks, "Where's Han?" And you get to, shout out to Mark Hamill. This is far and away his best performance in this whole saga. He A1 yet again. And then, how he asks where's Han, his face. You just know he's instantly like, wait, Chewie, there's a certain guy that I knew who's always been attached to your hip. He's not here. What the hell's going on? Something's not right.
Good moment.
Great moment. Yeah. And then we cut to Kylo. He goes to Snoke's throne room. He was summoned. Now, I know I said I wanted to speed it up, but unfortunately, this scene, I pretty much have to specifically quote every line of dialogue. Because
it's okay. I don't have a lot for this scene.
All their conversation is just so relevant. So then, Snoke, he goes on this long thing where he's like, when I saw your bloodline, I saw the potential for a new Vader. Now I fear I was mistaken. And then Kylo's like, I've given everything I have to you, to the dark side. And then this is one of the moments when I was watching the movie for the first time that I was like, oh. Snoke says, take that ridiculous thing off. And then now Kylo takes off his helmet and, he's just scarred. He looks like a scared, angry, embarrassed kid, and then he's like, Snoke says, "You have too much of your father's heart in you, young Solo." Yep. Snoke is cold. Everything Snoke says is cold. He's cold, dude. He's so cold. He's ruthless. And then Kylo says, "I killed Han Solo. When the time came, I didn't hesitate." Now, I never put this together until now. He says, "I didn't hesitate to kill Han." Homeboy was lying.
He lied, yeah.
He's just trying to make himself look good. Because he explicitly said, "I don't know if I'm torn in half." So Kylo is a hypocrite, and he's afraid of admitting that he's not as powerful as he thinks.
He does this again towards the beginning of the third act.
Yeah, and then Snoke, I feel like this is like Ryan, because Ryan Johnson kind of likes to play with like structure and like
he likes to subvert everything,
in movie. So then Snoke says, "You were unbalanced, bested by a girl who had never held a lightsaber. You failed."
I love that.
Which is exactly what the fans were saying. Yep. So Ryan Johnson was like, "I'm going to take some of the stuff the fans are saying and make it part of the movie." And I think it works really well.
I loved it.
Most of the time. And then, Snoke's like, I don't remember what he says before this, but then he says, "Unless you know Vader, you're just a child in a mask." Snoke's, he's essentially saying, "Kylo, you're an embarrassment. You're a disgrace. Get the hell out of my face, you piece of gum." And then,
and it works, though.
Kylo's riding the elevator. And then I love this moment, too, where he's like looking at the helmet and then he just starts smashing it against the wall and he just breaks the damn thing. And then it opens up and there are 2 First Order crew members there. And he's like, "Prepare my shit." And he just like walks away, he's like, "Okay, I'm a kid in a mask. No, screw this mask and screw you, seeing Kylo kind of take that first step to becoming his own person, which would be ruined by the next movie. I didn't say that one. Okay, so then quick drink break.
Yeah, I don't have a lot for this part. I pretty much, I just love the interaction, especially with Hux. I think Hux had one of the best performances of the movie, actually.
Really? Because I felt like he did absolutely nothing.
No, he does absolutely nothing. But the actor, how he portrays him, amazing. Like whenever he gets done talking to Snoke, and then he walks out and passes Kylo, and he just kind of gives him that look.
He just like smirk, like,
I love that.
That rivalry was fun in this movie for sure. And then, so we're cutting back to Rey and Luke, and she told Luke everything. And then, she's like, Leia, is hoping that you'd be able to come back and help us out, bro. So what do you say, I'll even buy you a space pizza. And then Luke's like, "You don't need Luke Skywalker." And then, like Rey, a lot of people like to say, "Oh, Rey's a Mary Sue. Rey has no personality." Rey has no personality. What are you talking about, bro? Because, she's like, "Did you hear a word I just said?" She's like flabbergasted that he, she is kind of a stand-in for like Star Wars fans who are like fanboys of Luke Skywalker, and she's like,
I actually I just
told
write
you
down
this,
a lot
and
about
you
her.
didn't respond how Luke Skywalker would respond. What? She has that naivety, and I love that. I think it's endearing to her character and kind of makes her stand out in a way.
Yeah, I don't have a lot about her in this movie, so yeah.
And then a lot of fans had a problem with what Luke says here, but he's like, "What do you think I'm going to do? Walk out with a laser sword and face down the whole First Order?" And if you remember,
I like that.
What does Anakin call Qui-Gon's lightsaber in Phantom Menace? A laser sword. So Luke has kind of reverted to a sense of like childlike irreverence. He's
exactly. I love it.
He's closed himself off from the Force and stuff, and it's kind of like he's become willingly ignorant once again of this universe because he wants nothing to do with it.
Great, that's a great point, actually.
Oh no, Rey following him around happens later. Sorry, I was wondering why that wasn't in my notes. It's because it's like, And then
Yeah, first they cut back to the Resistance.
yeah. And then Rey's walking around. Wait, hold on.
Because I do have something I want to say about that. The part. Do you miss the part where Leia?
No, I have that written. I just forget.
Okay.
What the heck is going on? Sorry, guys.
Because after Luke and Rey, they cut back to the Resistance, and they introduce a character that I really want to talk about.
No, that's later. Yeah, because I wrote stuff down as in sequence. So yeah, I'm on track. Sorry. Okay. So then, Rey's following Luke around, and she hears like these voices calling out to her, and she's like, "What's that?" And then she finds like this hollowed out tree where Luke has the original Jedi text. And dude, the production design in this movie,
yeah,
incredible. Dude, this tree,
I will say, it's the best out of any movie.
Real thing that they had. Dude, practical effects are just never going to be beaten ever. I don't care. Yeah. I don't care. Like it's just great. I love the look. Everything about the look of this movie. And then Luke, follows her, and then he says, "Who are you? Remember this, by the way. Remember this for when we talk about Rise of Skywalker." He asks, "Who are you?" And then it's funny. She says, she says, I reference this in The Force Awakens, but like when Kylo Ren's reading her mind, he says, "At night when you can't sleep, you picture an island." And then, like Rey says to him that, like she feels like she knows this place. Never explained. I don't know what that was supposed to be leading to, possibly, but it didn't become anything. Plot point that leads to nowhere.
Maybe because even when she was on Jakku, she was essentially on an island herself because she was alone. So maybe that now she's on a legitimate island, secluded, like basically in exile with Luke. She knows that she grew up like that. It's familiar to her.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. To me, that sounds like kind of a stretch, but I don't know.
It is a stretch.
Yeah. And then, Luke, he says, "Yeah, these are the original Jedi texts. They're the only thing. They and me are the only thing left of the Jedi religion." Luke calls Jedi a religion because it is a religion. So like it's like, like Luke, he's apart from all this stuff, that he was indoctrinated into, kind of, and now he sees it for what it is. He's like, yeah. Being a Jedi is a religion, bro. Like it's like how he, like his perspective in this movie is like how like a outsider, like somebody who's not a Jedi or sensitive to the Force would see it. And then, there's that funny moment where he asks Rey where she's from. She says nowhere. And then he's like, "No one's from nowhere." And then she's like, "Jakku." He's like, "Okay, that is pretty much nowhere."
Yeah. See, that's the humor I like. I think that they obviously make him this hermit, and it's a weird the way they do it, but he does have that Luke humor, and that humor is awesome. I love it.
And then again, remember that she's saying she's from nowhere, not significant. Just remember that, because I'm going to go on a rampage in the next episode. And then he asks why she's here, and then Daisy Ridley's performance in this movie, it was great in the last movie. In this movie, I think it might be her best. Maybe she's saying like, something inside of me has always been there. I need someone to help me find my place in all this. And then Luke's like, "You need a teacher," but that ain't me. I'm not going to be your teacher. I came to this island to die. And it, so, when you heard him say that, and you realize, he genuinely wants to die. Like, he thinks he should just die. How are you feeling about that? Like, did you still feel like that was on brand for him, or were you starting to be like, wait, you came to this island, wait, whoa, to die? What? Huh?
I just thought that, he was doing the Yoda thing. I essentially think that they took what was fundamentally Luke about him away from him and made him another Yoda or another Obi-Wan. And
Yeah,
that's my issue with this character in this. So
yeah, I feel like, you know, because in The Force Awakens, this is yet another plot point that led to nothing. Han says that he heard rumors that Luke went looking for the first Jedi temple. First of all,
why?
Where did he hear those rumors from? Who was spreading rumors about where Luke went? How would they have known? Because he clearly didn't tell anyone where he was going, right? So I don't know what that's about. And then I feel like that's why Luke should have went, like, he should have left to, like, pursue some kind of, like, knowledge or something, you know. So instead of him, like, being, you know, like the hermit who isolates himself, he is just, like, kind of trying to make himself better, you know. So then when Rey finds him, he's still Luke, but he's just like, oh, you know, I kind of feel bad that I left, you know, and people were worried about me, but I felt like I had to do this. I do feel like that would have been better, you know. It's not like
they just made
really
him a copy and
Luke's
paste
story
Yoda
in this movie, but I don't think about it and go, yeah, that's the best thing they could have done. No, that's definitely not the best thing they could have done. But I just personally don't mind it. You know, so then, you know, we cut back to Leia and, you know, her quiet reflection on what just happened. And then, you know, she slaps Poe, immediately demotes him. And then I freaking love this line from her. She says, oh, no, Poe's like, there were heroes on that mission. And then she says, dead heroes, no leaders. Damn, that is icy.
I think Poe. Okay, that's so super important for Poe in this because Poe obviously learns. Let me skip down a little bit here. Poe obviously learns. I gotta find this, man. Poe learns leaders save lives and they don't take them, and that was something that he was blinded by at the beginning of this movie, where he just wanted to destroy the First Order at any cost, and it costs lives. And Leia being a real listen to this, bro. Leia being a real leader wants him to understand that a leader saves lives, doesn't cost lives to get the goal done. They save lives, which is a theme throughout the whole movie. But that is important for Poe's character, and I think that's what they do with Poe's character here, which is why they make him sort of he's not the same character from The Force Awakens. It seems like nothing in The Force Awakens for his character mattered. His character could have been a brand new character in this movie, starting from the beginning and going through a full development. It's just weird. It just doesn't feel connected to The Force Awakens, but whatever.
I mean, yeah, we'll probably get more into that later. But okay, so the resistance is somehow tracked through light. I mean, yeah, the resistance is somehow tracked through light speed, because somebody literally says they've tracked this through light speed. And then, you know, this is a scene when I saw this for the first time, I was shook. You know, so Kylo Ren's flying his ship, and then, you know, they're like blowing up parts of the big ship.
Yeah.
I don't know the terms for these things. I'm sorry, people. I'm a fake Star Wars fan. And then, you know, Kylo Ren flies close to where Leia is. And then, you know, she, again, you know, quiet performance by Carrie Fisher. She senses Kylo Ren. He senses her. You know, they just have this. And then, dude, Kylo Ren, like, he has his hand on the trigger like he's about to fire at her. And he can't do it, bro. He can't do it. And, you know, like, you know, like, right before somebody else shoots her, like, she has this moment where she closes her eyes. Like, she's almost accepting it. Like, I guess this is going to be what happens now. It's a freaking amazing
the conflict
scene.
In Kylo's character. They do his character so well.
And dude, it's such a shame. We'll get more into this in Rise of Skywalker, but it's a shame that Carrie Fisher passed away,
dude,
after this movie, or I think before this movie came out or something. Because
it was like right before the movie came out.
They were clearly building towards Kylo and Leia having some kind of confrontation. And they couldn't really do it. And that's such a tragedy, dude. Because that would have been just, I would have died, honestly. And then this is another scene that the people had a problem with, and I actually cheered. Like, I literally stood up and was like cheering when I saw this scene. So, Leia, somebody blasts a hole through her part of the ship, and then she like flies out in space, and she's just floating there. And then she has this moment where like it like zooms in on her, and like her hand like twitches a little bit, and then she starts force pulling herself back into the ship. Dude, because the only time we'd ever seen Leia kind of use the Force was at the end of Empire, where Luke calls her name, and then like she kind of hears him, and like she knows where he is. And then
so why is it an issue in this movie?
It's like a little bit of like, wait, did she heard him? So does that mean she also Force? And then in this movie, she gets to finally use the Force. I was so excited. I was like, oh my god! So, what did you think of this moment? Because some people thought it was like, it looks stupid. She's flying through space. Like Mary Poppins, I hate fanboys. So, like, what did you think of, finally seeing Leia actually tap into the Force in like a clear, substantial way?
I think exactly what Luke goes on to say, which I hope we dive into. To think that if the Jedi die, the Force dies is vanity. The Jedi don't have a stronghold on the Force. The Force is in everything. This has been explained since the beginning. And Leia, literally, like you just said, in Empire, obviously, her and Luke have this connection through the Force. She wasn't doing anything crazy, but I loved it. I thought it was cool. People just have to complain about things. She wasn't doing anything crazy. She literally was just used the Force to pull herself back.
It's so dumb that people thought that she was using the Force to fly, when it clearly zooms in on her and shows her hand twitching, which indicates, she's, the Force is letting her use what's left of her life force in this critical moment to use the Force to do something with her hand. What do Jedis, or what do people use the Force to do with their hands? Pull and push. Well, she's not pushing herself. She's pulling herself.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was cool.
Just watch a movie made for babies then. Like, I don't,
people,
I'm going to be
people have such a dogmatic view.
I'm going to be a little rude through this episode, by the way, and sorry if that bothers some of you, but some of the fan criticism for this movie is freaking dog shit.
When people criticize this Star Wars movie, I'm thinking to myself, have you watched any of the Star Wars movies?
All right, so we cut back to Octo, and Chewie's...
Hold on, I want to say something.
Okay.
Because I believe they do, but first, don't they introduce Holdo?
No, that's after this Octo scene.
Okay, okay, just clarifying.
Yeah, I wrote my notes chronologically just so I wouldn't be jumping around, but I've still been jumping around. But back on Octo, critical plot point. Chewie is cooking a porg, and then other porgs are crying, and he's like yelling at him, and then there's this one porg that's looking at him like, and then he tells it to go away, and then he looks at the porg, and I think he became a vegan, bro.
Porgs are weird, but it was a great moment.
Character development, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're clearly made to sell toys, but I think it is. I like them better than the Ewoks because they don't play a big role in fighting any enemy force in this movie.
That's blasphemy.
They're just there to be cute, I agree. And, whatever. They're stupid and silly.
Just whatever. Yeah.
Who cares? And then Luke goes on to the Falcon. And then, he has this moment, where he's, just reflecting, he just learned that Han died. And, there's just actually a scene that they cut out where Luke, like, goes onto the Falcon and properly, like, kind of warns Han. I think they cut it because he kind of does the same thing here. Like, he sits in the chair and, like, he bows his head for a second. And then R2 comes back to life. And, Luke's reverted back to being that young kid that he was in the original trilogy. It's like, R2, what are you doing? It's so sweet, dude.
It's awesome.
Love it.
Yeah.
And then, he's like, I'm not going to come back. Nothing can make me change my mind. And then, dude, I cried the first time I saw this. R2 shows Leia's message.
Dude.
From A New Hope. Are you kidding me, Ryan Johnson? Come on.
That was awesome.
I literally had to pause the movie because I just got like really choked up. I was like, oh my.
Even Luke was like, really?
Yeah. I like what he says. He's like, that was a cheap move. Because R2, like, R2, like they have this like, like really close bond. Like, and it's cool that R2's the one person that like cuts straight to the heart of Luke's, nonsense and gets him to soften a little bit. Like, who else would it be? I think that's great.
Yeah.
And then I have here in my notes, Luke goes through I think 3 evolutions in this movie. This is his first evolution. He decides to teach Rey, but with the caveat on why the Jedi need to end. So he made a step towards being, a hero and mentor again, but he's still like, no, but I'm still pessimistic. It's not like I've magically changed my mind. And I think, oh, the Jedi are good and I need to be a hero. He's like, no, I'm going to teach you why the Jedi need to end. So it's progress, but it's, not instantaneous. And that's realistic, because people are complicated. Okay, so.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean.
Now on to one of the most baffling scenes in the movie. So a new general is appointed, right? And.
Oh, man.
It's a character.
Calm down, bro.
That we've never seen before. I love when movies do this. I love when movies do this stupid thing where they're like,
I have a quote.
By the way, this character has been here all the time, but they've just been off screen, and now we're going to bring them in and act like they've always been a part of these characters' lives. And here's a character who was close with Leia. She's the new general because Leia trained with her. When did that happen? I don't know. Probably in a book or something. It's not important. Shut up. It's like, this is so
quote,
stupid.
This makes it more egregious, and I got to say this quote because when Leia's unconscious, right? So now the leadership from in that the whatever ship they were on, they come out and literally, I think it was this lady in the leadership says audibly, "It's clear who should take her place."
Yeah,
Vice Admiral Holdo. How is that clear?
Clear to who?
Who is this? Who is this person?
I mean,
and. Go ahead.
If you're a higher power that's omniscient and exists everywhere and anywhere at the same time, then that would be clear to you because you could see into every possible reality. But yeah, for everybody else, it's like, because I remember seeing it for the first time when they like announce her. I'm like, who?
Who?
Star-Lord, man, the legendary outlaw. No.
So one of the first things that Holdo says when she comes out is she addresses Poe. I don't know if you have this. Do you have that down?
She addresses Poe?
Yes.
How so?
She says, quote, "Trigger happy flyboy. Impulsive. Dangerous."
Oh, no, that's when she's
right
talking to him because she wants to know what the... Okay, so yeah, we can get to that because the only, Poe's shocked to see that Holdo's a woman, because... There's stories about her being a legendary fighter, which now I know.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. I get it. Like, there is.
I hate this part.
There is a thing, where sometimes, like, if I said to you specifically, like, if I told you a story about, like, like some great war hero or something, how likely would you be to assume that they were a man?
So, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
And that's why I have a problem.
So, I mean,
yeah, I know.
I don't, from that perspective, it's like, oh, Poe, he didn't think she was a woman. But also, like, I don't, like, I've never, it's like, they,
this
like,
has never been a thing
Poe
in Star
sexist,
Wars.
Which, I mean,
for what?
It'd be fine if he was that way, but, it's like, in the last Airbender, Sokka's a sexist, and then, but that's established from the beginning, and then, so when later he gets schooled by the Kyoshi warriors, it's like, yeah, that's a payoff to that, him having that flaw.
Yeah.
Aside from Leia, and he was always respectful of her, except for the one time he wasn't. So it's like, why? He's like, oh, I'm shocked that Holdo's a woman. It's like, bro, why? You're serving with Leia.
Heard that,
who's a powerful war hero.
I'm like, this makes no sense in terms of Star Wars. This makes no sense in terms of Poe's character. The writing feels like it's, like you said earlier, manufactured. This has never been a thing in Star Wars. Leia has been there since
Yeah,
the
and
beginning, the very first episode, she has always been capable. Think about Padme. Padme has always been there. She's always been capable. Why would they make Poe a random sex to
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
It's like Poe, he obviously serves under Leia, so if anything, you think he'd be like, oh, cool, another strong woman that my strong woman leader trained. Awesome. Cool. Like, it
makes no sense.
It's so weird.
Dude. And they do this specifically to Poe's character, which doesn't make sense. So they say it's clear the person who should take Leia's spot. And then the person who it's clear should take that spot does something directly in opposition to what Leia would do. When she literally looks, and when she's talking to Poe, trigger happy flyboy, impulsive, dangerous, last thing we need right now. Stick to your post and follow orders. It's exactly what she says. This is terrible leadership, and this is something Leia would have never done nor have wanted, but she was unconscious.
Yeah, so. Like I can I've always kind of, where am I? Oh yeah, I've always kind of sympathized with Holdo a little bit because, like, you know, like she's, I mean, we'll probably talk more about it later, but like she's been put in this position kind of like randomly and sporadically, and like she's kind of in over her head a little bit, but like I don't know, like
she's so
like,
unlikable.
So like, you know, because like some people are like, oh well, you know, Poe got demoted, so she doesn't have to tell him anything. Okay, fine, but like, does him getting demoted automatically mean that he doesn't get to know anything at all? Like, I don't know. Like, I would just think
you have
that
to talk to him in this way.
I would just think that like that would limit his access to knowledge a little bit, but because before Finn leaves, you know, to go on the side quest, you know, like he asked Leia what her plan was, and then she just like tells him, and he's not even really a part of the Resistance. He's just like,
he tried to flee like 2 seconds before that.
Yeah. So
Desert.
like,
yeah,
you know, like Leia had no problem telling Finn the plan, who's not a soldier, but Poe gets demoted to a lower rank.
It makes no sense. Like, this makes no sense.
It does kind of feel like, I'm going to save it for later when this gets more fleshed out. But so, you know, Finn tries to leave because he wants to make sure Rey's safe, and he learns that the Resistance is in danger. And then he meets Rose Tico, Paige Tico's
great
sister.
Introduction.
Yeah, great introduction. Yep. And I love, like, when she sees him, she's like, "You're the Finn." And then he's like, the Finn.
Yeah.
You know, and then Finn says he's not a hero, which I love that because, you know, he's not yet trying to be a hero. And then, you know, Rose, like, you know, Kelly Marie Tran, in my opinion, her, you know, I don't think the writing for Rose was always like great, but like her performance was always pretty good in here. You know, she's just like really charismatic. She's like, you know, my sister said, Rose, when it gets tough, you know, that's a real hero. That's who you need to, you know, like she's just like very animated and charismatic.
So I specifically write the introduction of Rose was done very well. She's a great addition. And I love how in this scene that you're describing, they doubled down on what her and her sister had in common, and that is the rebellion.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I had to tase all these people trying to desert. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm not trying to desert.
Oh, yeah, like...
And she's like, oh, really?
I love how Finn's like, what? And then she's like, yeah, people trying to leave. He's like, disgraceful. You know, like,
yeah, I love it.
John Boyega
awesome.
is just such a great actor too. He's really
like
charismatic.
Said, some of the best performances in the saga in this movie. I agree with you.
Yeah, and then so Rose finds out that he's leaving, and then, you know, she immediately tases him.
I love it.
And then
it's so good.
Yeah, you know, like this is an example of like in this movie of like, you know, like a strong woman in a position of power over like a guy that feels natural. Like it doesn't feel like manufactured, you know, like Rose is just like, this is this is my job. You're trying to leave. I'm going to tase you now. You know, like it's like she doesn't lecture him on like his toxic masculinity or some bullshit. It's just like, you know, she's just,
it's like, you don't need to do that.
I mean, there are some cases, but not necessarily in Star Wars. Maybe
with these established characters, or in a world like this too, that it's already been established that this isn't a thing.
Yeah. So then Finn's trying to explain himself, and then Rose is like, "You're a selfish traitor," which I mean, kind of. And then so Finn tells Rose, they're. Rose is like, we could just jump the light speed, and then Finn's like, well, they could track us through light speed, and then Rose is like, wait, what? And then they form a plan, and then they're talking to Poe about it, and then they tell him what they found out, and then this is an interesting line that I'd never noticed until now. Poe's like, how did you two meet? And then I think it's either Finn or Rose that says luck, and then Poe's like, good luck or bad luck, and then they're like, we're not sure yet. And it's like,
that's a good line. Yeah,
it makes you wonder if like luck and the Force are kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I like it. It's a good point. I didn't catch that.
Yeah. So then, okay, here's a knock against Poe that I've always had. People are like, oh, Holdo's, she's rude to Poe, she doesn't tell him anything. Well, Poe here finds out critical information that maybe no one else knows, and C-3PO specifically like, are you gonna tell Vice Admiral Holdo? And then Poe's like, it's a need to know plan, and she doesn't. So Poe,
I love that. I'm sorry.
I mean, Poe's also kind of not
in this.
being a team player either, because he's like, oh, I'm not going to tell her. Why? Like, I mean,
you're right, but they put him in this position.
That's the beauty of it, where it's like, I understand why he did that, but like, I feel like it's kind of that Last of Us Part 2 thing, where it's like certain things that happened to the characters in that game are kind of their fault. Kind of.
Yeah.
Not entirely.
Well,
but
and I like it because they double down, at least in this movie, they do double down on characters being flawed. Yeah. And I like that.
Yeah, I think it's refreshing to see flawed Star Wars characters, because aside from the prequels, that's never really been the thing.
It's just gotta make sense within the their character development. Like, that's why it's so absurd what they did to Poe, because that's not a character flaw for him.
Yeah.
Which they just kind of manufacture it at the beginning of this movie for some reason. But like you're saying, with this instance, I like it a lot, because they kind of back him into this corner, and it's a flaw in his character that leads to a good development for him throughout the movie.
Now,
but I get it.
On to another baffling scene in the movie. So they call Maz Kanata.
Oh my!
Via Skype. They have a Skype call with Maz Kanata, who's like engaged in a union dispute, and then she says, you do not want to hear about it, which is like, this character only exists to bring up interesting stuff, dude, and then say, oh, but that's not important. That's not important. But like, I want to know what Maz Kanata was doing. Like, I want like a short Disney Plus special about this. And because it's like, she's like fighting these dudes, and she's old, and she has a union dispute.
That would have been a better side story than Canto Bight.
We're gonna talk about Canto Bight, because I kind of love Canto Bight, but yeah. And then she's like, "Oh, you have to go to Canto Bight and find a master code breaker." This I freaking love this. She says, "Where is it? Oh." You have to find this one guy who can bypass the First Order shields. It's rarefied Kraken. Excuse my French, but are you fucking kidding me? There's nobody else who can bypass enemy shields except for this one dude.
You know what this reminds me of?
Like a video game. This is like crappy video game side quest, but way worse.
You're right, and this is one thing I noticed about this that I do want to talk about. This reminds me of Empire Strikes Back with Lando. And one thing I have always said about Canto Bight is that it feels like a great value Bespin sequence.
I mean, that made sense because they had to find refuge. This is just like, oh,
Yeah.
you want to do this thing that other people in Star Wars have done things like this? Well, you have to find one specific guy on one specific planet because he's the only one who
That's
can
why
help
I'm
you.
saying it's like a great value. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just terrible. I can't. I've never liked it, and now I just think it's awful. Okay, so I gotta kind of call Finn's intelligence into question here because the whole reason he's doing this is so Rey can be safe, right? Why does he leave Rey's beacon with Poe instead of bringing it with him? I'll tell you why.
I don't know.
Because that would have allowed Rey and Finn to be together in this movie, and that's clearly not what Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy wanted. That's the answer.
What we're about to get into involving Finn and his whole story in this movie, I think is absolutely terrible, except, for the part where he comes face to face with his, arch enemy. But
yeah. Okay, so Rey and Kylo discover that they can force Skype.
Force Skype.
Yeah. So, Rey's in her hut, and then
lit.
Dude, everything about all their interactions are shot and framed so well. Like, they're just sitting in separate places, and then
it's amazing.
They'll be like, I'll just be like looking, they'll be like, I sent what? And then, you could tell, by the transitions and the editing that they're looking at each other. It's freaking genius, and then like Rey immediately shoots her blaster at him, and Kylo's like, ugh. And then she shoots a hole through her hut and into one of the locals' huts, which is funny. And then,
so good.
This, I like that this island has maids, like a species who their whole purpose are just to be maids. I think that's funny.
Yeah.
And then it's time for Rey and Luke's first lesson. So
before this, I just want to talk about the Force Skype.
Okay.
Because one thing, remember I said it earlier, the bad guys really shine and the Force is prominent. People are like, oh, they're Force Skype. Yes, it's amazing. We see super cool aspects of the Force in this movie that almost unlike any other Star Wars movie. So I think the Force is amazing. And to me, I have this, I wrote this down later. My favorite character in the movie is actually the Force. I think the Force is a character throughout all of Star Wars. It even has developments, and it's mysterious. I love it. And I think that in this movie, the Force is the coolest character. And I think this Force Skype thing is a super cool aspect.
It's like, even people act like this is a new thing, though. But like, even, aside from Leia and Luke at the end of Empire, Vader calls out to Luke, and Luke hears him. Like, there have been instances in Star Wars, even in the prequels, where this kind of thing happened. There's that scene with Anakin and Padme.
Anakin.
Well, that's their ship name. In Revenge of the Sith, where they're looking out separate windows, and it's like they're looking at each other. And Padme's not even Force sensitive, bro. Or was she? I don't know. Find out in Star Wars What If. So then, I love, like I mentioned, Rey being naive. Like, I love that her understanding of what the Force is really basic and rudimentary. Like Luke's like, what do you know about the Force? And Rey's like, it's a power you can use to control people's minds and lift rocks. And then Luke says, this is the first instance of his catchphrase. Funny. Every word of that sentence was wrong, And then, Luke's, and he tells her to reach out, so she closes her eyes and actually reaches out. And then, he's like tickling her hands with like leaves, and she's like, I feel something. He's like, yeah, that's the Force. And then, he like smacks her hands, and she's like, oh, you wanted me to reach out, like, like I love it. Like, they gave Rey more character. Like, she feels like a regular person who's, stupid sometimes. I don't get how people say that she just feels like a self-insert, gotcha character. Right, so I love how Luke explains the Force. Like, it makes it very mystical, because one of the reasons people didn't like the prequels was the introduction of the Metachlorians, how it kind of made the Force a little more like scientific as opposed to just being, you know, like a mystical power and stuff.
So I want to say something about that. I have so much to say. This movie, it was so fun studying this movie because it made me go back through all of Star Wars just to examine things. But, dude, that's the hubris of the Jedi, which Luke goes on to say in a few scenes. But that is literally the hubris of the prequel Jedi. They tried to make this scientific explanation for the Force,
that was just
because they thought they were smarter.
In my head, like, you know how like, you know, there are different denominations of like every religion. Like there's some Jedi who probably see it this way, but Yoda, I don't know if Yoda ever mentioned Metachlorians in the prequels. I could be wrong, but I don't think
think so.
Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon who talk about that. and Palpatine.
And Mace Windu, I think.
Like, but how they like show, you know, like the cycle of the Force, you know, life, death, hot, warmth, coldness, you know, and then, you know, Luke literally says that Force does not belong to the Jedi. To think that if the Jedi die, the light dies is vanity. Can you feel that? You know, I'm like, Luke has become incredibly based in his old age.
I like it.
It's freaking great.
Because you saw him start, like I said before, people don't understand this, and I'm glad we're doing this because people misunderstand Luke as a character and the Last Jedi in the Star Wars, you know, story. But he starts to become like base, like kind of what you're saying in Return of the Jedi, and it's because he needed to save his father. So okay, we'll get to it, but finish up what this, and then I want to go into it. I don't want to. So
yeah, there are just a few more things about this sequence that are actually pretty loaded. You know, it's something I noticed.
Yeah, definitely,
so,
it's very this is very.
So then loaded, you know, Rey senses the dark side. You know, and then she's like, "I feel something." You know, darkness, and then you know, like at first Luke is just like, "Yeah, there's powerful light and powerful darkness." You know, and then she's like, "It's calling me," and then you know, she starts pulling her consciousness to the dark side. It's like a hole in the island. I get like it kind of looks like a Sarlacc pit a little bit, you know. And then you know Luke senses that, and you know like the ground starts cracking, and you know stuff, and he feels that, and then he's like, you know, Rey, stop, you know. And then I don't understand exactly what happens. It's like she gets hit by a wave and knocked down, but it looks like it's like being rewound. You know, like when you rewind like a DVD. Yeah. I mean, like it's trippy looking. I just don't exactly know what happened. And then, so, peep this. So Luke gets scared by this. He's like, you went straight to the dark and you didn't even try to stop yourself. I've only seen this power once before in Ben Solo. It didn't scare me then, but it did now. So, I noticed something very interesting about Luke in this movie. So, you know, he's talking to Rey, you know, like, oh, you know, the Jedi don't have a monopoly on the Force, on the light side. If the Jedi die, the light lives on. And then, but Rey senses the dark side. Luke still gets scared. And he sees that as a bad thing because Rey didn't try and stop herself. Like, he stopped himself. So, you know, I look at it as like, anytime somebody, you know, leaves like a toxic, you know, environment, whether it's like a relationship, you know, a toxic religious system, toxic thoughts about yourself or other people, that stuff still sticks with you and it lingers with you. So, yeah, so Luke, you know, he's acted like, you know, he's broken free from the Jedis and started to see things in a more level-headed and nuanced way. But he's presented with the power of the dark side through, you know, somebody that he's trying to teach. And he's right back to being a dogmatic Jedi. He's like, you went to the dark side. You didn't try to stop yourself. I want nothing to do with this. And that is so freaking interesting, in my opinion.
Okay, at this point in the movie, I like it because of what you just said. It is literally PTSD. It's character development. He has to learn, you know, whatever. I get it. So let me just go through this. Mark Hamill is Luke. Hands down. He knows the character. He is Luke. His explanation of the Force and his training in this movie is almost peak Luke. Like when he's training Rey and kind of teasing her, it's funny. It is Star Wars. It is like peak Luke Skywalker. I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
Star Wars should be fun with deep lessons for anyone to learn from, and they do this very well. She is describing the light side and the dark side, and then the balance in the middle. This is the lesson. The Force does not belong to the Jedi. To think that if the Jedi die, the Force dies is vanity. Luke is teaching this to her, and I love it. She feels the call to the dark, like you said, and then Luke has this PTSD moment, and he says, I've only seen this raw strength once before. He's referring to Kylo, to Ben. What about Vader? Or what about the Emperor? This is where, okay, the story doesn't fit in the saga. It's obvious
because he specifically mentioned Ben Solo, but it's like he should have just said, I don't know, something else. Like it shouldn't have been like I've only seen this power once before. It's like I've experienced this power way too many times.
Yes,
and I'm not going to do it this time.
And that's why I guess writer director is awesome, love it, but he needs to understand Star Wars more. Ryan Johnson, talking about you.
I think in some ways he really does, and then in some ways maybe not so much. But
no, he really does, because I love the comparisons where he does things shot for shot. He does get it, but in a sense he doesn't. And the story doesn't fit in the saga. It obviously ignores established lore characters in service of adapting new ones. Shouldn't be like that. Not even in this trilogy, but in the movie, and sometimes not even for the sake of the entire movie, but even scene by scene. But for what? That's what I guess.
And I just thought of this too. Like, following Luke's logic, that makes Ben Solo more powerful than Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader. There ain't no way in hell. I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. He's powerful, but bro, come on. What? He has more of the dark side than those two. Than Palpatine? Yeah. Palpatine was the most evil bastard in this entire universe. No, come on.
Now let's just say that's not a great line from Luke.
Probably, but
they could have reworked that line, that dialogue more, because it's bad dialogue. It really is. Because in their next interaction after this whole side story stuff with I guess Canto Bite, not Bespin. Sorry. They do talk about Vader and Palpatine, so let's just keep moving.
Yeah. Okay. So the Finn and Co start the mission. That's really the only thing I have. They fly to Canto Bite, whatever. And then we cut back to Octo, the second Force Skype call between Rey and Kylo Ren. Now the Porgs are on the Millennium
Force
Falcon,
Skype is lit.
So there's an important subplot of Chewie becoming friends with Porgs, and that'll be crucial.
Why are you on
this? It's just funny. It's just funny to point out.
Okay. All right.
I want a spin-off just about a National Geographic special about Porgs, like they're real. But
there's so much happening in this movie, and you're like, Chewbacca's relationship with the Porg is developing.
You can just talk about that. Screw everything. No,
it's more interesting than Canto Bite.
Yeah. Okay, so this is another, in the Force Awakens episode, I mentioned Rey, seeing how green Takodana was and just being like amazed by it because she, lived her whole life in the desert. I love this little detail of it's raining on Octo, and like she reaches out and like she touches the rain and smiles. I love that she's just appreciative of really small things. I just think that makes her endearing and a really relatable character, and then so Rey and Kylo Ren get connected again, and then I think he's like, why is the Force connecting us? He's
I like that they don't understand.
Yeah, they don't get it. They're just
revealed later.
What the heck?
Yeah.
And then I love how Kylo Ren cracks Rey's illusion a little bit. Because she thinks everything is, black and white, simple. She's like, I found Luke and he's going to come back and we're going to beat you up and you're going to lose. And then Kylo's like, nah. And then Rey's like, nah, shut up. You're lying. You're lying. I don't want to hear you. La, 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 la. It's a great dynamic that they have, because she, she's like naive and hasn't she can't imagine that Luke could possibly not be that great of a person. You know, he's like, well, he's a hero, of course. You know, the Jedi and the Force.
Well, he does kind of lie to her here, and she kind of believes
he tells her that Luke just like straight up tried to murk him. I'm gonna get into that later because the fans really pissed me off with this. I'm exaggerating. And then one of my favorite moments that I never realized it's really deep, but Rey's like, "You're a monster," and then Kylo says, "Yes, I am." Now, for the longest time, I thought this was just Kylo being like, "Yeah, I'm a monster. What are you gonna do about it?" But if you look at Adam Driver's face, shout out to him. This is his best performance in the trilogy, in my opinion. He kind of looks a little sad when he says he's a monster. So, that on one hand, he's acknowledging, that he is a monster, that, he's, evil and he's, a Sith and stuff now. But he also has that part of him, in my opinion, and how I viewed it, was like, he was also kind of upset, like, this is who I am now, and this is, the only person I'm gonna be for the rest of my life. So like Rey calling him that kind of splits him, where he's like trying to just pass it off like, yeah, I'm a monster, yeah, but he's also, just sad. He's
so much
sad
like Anakin.
Dude. Yeah, dude, exactly.
Yeah.
He's exactly like his grandpappy. Okay, so we get the Canto Bight, and now as far as the actual planet Canto Bight, I love it. I love it. One of my favorite Star Wars planets. I love the freaking space
here, the design
yachts,
is super
the casinos, the people wearing suits and stuff, the slot machine, it's a perfect, it's like really the only time this movie does this kind of thing that it's trying to do, where it takes a modern thing in our world and it puts it in Star Wars, but it makes it a Star Wars version of that instead of just that in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it's great. Like, it feels like, like, I feel like, people in Star Wars that are rich would hang out here. Of course. They would have drinks and wild parties and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I do have something to say about it. I think the side story, like the actual story itself, is terrible. I think that it's terrible side story of Canto Bight, but the design is cool. The world is cool, like you just said. I think you stated it perfectly. But it's irrelevant, especially by adapting the free the slave horses storyline into it. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems just like can we get back to like the story?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of this? It seems meaningless. It's an unnecessary subversion of expectations.
Of the movie trying to have a little too many themes.
Yeah,
which I think is a problem.
Now, the one thing that this does well that they end up ruining later on is Finn and Rose. I think that they're great together. And I think it actually would have been super cool if those two would have actually ended up together. Or, like at the end of the movie, one of them would have sacrificed himself to save the other instead of what we actually got. Because I think their chemistry together.
But
that might be a hot take. I don't know.
I don't know if you've seen their screen test together, but, they had a really good rapport.
I bet it was awesome.
So this is a part of the movie, like, again, one of those moments in the movie that feel like it's manufactured conflict because, we find out that they parked their ship illegally, or their speeder illegally, somewhere that now I don't know. If I'm Finn, I'm like, my number one concern is going on this quest and succeeding to make sure that one of the two friends I have in my life is going to be safe. So I get to this planet that I have to find somebody to ensure that this plan works, because he's the only guy in the whole galaxy who can do this shit for some stupid manufactured reason. So maybe I should really take my time and make sure I don't park my speeder or ship, whatever, somewhere illegal and draw attention to myself and do anything that could compromise this trip. Right? That's what you would think. If you were Finn, that's what you would do. If I was Finn, that's what I would do. But for some reason, him and Rose is, up until this point, has seemed like a smart, level-headed character with common sense. But they do this thing just so they can get caught and thrown in a jail cell where they meet DJ.
Don't.
And it's just I don't understand why this is why like I could see if they were kids, you know, they wouldn't think about that kind of thing and they would just be reckless. But like their characters weren't established to be dumb. So I don't understand why they're acting dumb all of a sudden.
They actually, and they actually don't even introduce DJ yet. But yeah, I know. What you're saying.
I mean that's later.
Like, why? Yeah, why?
I don't know. Whatever.
There is a Broom Boy cameo. The Broom Boy.
Yeah.
You know. There's a cameo.
So okay, here's another. You know, like they go in the casino to try and find the guy, and Finn's like, "This place is great," you know, and Rose is like, "Okay, buddy, all right." You know, and then they go on a balcony, and then, you know, like, there's this moment, you know, where he's like, this place is great. I don't know why you hate it so much. And then Rose says, look closer. And it pans to a telescope, and Finn looks through the telescope. Like, it's not, like, you know, because, like, usually if someone says, look closer, like, it's a metaphor, like, actually think, you know, and stop just looking at everything on the surface.
He literally looks closer.
Yeah, and then, you know, he sees, like, you know, like the boys, like the stable boys, like being abused and stuff. And then Rose explains that, you know, now I have a problem with this and a praise about this. So you know, because one of my problems with Star Wars is that aside from Solo, we've never seen, like, the effects of, like, crime and how it affects, like, underprivileged people. You know what I mean? Because, you know, there's crime syndicates in Star Wars, but we don't really see how that affects anybody, you know, like regular people. So I like here how, like, Rose points out that, you know, the people here made their money off of war profiteering, and, you know, that causes Finn to, like, be like, oh, I like that. You know, like, that's not something explored in Star Wars, and I don't understand, because it's called Star Wars, but they only focus on, like, one part of the war instead of, you know, because the key part of war that people don't think about sometimes is how it affects everyday people.
And it was the Resistance and the First Order both buying weapons from, like, they sold them to both. I love that aspect.
Yeah, that's interesting. But again, with the dialogue being really weird, Rose says, there's only one business that'll make you this rich. And it's like, so every single person on Canto Bight, whoever comes here, is doing the exact same thing. That kind of makes the galaxy feel really small. If the only people
that's
who
the
have
Ryan
the
Johnson
money
effect. I like
to afford that is they have to be doing this one thing. Like, yeah, I mean, war profiteering will make you a lot more money than, like, selling drugs or whatever. But, like, I don't know. I kind of just like the idea that Canto Bight's where rich people from everywhere, from all occupations, go to hang out. But it's like, oh no, everyone here, they're just profiting from war. Like, that's a pretty big leap in logic, in my opinion. Like, it's kind of like it takes something interesting and then it kind of makes it reductive, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just sidetracks. It's the pacing right here was just off.
Okay, so we cut back to Rey, who's she starts, like, training with her staff, and then she pulls out the lightsaber. And I found this interesting because she never does this again. She holds it underhanded. I don't know if, like,
I have a lot to say about this.
Underhanded, you would know because you're familiar with, like, fighting stances and stuff. But, like, is the underhanded way of fighting, like, does that, like, symbolize anything or something? Or
no, not really. No, not really. It was cool seeing it.
I was kind of hoping that would have, like, there would have been, like, a deeper meaning to it. But
so people actually had a theory way back when, before this movie, that Rey was related to Palpatine because of the way she fights with her saber. She stabs. She does a lot of, like, lunging and stabbing, and that's how Palpatine fights, which turns out that they were right. But no, in terms of underhand, no. I do have something to say about this real quick, if you're done.
What, like the training section in general?
Yes.
Well, no. So then, you know, she sees Luke watching her, and then she gets bashful, and then she slices a rock, and then, you know, that's when they go to start their second lesson. So Is that what you want to
Okay.
talk about? Okay.
Yeah, so Rey's staff is super cool. We've seen a staff
Yeah.
in Star Wars before with Darth Maul.
It's almost like that should have
Now-
been modified to be her lightsaber or something. It's almost like there's a draft of the third movie that never got made where that happens. And
Almost. Now, what I want to say is, why give her someone else's lightsaber when she could have made her own?
I genuinely hate it, actually. It's terrible.
Or she could have made her own, like, saber staff. But,
Thing that we've never seen before.
oh yeah, like lightsabers, characters aren't made in Star Wars, they're stolen. So it's just another thing where instead of making it original, let's just copy and paste or steal this idea.
That's one of my biggest problems with these movies is that by the end, that's exactly what they do. Like it's like the Walmart version of stuff we've seen before.
Yeah, and that's like, we don't want that. We want to see new things. But
Exactly.
yeah. So this second lesson, go through it all the way, and then when you're done, I'll go,
Let me see.
because there's
Okay.
a lot here.
I actually, when I saw this for the first time, this is the moment where I started to go, yeah, Ryan Johnson kind of knows what he's talking about. This is interesting. So, you know,
Actually,
Luke,
yeah.
you know, he starts, you know, he's critiquing the Jedi. He's like, you know, over the years, the Jedi have become romanticized, deified. But if you strip away their deeds and, you know, their hubris, the legacy of the Jedi's failure, because, you know, at the height of their power, they let Darth Sidious wipe them out, you know, because they were blinded. And then, you know, that's another...
It's almost like he understands
another
it.
example of Ryan Johnson being meta in this movie and his writing in general, you know, because that's what fans were saying for a long time, and he just like put some of that in the movie.
So is that him just trying to be meta, or do you think he legitimately understands this about these characters?
I think one of the things I think Ryan Johnson did well in this movie is that he took like commentary on the franchise as a whole and used, and he made that part of Luke's character and his philosophies.
Okay.
If that makes sense, like, you know, like some fans are like, oh, you know, the Jedi suck, you know, because in the prequels, you know, they did this and that, and, you know, and that. I feel like Ryan Johnson was like, what if Luke thought the same thing you people did? And then he made that part of the story. You know, so I think, you know, like Rey, her rebuttal is that, oh, you know, you saw darkness in your father and you saw that he could be turned because, you know, you saw he had conflict. So, you know, another example of Rey representing the fans, you know, she's inspired by Luke redeeming Vader like we the fans are every time, you know, we watch that moment. I think that's interesting. And then, you know, the story of how he failed Ben Solo, which is he went to confront Ben. I think this is actually the first instance of it, because then it's Luke, Kylo, and then Luke kind of so he went to confront Kylo Ren, and then he pulled his lightsaber. No, he force pulled his hut down, and then, you know, that's when he killed some of his students or whatever. That's the first version of the story. And then I freaking love what Rey says here. You didn't fail Kylo. Kylo failed you.
Oh man, do I have stuff to say?
Optimism is infectious. It really is. Like she, you know, like she's like, you know, really naive and stuff at times, but like I love that she's
supposed to be.
She's kind of
supposed to be
Superman in a way, where it's like, you know, like she believes in, you know, like truth and justice, no matter how things look. Like that's still her outlook, you know, like
that's very reminiscent of Luke.
In the end, that's what she's gonna stick to. You know, she has like strong principles and stuff. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do too. I think it's very reminiscent of Luke. You want me to go now? So, like you said, Luke says the legacy of the Jedi is failure, hubris. Then Rey says, what about the Jedi who saved him? Talking about Vader. He saw the conflict in him that he could be turned back. Then Luke says, and I became a legend.
I think that's
nice.
That part. Yeah.
That's self reflection.
He became a legend, you know. Oh no, I think
I love it.
Oh no, that's later. Okay, never mind.
So Luke says, I became a legend. There was balance for many years. Then I saw Ben. with that mighty Skywalker blood. In my hubris, I thought I could train him, and then they show the his training temple. And he says, I wasn't supposed to fail because I am Luke Skywalker. It's almost like he's talking about a certain group of people that think this.
Ah, yeah.
So, the Skywalker, the legend, but I did fail. I like this because a lot of people don't think that, you know, Luke failed or that he could fail. And I like that they just show that even Luke admits, he's like, yeah, I was a legend and I still failed.
And then I feel like, too, that's all, you know, because like a lot of the expanded media and stuff has Luke, you know, starting his own Jedi temple and training people and stuff. And then, you know, like they love that, you know, like the fans love that. That's what they wanted to see. But then in the same breath, they're also critical of, you know, Luke, you know, like failing and stuff like that. But it's like, dude, the movie's literally telling you that by Luke training other Jedi, that would throw off the balance. So it's like fans obviously wouldn't like the best thing for Luke to do after Return of the Jedi was just to, you know, just chill and just live a regular life. But he didn't do that because the fans wanted him to become a Jedi, you know, teacher, a Jedi master, and train people. And look at what happened because of what other people wanted him to do. It's almost like other people don't always know what they're talking about.
Okay, so I have a lot to say here. I'm going to go on a rant. I'm going to subvert your expectations, and then I'm going to turn around. Okay? Almost like a director we know. So, in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I wasn't supposed to fail because I'm Luke Skywalker, the legend, but I failed. Rey says, the galaxy may need a legend. I need someone to show me my place in all of this. Here is where they get it wrong. And Rey is wrong with what she says next, and you said it. She says, you didn't fail Kylo. Kylo failed you. No, Luke did fail Kylo. That's the whole point.
I mean,
at this point, though,
like that's just her perspective. But yeah.
So no, that's what. Yeah. So okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Follow along with me. Follow along with me. Rey is supposed to think this at this point because Luke was kind of not telling her the entire, situation. So this is where this is wrong. Is the fact that Luke did fail Kylo, and I want to bring up Mr. Miyagi. He says there's no such thing as a bad student, only a bad teacher.
Oh,
and Mr. Miyagi is regarded as one of cinema's greatest teachers alongside Obi-Wan and Yoda. Even Obi-Wan says this to Anakin in episode 3. He says, I have failed you. He takes accountability.
I'm going to bring that up later because there's a powerful parallel. But
yes. So I'm saying this for a reason. And we know from Duel of the Fates, we went into that before, that it was the fact that it was Obi-Wan's training over Qui-Gon's that led to Anakin's fall to the dark side. Just like it was Luke's fault for leading Kylo to the dark side. It has nothing to do with Kylo's raw strength being too powerful. It was the failure of the Master. Here's the thing. This makes sense, and it's not bad in and of itself. Luke is not perfect. And we see that here. And I actually really like this about the story. A lot of people have issues with this, but it makes sense. But here is why the majority of Star Wars fans do not like this. It's already been done. And if there's any Jedi that learn from these specific mistakes, it is Luke Skywalker. We have seen this same character development in the original trilogy. We've seen this same character development in the prequel trilogy. It's not necessarily that it's bad, but it's like the writers never truly watched Star Wars through the whole way. Seeing him make the same mistakes feel cheap and feels like, we've seen it before. They actually do make the same mistakes that the Jedi made in the prequels. Luke didn't learn from the original trilogy, so now he enters into The Last Jedi having backtracked until they undo all of this in the next movie. It's not like Luke's character in this movie. Luke always went against the status quo of mentorships. But in this, he is a copy and paste mentor. Copy and paste Obi-Wan. Nothing specifically Luke Skywalker about him in any of this. So that's my rant on that.
I actually just thought of something that is kind of a rebuttal to that, but that's for the final confrontation, but I can't wait to talk about it. Okay. Well, okay, so Flashback to Canto Bite. Rey and Finn are in jail because they're stupid all of a sudden. So here we introduced to DJ, played by Benicio del Toro. Now up front, I like DJ. He's an interesting character. He's kind of like a scoundrel, but he's kind of not like other characters of that type we've seen in Star Wars. And one thing that stuck out to me is that he's a lot of people talk about like representation in movies, like race, gender, sexuality, whatever, but like you never see people in movies. I mean, anytime you see people in movies that like have a speech impediment, they're always treated as a joke, as a punchline, as like a weak idiot. And so as somebody who does stutter myself, I loved seeing a character who stutters but is still like sly, confident, and just like a chill dude. Like like he walks his own path. He knows who he is. Like he doesn't let anything bring him down. So that's like a really small thing, but I love Rian Johnson for that, and I'm thankful that he did that because it was just really nice to see. Like I felt seen by that character.
So you talk about the introduction of Benicio del Toro as DJ. Let's back up just a little bit.
Oh, did I miss something?
Well, it's just some small things I actually want to talk about. So they cut to the First Order chasing the Resistance, and you get to see Hux. They start, you get to see Hux and in a scene, and then you get to see the Resistance in a scene. So what I want to talk about real quick is the medical frigates that start to run out of fuel. It's something very small. You might not even have it on there.
Is it like a brief transition? Because like if it was
small,
like a short scene, I probably wouldn't have even bothered to write anything down.
Yeah, it's about 55 minutes in, but it's just the whole aspect of them finally talking about fuel in Star Wars. Because I don't know if you remember at the time, a lot of people were complaining
and then
about
like
the fact
in Attack of the Clones, Anakin literally tells the stormtroopers to aim for the fuel cells. How stupid are these people? I'm so glad
you brought up...
I'm sorry. Come on.
I'm so glad you brought up the prequel trilogy. Because I have on here, medical frigate is out of fuel. Who cares about fuel in Star Wars? It's the same complaint as there's politics in the prequel trilogy. I thought it was interesting to see that they're talking about fuel. I mean, it's just like insight into the world building. I thought it was interesting to see that aspect, but I guess it does drag down the movie because it could be a legitimate complaint like in the prequels, but I like that. But that's just world building for me. I think it was cool because like you said, they talk about it in the prequels. It's just part of the world.
What do people think these ships ran on? I mean,
like,
come on.
And because Hux, if you remember, Hux is saying, "Oh, they're running out of fuel." And I just want to point out, Hux's acting is top notch. His the actor's portrayal. I cannot remember his name.
Gleason.
Yeah, he is awesome.
Yeah, he really chews it up.
Yeah. Now we're an hour into the movie, and we're 2 hours into our retrospective. But we're an hour in, and I wrote down my thoughts. Poe's acting is great, and his character is reduced to nothing. Akbar died off screen. Holdo is
They just say
Holdo is unbearable. There's a casino side mission. Luke has been castrated in front of our eyes. But wow, Kylo is awesome. Then to top it off, Benicio del Toro. Okay.
Put on a t-shirt because I'm hot. Hold on.
Okay. While Tony is gone, I want to say a few things. I have wrote down here in my thing. Scene for scene, this movie is worse than I remember. And I used to be lukewarm on it, pun intended. But now it's definitely the bottom. It's just a bad movie overall, with some really cool moments of action and the Force. Just terrible character moments in an awful story. Not much uniquely Star Wars about this, aside from the look of it and the depiction of the Force. Feels like a live-action Star Wars Visions episode. And there's a place for that, but in my headcanon, its place is not in the Skywalker saga, if that makes sense. Standalone, there is a lot to get from this and a lot of relatable characters, especially Luke and Rey. It's a shame they didn't create something original for the sequel trilogy and only half followed what George wanted instead of either fully following it or fully creating their own thing. Either be in or out. But they disrespected so many fans and characters by not wanting to commit to something, talking about Ryan Johnson, or even commit to taking chances, talking about Colin Trevorrow. It feels like too much of a mess. It doesn't feel like it's in a galaxy far, far away. It feels like it's from a writer's room not so far away because the agenda here is blatant. And to top it off, those horse creatures are the ugliest things I've ever seen in my life. So
I don't think think Colin Trevorrow and taking chances should be in the same sentence ever when it comes to filmmaking. But
wow, that's okay.
Anyway, so
you're right.
Okay, so back to they're in the cell. They're talking, and then DJ's like, "Hey, can you keep it down?" And then they're like, "Who the hell's this dude?" And then
I hated this.
He's basically like, "Yeah, I could help you, break into the First Order ship. Me and First Order codage, we go way back." And it's like, it kind of makes him interesting because it makes you wonder, like, how did this dude, like, he has history of, like, breaking into First Order ships, I guess. Like, that's interesting, but also because it's also kind of dumb, though, because, like, Maz said, oh, you have to find this, like, master code breaker. And then they just meet, like, some random criminal who can do the same thing. But I kind of like it because it's, like, one of the themes of this movie is, like, changing your perspective. So, like, it's, like, you wouldn't expect some, like, random thug to be able to help them with this thing, but he ends up helping them with this.
Subvert your expectations.
Yeah. So then, I have here, I don't get how he escaped the cell. So, like, he, like, takes out a card or something, and, like, he, like, puts it in his teeth or something, and then he puts it in the thing outside the door, and then it beeps, and then the door opens, and then what happened?
Just give him a toothpick and some bubble gum. He'll break out.
No, but it's like electronic. But like, like what? I don't know.
I don't know.
So then there's like a fight scene, and he runs into BB-8, and then he has like
he's sitting there like this, and Bob BB-8's just like dousing him.
And he's like, "What's your story, Roundy?" And like they like kind of have a dynamic in this movie, which is fun. And then so they have a chase through Canto Bight. They're tearing everything up. They're riding the Fathiers, I think they're called, which are like
the ugliest creatures I've ever seen in my life.
I don't think they're as ugly as much as they're just unoriginal. Like they're just like let's just
they don't look ugly until you look at the
cross it with a horse. It's like
yes.
That's not a new creature. That's just
so
you
ugly.
Just took two things. Cool. Pat yourselves on the back, I guess. And then they I kind of skipped over this because it's not that interesting. They run into the stable kids, and then they're like, "Wait, we're with the Resistance." And then the one kid's like, "Oh, you're with the Resistance. I'll let you out." And then they chase, and then they get to a cliff, and then they're like kind of surrounded, and then Finn says to Rose, "It was worth it though to tear up that town and make them hurt." And it's like, bro, they have the money to just rebuild. You didn't really do.
Yeah,
you
that
just
really
inconvenienced them for like a few days, maybe. And then
they really hurt them.
And then they like set the fathers free, but where are they gonna go?
Back to captivity.
They can't leave the island unless they know how to swim.
It's like one of those things where they were better. They were better off in captivity. So them setting them loose actually just.
And then like the ship pulls up, and then you see BB-8, and then it's funny. Finn's like, "Are you flying that thing?" And then no, it's DJ. They subvert your expectations. And then he's like, "Hey, do you need a lift?" And then they leave with DJ, and then it's
all right. I'm glad we're done.
So we
with
go
this
back
part.
to Luke, who's tapping into the Force for the first time in a long time. And, he senses Leia senses him, and, it's a great moment of them reconnecting.
It is.
And then we have the third Skype Force call between Rey and Kylo Ren, and I freaking love how this starts. You know, because Rey's like, I'm like, I wish this would stop happening or something, and then Kylo, in the most like
shirtless,
regular that we've ever heard him, is just like, yeah, me too. You know, like he's just so like,
yeah,
he's not like, you know, like being like aggressive and mad. He's just like, yeah, I feel like it's just a small thing that I love. And then I have here.
So was the Force cave before this or not?
No, that's after. And then
okay.
I wrote here, thick boy. Kylo Ren
Ben
is a
Swallow.
thick boy. He's thick. And then, you know, like Rey's like, do you have a towel or something you could put on? Which, I don't know. I don't feel like she would say that to him because, like, she still hates him. Like, and, like, she's being kind of way too casual here. A little bit. I mean, like, she wasn't expecting to see him shirtless, but, like, why would that even register in her mind when...
She said something like a cowl. She said, do you have a cowl?
A towel. Or something you
no,
could put
she
on.
said something else. Yeah. She
and
says,
then, like,
something.
Kylo Ren doesn't even respond. It's like, he's like...
He just completely ignores it.
See me shirtless? Well, screw you. Now, just because you said that, I'm not going to put a shirt on.
If you notice, it is actually pretty cool. Because I was wondering in this moment, I'm like, why did they do this? He is kind of showing her the scar that she caused him. Because if you see it does, the scar doesn't just run down his face like Anakin. It actually runs all the way across his chest.
I don't know if I noticed.
Yeah. It was a cool detail because I noticed in the second time they forced Skype, the scar is actually gone. I think it was an oversight in the movie. But in this third time, the scar is like a lot bigger. You can see it, and it actually runs across his chest. So, yeah.
And then I freaking love that Rey asks, why did you hate your father? And then he says, I didn't hate him. Depth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he still loved his dad, which is why he hesitated to kill him. Oh no, wait, no. Actually, you know, like she starts to ask him that, and then breaks, and then he's like, "No, say it." You know, like he's like, egging
I
her
love
on,
it,
like,
dude.
No, say it. You want to ask me why I killed my dad? Oh yeah, ask. Oh what? You're not feeling so big and bad now, huh? Are you scared? You know, I just and then
awesome, dude.
You know, Rey's. I love what he says. You know, your parents threw you away like garbage, but you can't stop needing them. It's your biggest weakness. That's why you look for them in everyone, in Han, in Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
You know, like, so it's
so
almost like they're not that different. And I know that's such a cliche, but here I think it's better than some other things that have this same theme.
You couldn't live with the failures. And where did it bring you? Back to me.
You know, that's what he a good summation of her arc in this trilogy, is that, like, she can't be, like, she has to find a family. Like, she can't, you know, she, like...
Oh, wow, it's almost like we're about to talk
like,
about
looking
that.
forward. She's like, oh, no, but Han will be my dad. No, Luke will be my dad.
And then she goes to the cave. Show me my parents.
And then we get the second version of the story, which is Luke walked into Kylo's tent and tried to murk him. And Kylo was just defending himself, you know, from that asshole Luke Skywalker. And then he says, let the past die. Kill it if you have to. And I have to go on a mini rant about this because fans are stupid. When fans are criticizing this movie, they're like, oh, you know, Rian Johnson, you know, he doesn't respect Star Wars. That's why, you know, he had Kylo Ren say, let the past die. Kill it if you have to. That was Rian Johnson saying, like, you know, I don't care about, you know, the past of this trilogy and I don't have reverence for it. Dude, that's being said by the bad guy. The guy we're supposed to disagree with and who the protagonist is going up against. Why would you think that Rian Johnson would have a villain give a thesis statement about how he feels about the franchise and be... It's like they don't want... What? How? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. I don't know. And then I love that, like, he says, let the past die. What does Rey do? The exact opposite. she goes to the cave to find answers to
yeah.
her past. You know. So
I have very quickly about this. I don't have a lot because the Force Cave or whatever made no sense in any context. What was that? That's all I have to say about it. What was
I
it?
mean,
Bro?
what was?
Explain it to me. What was
I mean, on Dagobah, Luke walks into like a tree, and it's like a thing, and then he sees Vader, and then he like chops his head off. So like,
and
what
what's
was
he
that?
see? He
Yeah,
sees
what
himself.
was that? I was just a random thing that happened.
So-
still, I mean, I don't know.
You're right, but here's the thing. That obviously, like he sees that he's going to be turned to Vader. That's the foreshadowing. Is like, oh wow, Luke is going to be turned into Vader, and obviously join me. You know, that's what Vader wants at the end of the movie, but he doesn't. Anyways, in this, she sees
Now,
herself.
I'll tell you,
like an infinite
tell you
amount of
what it
times.
is. Oh, that
Okay.
I feel like that was just like the mirror, because like she was like the thing was like a mirror. I don't know. I feel like that was just, maybe it was like a psychedelic effect. I do like the echo where like she like snaps her fingers, and then it's like an echo of just snaps.
But she says, "Show me my family.
Yeah, no.
Show me my parents."
She
or whatever.
looks into the glass and show me my parents, and they're two shadows merge into one. That one ends up being Rey. You know why that happened? And Rise of Skywalker ruins this, and I hate it. Rey's her parents. Her parents, in the context of this movie, threw her away. They were just these drunk people. They didn't care about her. Rey raised herself. Raised her mother and her father. That's why she saw herself, because she's all she needs, and she needs to learn that. And it took her this long to finally learn that.
That would have been so much better than what they did. Yeah. I agree. That would have been so much better than what they did.
So then, we hear like Rey starting to talk, and then we find out she's talking to Kylo Ren. And then, I forget what Kylo Ren says exactly, but then she says to him, "You're not alone." Oh yeah, I know what it is. Rey's like, "I thought I'd feel peace, but I just felt so." And then Kylo's like, "Alone" or something, and then she's like, "You're not alone." And then I wrote here, they're two lost souls at the midpoint of their journeys, which happen to be each other. They've been so isolated that the only way that they feel to connect to each other isn't by holding hands. It's just by touching the tips of their fingers. And like some people,
I love this because
made fun of that for some, but like, like they had no like physical contact with people really. So like that's just their really awkward way of making a connection. I like it. Like it's not like like they would like hug or hold hands. No, they barely even hold hands.
Snoke actually explains this whole thing right here really good in a little bit, but to talk about this specific instance, what I have is after this cave scene halfway through the movie, I think it actually gets much better, like in terms of a movie. What was a very slow and almost meaningless movie thus far turns around, and we get some great Star Wars. This first half of subverting expectations was just too much. It did not feel like they continued the serialized nature of Star Wars, but turned it into a blockbuster clone. And then I have Force Skype is cool. So that's just what I have up to this point. And then I do want to talk about this part where they basically touch with the Force Skypes and from here on out, because we get the introduction of an amazing character that pretty much saves the movie, in my opinion. But you can go ahead and from here on out.
For some reason, I can't think of who that is. I don't know why. And I've watched this movie like so. Okay, so Luke is exposed, and he walks in on them, which is it's kind of like a parallel to like a parent walking in on their kid, having sex. Yeah, I thought
they very much
that
did it like that.
It was like framed like that, and I don't know. I personally kind of like that choice. Just I don't know, like it makes it feel like it feels authentic. I don't know, just like feels like a thing that. By the way, like how old are they supposed to be? Are they like young adults? Or like, I guess, right?
I would assume in this like mid to late 20s.
Okay, so then Luke tells Rey to leave. And then I liked it. Luke's finally like faced with like to tell the truth of what happened with Kylo Ren. So they like have a fight. Like Rey summons like a antenna thing. Luke summons a stick, and they have like a short fight. And then I noticed that Luke is fighting with one hand. Who else fought with one hand? Vader. When he fought Vader.
Yeah, that's true.
And technically cool. Luke wins this fight because he knocks away Rey's weapon. But then Rey kind of cheats because she summons her lightsaber and then she backs him into a corner. And she like makes him like fall down. So she got the best of him, but she kind of played dirty a little bit. I think that's interesting. Like like she, like she's like a renegade. Like Luke's still like playing by the rules and fighting fair because he's still a good person at the end of the day. But like Rey, like she gets the upper hand by kind of not fighting fair. I thought that was interesting.
That's very interesting. I never considered that. What I have is Luke doubles down on being a hermit who almost turned on Rey, destroys her rock house, and then walks away. She then comes, hits him over the head, which is weird, and then proceeds to actually beat him in a fight.
Yeah, I don't know why
like
she
I
just
said, weird character moments. Yeah, it's just like weird character moments. So,
and then we get the third and true version of the story, and I want to talk about this in depth a little bit. So Luke reveals, he walked into Kylo Ren's hut, and then he like looked into his mind, and then said that he would bring about the end of everybody I cared about. Which I wonder exactly what that means. It's not like we ever find out, so screw me for being curious, I guess. I should know better when it comes to this trilogy to actually be curious about plot points that they set up. Like that's, a flaw that I have. But so, he, for like a second, he thinks about just ending him right there. So he ignites his lightsaber. And then he says, it vanished like a fleeting shadow, and I was left with nothing but shame. Check this out. And the last thing I saw were the eyes of a scared boy whose master had failed him. Who does that remind you of? Anakin and Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Anakin being scared, looking at Obi-Wan, and what does Obi-Wan say? I failed you, Anakin. Yeah. Luke has become, against his own will, the failure Obi-Wan. Of a Jedi Master that he never wanted to be. And we're gonna get into this in depth for a little bit, but I just love the tragedy of that. Like Luke became what he feared the most. I know a lot of people hated it, and some people, just real quick, people were like, "Oh, Luke would never try to kill Kylo Ren." He didn't try to kill Kylo Ren. He didn't. He just plain as day did not try to kill him. He thought about it for a second. And then he was immediately like, I'm not going to do that. What the hell? Why did I? He didn't try and kill him. I don't know why people keep saying that. It's fine to hate this movie, but stop making stuff up. Stop saying stuff happened that just clearly plain as day did not happen. Sorry, go ahead. So, yeah. No, you're
when
fine. You saw this in the theater and, learned like that's why Luke felt like he failed because he thought about killing his nephew for a split second. How did you feel about that personally? Like, did you feel like that went against how he was written previously or what?
Yeah, so I think here's where we might differ some. I hate this because I'll just get into it and I'll explain by reading what I wrote down, if that's fine. Like I said, weird character moments. Luke says Snoke had already turned his heart. This is the beginning of what I hate about this because that sentence is not something you would hear from Luke. Snoke had already turned his heart. He never thought that the Emperor had already turned Anakin's heart. Yeah. You know what I mean? So this is execution. I get where they're taking his character. I like you said, he's became a failed Jedi Master, like he never he never wanted to be, but that's what happened. But it's the execution I hate. So in the briefest moment of pure instinct, they use that line as justification, but to me that just isn't good writing, because that's not Luke's character. Like, I get it. I get that that's what they used to justify what he did, saying that he didn't try to kill his nephew, which is true. He didn't try to kill him, but that is literally what he wanted in that moment, because he said in the briefest moment of pure instinct. So in the briefest moment, his pure instinct was to stop that raw power from coming back like Vader. So it's not like he physically tried to kill him, but in his heart, he's saying that he wanted to in that briefest moment. Unless I'm just not reading.
Oh yeah,
right.
For like a brief second, he did want to, and then he felt shame.
Yeah, which is fine, and I'm gonna get there. But it's a reason, I guess, for why he lit his lightsaber in that moment to wait, and it woke up Ben. That's what he wanted in that brief moment. And then, like you said, it passed like a fleeting shadow, and I was left with shame. Honestly, it's a great line. It's a great line of dialogue right there. And characters do change over time, but I feel like the execution for this just is not good. Again, the fear in Luke is understandable. But imagine Obi-Wan wanting to kill Luke so he didn't end up like Anakin. Or at least Obi-Wan wanting to prevent Luke on Tatooine from ever following in the footsteps of the Jedi. But the opposite happened. So there's certain things that I think they're just better left alone. Like, I feel like this could have just been left alone. Like, they didn't need to go this route. Not everything needed to be a subversion of expectations, especially when it didn't serve the story, but you craft the story in a way to serve the subversion of expectations. So that's kind of my rant on this. However, where they go from here is Rey, like you said, having the full context of what happened between Luke and Ben. And Rey's line here is brilliant. You failed him by thinking his choice was made. It wasn't.
Yeah.
That is such a good line. One of the best lines in the movie, honestly. It feels like a line that someone said to Rian Johnson about his decisions that he threw in the movie. Yeah. I literally feel like someone said that to him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna use it."
I feel like maybe it would have been more on brand if maybe the opposite happened. Like Kylo Ren went on a rampage, and then Luke felt kind of unsure if maybe he should have trusted him or whatever. I sense he's being tempted by the dark side, but it's no big deal, because I redeemed my father, and then it goes
that
would
have been
and
so
then,
much
maybe
better.
he's wondering if following the light side is really the right thing, because it led to him kind of being naive and failing like the Jedi did, but not corrupting his own moral compass in a way, I guess.
And that is, I think that would have been such a better direction. And I get the end goal, and I don't think it's bad, but I think the execution is just very bad. Like you said, I think if they would have went that route, it would have made so much more sense. And they basically make Rey Luke, and they make Luke Obi-Wan. Yeah. So that's what I think a lot of Star Wars fans have issues with. We've had this. We've seen it. You know what I mean?
So,
yeah. So
they're just rehashing question for you. This is something I've heard speculation about. Do you think that by Luke seeing Kylo Ren's possible future and then trying to take action, that future came to pass because of him? Do you think he inadvertently created the monster that he wanted to destroy?
I do. 100%.
Yeah.
Yes. I think if he wouldn't have done that, Kylo wouldn't have turned, because I think the line that he says where Snoke had already turned his heart, I think that's a cop-out. I don't think that was the truth. I think that was the hubris of Luke in thinking that. I don't think that was true. If he would have just thought that, maybe he could have been I thought Snoke had already turned his heart, but I had faith in Anakin. I had faith in my father that he wouldn't turn, and I'm going to choose to have faith in Ben.
Yeah.
I think, like what you said, I think that would have been just better execution of it. Like, the execution is where it's not on brand for Luke. It was on, like you said, it was on brand for Obi-Wan, and he just makes the same mistake. And I'm like, if anyone would have learned from that, it would have been Luke. So why are we retelling this, character progression that we already got in the other movies? I feel like it's just a rehash.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair.
Until this next character gets introduced and kind of saves it.
And then, I thought you meant like a brand new character. I'm like, what? No. I like Luke says to Rey, because she wants to go find Kylo Ren to try and redeem him, and he's like, "This is not good. This is not going to go the way you think." Which it's Luke saying that, but that's also Rian Johnson saying that to the audience. Like, whatever you think's about to happen, because you've seen the other Star Wars movies. Nope. And I think that's kind of interesting. And then I freaking love this moment. Like, Rey, for the last time, tries to give Luke his lightsaber, and he won't take it. And then Rey's like, well, then Kylo Ren is our only hope. Like, she gives him one more chance. She's like, okay, well, you can help me out with this and find a better way. No? Well, then I have to do it myself. And it's like, I mean, like, it's just, I don't think she really had any other, I've really come to appreciate Rey as a character, and I love how much of a hero she is in this movie. Like, she, like, almost to a fault. Yeah, that's her whole journey. But
I actually don't have that many problems with Rey as a character.
And then, so, Luke watches Rey leave, and he's like, F this shit. I'm going to go set the tree with the Jedi text on fire. And then, who do we see? Jar Jar Binks, baby. Oh, no, wait. No, it's Yoda. Sorry. I got confused.
I love this. So, if you don't mind, after this part, let's just stop. And because it's going to be a long file for me. So what I'll do is, because it's going to be a lot, like, it's going to be long, let's split this into 2 parts. So let's just go through this part, talk about it, and then we'll end it, and we'll come back another time and do the second part.
So
just because it's a lot. So, yeah.
So, I love how he calls Luke young Skywalker, because he's always been young Skywalker. It's like when you're, when you're grown up and one of your parents is like, even though you're a grown up, you're still my baby. Like, in Yoda's eyes, Luke is always his, student who he trained on Dagobah. I forget. And then, Luke's like, Master Yoda, I'm finally going to end it. I'm going to set the tree on fire. This is all toxic. Screw all this shit. I'm done. And then I kind of like this. He has the torch, and he can't bring himself to set the tree on fire.
He can't do it.
He can't do it. I love it. Like, Luke in this whole movie is on some massive copium. He says one thing, but his instincts say another. I think that's so interesting.
And like I said, I think a lot of it comes down to the overall story and execution of some of the characters, because there are, like I said at the beginning, there are some moments that I didn't realize how much I love them, like all of this stuff right here. And then there are other moments that I thought I liked that I'm like looking at it now and I'm just like, it's not that good. I really didn't like it. But so it was so fun coming back to this movie. So yeah, I love this part so
then
much.
Yoda, he like extends one of his fingers and lightning comes down and strikes the tree and sets it on fire. And
what?
People had a problem with this. What did Obi-Wan say? Strike me down and I'll become more powerful than you could possibly do. What did you think he was talking about, bro? How can a Force ghost be powerful? I don't know. If a ghost could be powerful, that means what? They can interact with the real world in some way? Otherwise, they're not powerful because they can't do anything to affect anything.
So, I don't think I brought this up in our Return of the Jedi retrospective, but I really want to bring it up now, is the fact that George explained that Force Ghosts can do this. He actually had this in the outline for Return of the Jedi, because in Return of the Jedi, there was supposed to be, I believe, okay, I don't think I'm wrong with this, but there was supposed to be a lava planet, which eventually would turn into Mustafar. But before Mustafar, there was this lava planet that the Emperor had a palace on, which later became Vader's castle. But the Emperor had a castle on this lava planet, and in this castle, he had a giant throne, which we end up seeing in the next movie, Rise of Skywalker. They got that idea from the scrapped idea from Return of the Jedi. So, hear me out, bro. The Emperor had this whole thing in this lava planet with this throne. Everything was, crazy idea. They couldn't do it because it was such a massive idea. What happened was, when Luke showed up to fight the Emperor, who showed up with Luke? The literal Force Ghosts of Obi-Wan and Yoda. And what would happen is the Force Ghosts of Obi-Wan and Yoda were going to fight the Emperor with Luke by literally using, Force lightning and all kinds of stuff. 2 reasons they didn't do this. 1, it was very hard to do at that time. And 2, George wanted to really focus on Anakin and Luke's relationship in this and didn't want to sidetrack it by bringing in the Force Ghosts. However, Force Ghosts can do this. Like, I don't understand why people got so upset with Yoda doing this with the lightning. I thought it was so cool because Luke thinks he's doing something by destroying the tree, but he can't bring himself to it instinctually, like you said. But Yoda proves him wrong by actually just destroying the tree with basically the snap of his fingers, symbolizing that the Jedi Order has officially ended, like that it's done. That's one reason that Luke couldn't bring himself to do it, because he saw himself as the last Jedi. He was the last of, the Order. He had the remaining books. Like, it lived if he lived. It died if he died. But Yoda literally proved him wrong by just saying, no, Rey has everything she needs in her. All of this stuff that you're holding on to really doesn't matter. Bang. One of my favorite things about the entire movie.
Yeah, it's great. But I just want to read this. Okay, so Luke.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have here, Luke thinks Yoda wants to kill the Jedi Order, but he really wants to kill Luke's narrow-mindedness.
Yes.
So, I freaking love, he's like, oh, young Skywalker, still looking to the horizon.
Yes.
And then,
yes.
I'm going to get more into this later, but it's like Luke's biggest problem is that he's never totally been unable to focus on what's right here in front of him. He's always thinking about, some he's possibility or something happening on far off that I can't do anything about.
Well, that's what caused him to do the thing with Kylo. He was looking at a possible future.
And then, we get that classic line, the greatest teacher failure is, because Luke's like, I can't be what Rey needs me to be. And then Yoda's like, pass on what you've learned, but, failure, yes, failure most of all. Failure most of, because Yoda learned that, because what does he say near the end of Revenge of the Sith when he's about to go into exile? Failed I have.
And
we get to see, dude, Yoda has a character arc, dude. That's so cool.
Yeah. Yoda, the best character, not the best character in the movie, but he's one of the best characters ever. And like you said, the greatest teacher failure is, to me, best line of the movie. It sums up the movie, and I think it sums up the sequels. If we can take anything away from specifically The Last Jedi, the greatest teacher.
Yeah, and then, dude, I could tell you now, if I ever have kids, I'm gonna rewatch this movie, and when this next line from Yoda comes up, I'm gonna be destroyed.
Like your favorite line. Yeah.
Wait, I thought I was getting choked up. We are what they grow. Fuck. We are what they grow beyond. That is the true burden of all masters, dude. Oh my god,
that's his final lesson.
That's his
final lesson.
I love. This is gonna come up later when Luke confronts Kylo Ren on Crate, but the idea that Luke's like, oh, he's still kind of arrogant. even though he's old, because he's like, oh, I'm the last Jedi, I failed, that me, I'm, oh, woe is me, I can't, pass on my teachings because of this stuff, I have to, punish myself, I have to, bear this tremendous burden. And then Yoda's like, bro, you're not that important, dude. Obi-Wan and I had to learn we're not that important. People are going to live past us and be better than us. Just accept it, you freaking idiot. Just get over yourself. And that's what, like Luke, I love his arc in this movie. I'll get, because he basically, like all the Jedis, they transcend life itself. Like Luke, this is where, this is, he dies at the end of the movie. But like, I think this is where he truly experiences ego death.
Yeah,
finally. And it's just a, like, I can't think of a better character to, help Luke on, these final steps of his journey than Yoda.
It's beautiful, bro. And that's why Yoda does it instead of Anakin.
I think it actually could have been interesting if, like, instead of Yoda, it was Anakin who talks to Luke, and it's like, like father and son reunited, and, like father teaches his boy a lot, like, I couldn't be there for you when you were a kid, but I'm gonna be there for you now. But I mean,
So yeah, no, super interesting. And I want to say a few things, and we can go to part 2. So Yoda says we are what they grow beyond, and if you put it into normal, order, they grow beyond what we are. So that's why we must pass on what we know and also our failures so that they learn and can grow. And like Yoda says, failure most of all. So like we wrote down very similar things. This is the turning point for Luke. It's his final lesson. And Yoda says it's the true burden of all masters. It's beautiful. And this is why, bro, you need to watch Ahsoka. This sentiment is echoed by Anakin in the Ahsoka show to Ahsoka. It is so good. It is literally the same thing that Yoda's teaching Luke. Anakin teaches Ahsoka, which I think it's cool that we see Yoda appear to Luke because Yoda was Luke's master. And we see Anakin appear to Ahsoka because Ahsoka was Anakin's Padawan. It's super cool to see the parallels here. It's awesome, dude.
Another parallel, maybe this could be the final.
Yeah.
I literally just thought of it. So in this scene, Luke is showing another way that him and his dad were similar. Because what does Vader say to Obi-Wan when they meet? When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. And Luke, stop being he left the Jedi Order, he left Yoda's teachings and Obi-Wan's teachings, and he became a master, and even now he thought he was, I'm a master, I have so much knowledge. And then Yoda shows up to be like, no, you're still the learner. Let me teach you something because you clearly haven't learned much.
Dude, it's so crazy because Ahsoka in season 5 of the Clone Wars leaves the Jedi Order. Anakin begs her to stay, but she leaves the Jedi Order. She becomes an amazing Jedi in a master. It has Padawans and everything, much like Luke. Her and Luke are very similar. And then Anakin shows back up to teach her final lesson. And her final lesson is to learn how to become a true master. And it's so good. They're paralleled. Very nice, actually. So last thing I'll say, I actually do not have a problem with how they made Luke in The Last Jedi. I have a lot of problems with the execution, the directing, the writing, and the overall story. I think it's all very weak because it's inconsistent. But this moment with him and Yoda is one of the best in the entire saga, and it feels like Star Wars through and through.
I agree.
So, I love it. I don't want to put a time limit on this, and I definitely don't want to rush.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the best call.
If this takes us forever to get out, let's just get it all out. You know what I mean?
Most of The Last Jedi. After this, we're going to pick up with Rose, Finn, and DJ on their side quest and eventually lead into the end of the movie and all that fun stuff. So
it gets packed from here on out.
Stay tuned for part 2. Hello Hello there, and welcome back to the Senate Podcast, where I'm proud to say I'm joined by up-and-coming independent filmmaker Caleb Johnston. Don't mind him; he's just doing pre-production on.
Yeah, don't mind me. Don't mind the B-roll
project. Yeah,
indie filmmaker here.
He has a cap on and everything, so that's how you know it's serious. So we are continuing our discussion on Star Wars Episode VIII, The Last Jedi. The last episode was so long, and we went into so many points that we had to split it up. So yeah, I don't really know what to say after that, but it's just going to be more of that.
No, the last episode, I don't want to ever rush us when we have something to say. I want us to have as much time as we need to get it our thoughts out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's hard too, because you want to make it still good at the same time. You want it to be listenable and watchable for whatever form that is for, essentially, whether it be audio or YouTube where it's audio and video. So you got to kind of be smart about it. And that's when it comes into the production side. And I think splitting something like this in two parts is smart, because we went for a while. We got a lot of our thoughts out, and it was long. So now we're just going to do part 2 to that. So yeah, it's been about 2 weeks. I only wanted it to be about, I don't know, a day or two between these. Yeah. But a lot of things came up in the meantime.
I feel like we've lived entire lifetimes and then got reincarnated back to where we were, and then now we're continuing the episode.
It feels like it's crazy. It feels like I've been on a journey and I'm back now. Like I have essentially a short film coming out very soon, and I've been working on it like crazy, dude. It's my second job. So there'll be a full podcast on that shortly, and then all the videos will drop. So I'm doing some very interesting things, but essentially I've become a director. I've become a screenwriter, a scriptwriter, DP, producer, of course, everything. So it's been crazy. And not to mention, I'm starting up a second podcast that is in person, and we've been doing construction on that for a while. And today I just finished putting together the chairs, the desks, the side tables, and I'm in the middle of finishing all that up. It'll be done shortly. So yeah,
cool.
It's been a very long process, but that's about to start.
You've been making films, kind of behind, the camera,
yeah.
And I've been in front of not a camera, but in front of a director and a producer. I've been in a play, and my free time, 3 days out of the week, is just gone. It's just non-existent, So it's been a little hectic. Some nights I don't sleep a ton, but it's been fun. It's been rewarding. Trying to find other ways to act, and I'm excited. I'm excited that I get to every time I share something about it on Facebook, and some of my friends like it, and they ask oh, when are the tickets gonna go on sale? Because I want to go. That makes me feel good. It's I finally.
That's awesome.
Have something to talk about that I'm a part of. It's been a great learning experience. My character's not huge in the sense that he doesn't have a ton of the dialogue, but I've essentially done little else but just obsessively think about him, what I think his backstory might be, how I think he would react to various situations. And, I feel like we've kind of bonded in a way, and I'm actually kind of sad about when the whole production's done and I have to say bye to this guy that I've spent
a lot of time cool with, to hear that.
Yeah. So I'm excited for a lot more of that in the future. And it's cool to see that you're making stuff, podcasting, short films, and just throwing yourself into the water. Han Solo, he never thinks about the odds that something will work out until he just tries it. And sometimes that's just kind of what you have to do.
One thing I don't want to do is be like James Gunn and just tell you about all this stuff that's happening and actually show nothing. So yeah, I can't wait. I'll be able to talk a lot more about all this stuff very shortly, and we'll have a lot more to talk about. But we have a lot to talk about today, Tony.
Oh yeah. Okay, so last we left edit that out. So the last episode ended with us talking about when Yoda visits Luke on Octo, and he
Yes.
basically tells him that failure's just a part of life, and us as masters, essentially our students grow beyond us, and that's when Luke has that moment. I like that moment for Luke because like he's always been a character who's been like in his head about his own issues. I think that's why he's relatable to a lot of people, and Anakin was that way too. So it runs in the family, which I can also kind of relate to. So I love that like it took him until being an old man to like finally realize, hey, I'm not as important as I think I am, and maybe my problems aren't the end of the freaking galaxy. And that was just a great moment. So is there anything else you want to say about that moment before we transition?
Yes, there is something I want to say. So we left off, like you just said, with Yoda. I think it's the best moment of the movie because
Yeah, I think so too.
I actually think it's one of the best moments in the entire saga because it feels like Star Wars through and through. It's authentically and explicitly Star Wars in this moment. So it's the turning point for Luke, and it's because it's his final lesson from his master Yoda, and that is the true burden of all masters. And one thing I said on part one, last episode, and I want to echo it again, is just this happens to Anakin in the Ahsoka show very, very similarly to the way they do it with Luke in The Last Jedi. So really cool to see the parallels between the two. Like you were saying, you get to see a little bit of Anakin and Luke here. Super interesting. The dynamic between these two characters. And of course, the dynamic between Yoda and Luke. I love it. So that's all I got to say. I love it. A lot of problems with the movie, a lot of problems with the execution and the directing and some of the bits and pieces of the story elements and the characters development. But there's some great stuff to love about it. And I think this is a highlight right here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that like one way that Luke and Anakin are different, because they're similar in quite a few ways, but like Anakin, when he was faced with adversity, his instinct was to just like essentially like try and chop down a giant oak tree with a feather, or like a hammer. Like he was like I'm gonna solve this problem. I don't care how long it takes me. Whereas Luke's instinct is the kind of, I mean, he's run towards problems like to save his friends in Empire, but like his instinct other times is just to kind of like run away from stuff and like shut down. He's like really sensitive that way. So it's just cool to see, like he's like, it makes me wonder what Anakin would have been like as a old master had he not fall into the dark side.
And there's actually something I want to say. Yeah. Maybe it's because I've been in a very creative mood lately with obviously everything we alluded to earlier, but I'm loving the different take on Luke's character. Because I don't see it as, like I explained this in the last episode, go watch it. I explained it as it's not Luke from the original trilogy, but it's not supposed to be. He's went through some things. He's different. And a lot of people have issues with that, and I have my issues with it. Like I said, I feel like it's just not a good direction for him. But I think the creative side of me is just like, I love seeing a different take on characters.
Yeah, Rian Johnson, he was speaking at like a panel about the movie. I don't know if it was before it came out. I might have listened to this like forever ago, but I forgot. But he was talking about King Arthur and the Arthurian legends, and like it starts, he pulls the sword from the stone and he becomes this powerful king, hero, fights all these battles. But like he thinks the most interesting stuff in his life takes place after that.
Yeah.
So like it's because Star Wars is based on a bunch of archetypes, and like it is kind of like the story of King Arthur in a lot of ways. Like instead of a sword from the stone, it's a lightsaber that has this like legacy. Like your father wanted you to have this. It's like this kind of Excalibur type. Like it has all these different things. So I'll elaborate more on this when we wrap everything up, but
let's get into
I think there are things about Luke's story that could have absolutely been better. Like I don't blame people for not liking it at all. I get it, but I personally love when stories don't do the safe thing or the thing that would make people feel the most comfortable. I like when they're like, no, I'm going to show you what happens in real life. Like, and that's not all, like, I feel that way about The Last of Us 2, which is a whole separate conversation. But like, there were certain story elements that I really loved because I'm like, yeah, that's not the easy thing, but it's the realistic thing. So, okay, after that, I wrote down weird cut, but I don't remember what the transition is, so I can't elaborate on that.
Poe on the ship arguing with Holdo. I can't remember exactly the transition, but
I have, because after it's Rose, Finn, and DJ on the ship, and they're traveling.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's right. I completely left that out of my notes because I was just over that.
And
I thought
then,
it was awkward.
They're like talking about like, you can do this, right? And then DJ turns around, he's like, actually, and then they're immediately like, no, you said you can do, and then he's like, I can do it, but I just need, I forget the word he says, but like, I just need, it's not collateral, but it's something similar. And then he says he wants Rose's necklace, which was given to her, or was her sister Paige's necklace, and
best character in the movie.
This is a moment of an example of the movie being subversive that I didn't notice because it's really subtle, but I really like it, and I'm gonna spend a strange amount of time talking about it. So like in a more cliched script, this moment, like Rose would have been like, no, please, this is my sister's necklace. I don't want to give it to you. Please, I'll give you anything else. She would have like begged and pleaded for him not to take it. But like, this is just a testament to, I was thinking about this a while ago, which is why I'm glad we took so long to do the second part, because I got to think about stuff. Is that Paige isn't in the movie for that long. Maybe 5 minutes. But her presence, like Zac Farr in Final Fantasy VII, his presence, her presence is felt through the whole movie, like she's in the movie, through, how Rose acts and how she responds to certain situations and her, morals and her philosophies. And like, I love that Rose is like, I don't want to give this to him, but if that's what it'll take to save the First Order, to help them out to be a hero, then I'll do it, And like in this moment, we get to see that how good of an influence Paige was to Rose, and like she was a great role model and stuff. That Rose is willing to sacrifice something precious to her for the sake of it, and I just really like that because it's not what we'd expect. Like it circumvents, like a moment of potential drama, because Rose is like, I don't need to be dramatic about this. I know what I'm doing. I know what I signed up for. I don't like this, but I have to do it. Like it's a really subtle thing, but she's a
very interesting character.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people hate her, and I mostly don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's not the character. That is one that will always confuse me. But there's a lot of confusing things about Star Wars fans in general. So, anyways.
Yeah, and then so DJ takes the necklace, and then he walks back to go check out the ship, and then Finn follows him, and Finn is such a great friend. Like if he cares about somebody, he'll fight for them and stand up for them. So he's like, yo, you don't know how much that necklace means to her. Give it back to her. And then he's like wondering why DJ's robbing his own ship, and then he's like, oh, this isn't your ship, and then DJ, I love the interactions between DJ and BB-8, because he's like, he says that I stole it. We stole it. I just love that. Like, he formed like a bond with this droid.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a part that caught me off guard.
I like that a lot. And then, here's another theme that the movie brings up that I think is interesting, but like everything else in this trilogy, I got some problems with it. So, he's, he's checking stuff out, and he's like, oh, the guy that owned this ship, he made his money selling weapons. No, Finn says something like, well, at least you're helping. I mean, you're stealing from the bad guys and helping the good. You know, he's very naive. Like he's become a hero, but in the most shallow, superficial way possible. And then DJ's like, oh, the guy that owned the ship, he sold weapons to the First Order.
Yeah.
And the Resistance. And then Finn's like, what? You know, like he's just blindsided. And then
that realization he has right there is something that they should have made something important. They should have done something with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. But it's a side tangent. I'm curious to see like if it was, because I always assumed how things are in the original trilogy that the Empire, like, they made their own stuff and the Rebels made their own stuff. So
yeah,
I wonder if this whole like people buying stuff from the black market, you know, is like something new in this universe, or like something that happened later because like they just had to do whatever they could. Because
I know like the Clone Wars gets into that.
Yeah, because that's an example of the bad world building in this trilogy.
Yeah,
The fact that we have to wonder this stuff instead of knowing how it works is a problem.
Yeah. It's
like,
a lack of world building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason people should have to watch a movie and be like it's one thing to have subtext. I love subtext in art. I'm not saying everything should just be, you know, shallow and spoon-fed all the time. But like, dude, we're in this universe and we're finding things out. We shouldn't have to wonder like, oh, well, how long has this been a thing? And, you know, like, how does this work? But one of the best lines in the movie, in my opinion, DJ's like, good guys, bad guys, made up words. You know, and then he says, Finn, let me give you some advice. It's all a machine partner. And then if anybody wants to know what my current philosophy is as far as politics and stuff, it could be summed up in these two sentences. Live free, don't join. That's DJ's whole philosophy. You know, he's just like, this is all a machine, dude. And on the one hand, okay, I don't have, on the one hand, this is interesting because, you know, typically in Star Wars movies, aside from Rogue One, not as much as I would have liked, but it's still there. Like, it shows that the stuff isn't always like, you know, black and white. Like the original trilogy, it's very much like, we're the heroes and we're going to stop the evil empire, you know, which I agree, you know, they were fighting against fascism and that's never bad, obviously. But, you know, like when people saw Rogue One and they saw Cassian like kill a guy to stop him from like possibly ratting him out, I was like, the rebels did some shady shit. Oh, dude, okay.
Watch Andor the series, bro.
I can't wait.
Oh, dude. Okay, so your goal is you got to watch Andor and Ahsoka both because Andor is the Star Wars content that everybody wants, where it is there's no like Jedi Force, you know, no lightsabers, none of that. It's the Star Wars universe, but without that. It's the grounded, you know, side of it. And Andor's one of my favorites things about Star Wars ever.
A few episodes and I was really impressed.
Yeah, and then Ahsoka, on the other hand, is the opposite. It is very much the deep cuts, the deep dive into the lore of Star Wars with the different, like, you know, mythologies and religion within Star Wars, and it's very much like the opposite side of that. So it's like, you know, you got the best of both sides. Honestly, like, it's amazing. So
yeah, so when I saw this movie for the first time, I loved, you know, like this character was kind of like a wrench in the Star Wars we knew up to this point, you know, because like I love that like Rian Johnson came in and was like, I'm gonna shake things up a bit, you know, like he put the audience in a soda bottle and was like, and then it sprayed all over the place and it kind of made a mess, but you know, some people still really liked the flavor of the soda. But my problem with this, though, is that this is interesting for Finn's arc because he's kind of met like his foil because, you know, he's like he started becoming a traditional hero and he met somebody who's the opposite of that. And he could have been like a devil on his shoulder. And then Rose could have been, you know, the angel. And he could have like been unsure of, you know, what he believed in. And maybe if he was being like misled this whole time kind of or entirely. But the fact that this is all being brought up when we're this far into the movie.
Yeah.
Is weird because it doesn't really have time to breathe. Like, it's brought up, and then Finn never... He has some doubts, but it kind of doesn't really last long, which might be the point, because that's what's happening over in Rey's side of the story. Like she, got more information from Kylo and stuff, and started to doubt her simple-minded view of events. And then she never wavers in the end. So that might be the point. But the difference is that she goes to see Luke immediately. So there's time, for like plot threads and subtext and, like narrative subversion. This has been like, they don't meet up with this interesting character until kind of late into the movie. And so it's like, it just feels like Ryan just wanted to bring up an interesting theme. But I'll say this, and maybe I'll get more into it later, but as much as I love that he made this movie and, brought his own style and it stands out for that way, I kind of wish he would have just done like a spin-off movie or show.
So that's
like
where
something's totally self-contained where he could just run wild, do whatever he wants, and it's not going to affect the grand plan and everything else. Because, seeing how like, him and JJ are such different filmmakers. Him and Colin Trevorrow, who was attached to Episode 9 until he got fired, are totally different filmmakers. So, like, you can't do that without having some kind of, like, really tight plan. Like George, Irvin Kershner directed The Empire Strikes Back way differently than George did A New Hope, and Rob Larquan did Return of the Jedi. That's fine, because George had his tracks laid and he changed up some things, but the overall story stayed pretty much the same, So, but like here, that's not what happened. So it's just, I love that Ryan got to do this, but I kind of wish he would have just done something else. So, what are your thoughts on?
I think
all of this.
I think that this is the problem with the whole sequel trilogy, and it's the fact that they try to make it a blockbuster. It's something I said in the first part. They focus too much on making it that action, big blockbuster, whatever, when in reality it should have just been, let these filmmakers be the filmmakers. And I hate that, because we get into these conversations all the time where these companies, these corporations, and these publishers force the studios, the developers, the directors, whether it's gaming or movie or whatever, to do, what will get the shareholders the most money, instead of letting them work, letting them be creative, letting them be the master of their craft. There's so much, interruption and involvement from those parties that want to just get money and money and money for, stocks and shareholders and stuff. So I think that the fact that this is trying to be like a blockbuster is ruining, the world, like we said, the world building, the directing, the whatever, the nuance of it. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, like some people, I mean, I can't verify this because I don't know, but like some people were like, oh, it seems like Rian Johnson just had like absolute free reign to do whatever he wanted. But I don't know, it doesn't entirely feel that way to me. Like, it feels like he had a lot of creative control, but like then there's stuff that, just kind of still feels like
I do know one thing.
He couldn't veer too off course because this is a trilogy, but that's the problem. He should have just had some independent thing, or his trilogy that will probably never happen, which I cry about every night until 3 a.m.
So I heard this before, and I don't know what to think about it. The Last Jedi is the only Star Wars movie that did not have, it was either reshoots or did not have huge production issues. With the movie. From what the actor said and people that worked on Star Wars said, is, I wish I could find the sources. I didn't make this up, but The Last Jedi had the least amount of issues developing and creating compared to any of the other Star Wars movies, which is interesting. I don't know what to get from that, but
I wonder how much of that is Ryan just being a great filmmaker versus the producers not sucking at their jobs for a brief period of time. All right, so I don't remember writing this line, but I start the next section by saying Poe confronts Holdo, who's not a person.
You want to hear what I put?
What?
I put in all caps, Poe Dameron is the man, putting Holdo, the most insufferable character ever, in her place.
I mean, I feel like the fact that you feel that way, I think, kind of means not to like say that you're dumb or whatever, but I think that says that their execution wasn't clear.
Yes.
So
no, I think it wasn't clear on purpose, though. I think they want you to think that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I heard, I don't remember who it was, but like some YouTuber, when they were talking about this subplot, no, it wasn't that. That Holdo's like total secrecy would have been more believable if like she thought that there was a spy in the Resistance, you know, because if she thought that, of course she would be like, you know, totally tight-lipped about everything.
That's kind of interesting. Yeah, but
that never happened. So it's it just I don't see, like, I get it, but I also don't get it. You know what I mean? I wrote, I don't know what this means. You know, but like Poe, he does kind of have anger issues. Like people say, oh, you know, Poe did nothing wrong. I'm like, dude, he got mad and like started throwing chairs around and shit. Like he kind of acts like a child. I mean, that's not to say he's entirely to blame either, but like he doesn't really respond to things in a rational way all the time. So it's like, I don't know how you can just totally.
Before we move on from this scene, I want to say, Poe relieving her of her command and basically commandeering the ship is something super cool, and I don't believe like we've seen in Star Wars before quite like this. So I actually loved it. It was one of my favorite parts of the movie. So yeah, I loved it.
I think this is the scene where Poe tells Holdo what's going on, and then she's like, a stormtrooper and a who are doing what? And then, you know, Poe's like, no, it's gonna work. And then I didn't notice this until I rewatched it recently, but she says, so you're gonna bet the safety of the entire First Order on bad odds? And then what does Han Solo say? Never tell me the odds. I don't know exactly what that means, but I feel like there's, you know, it's poetry so that it rhymes happening here.
There's some poetry in there.
And then, Poe organizes a mutiny. And then Holdo's like, I hope you know what you're doing. And then that was kind of a summary of the scene, because I honestly, it's just kind of, you know, pretty standard. And then I love so it cuts, Rey and Kylo are in the elevator, and then, you know, Rey's talking like, when we touched hands, you know, I saw that you're gonna turn to the light side, you know, I can help you. And then he says something interesting. He says, I saw something too. I saw who your parents were. Remember that for next episode. And I saw you standing by my side. So I want to get your read on this, because I never thought about it that much for some reason. But I'm wondering, because we see that Ben inevitably does turn to the light side, and in Rise of Skywalker, Rey has like that 5-second vision of her as a Sith that goes absolutely nowhere, like 80% of the plot points in this whole damn trilogy. So do you think that the futures they saw for each other could have possibly happened, or do you think, do you think that those were their fates, or just possible futures, or what do you think was happening there? Because I think it's interesting.
I think it was manipulation. That's what I think. I think it was the fact that Snoke could sense that Kylo felt the pull to the light side and Rey felt the pull to the dark side, and he was kind of just manipulating, like per usual. That's what I think.
Now, this seems like something that, you know, gets dropped a little bit, and then it intrigues the audience, and then it gets expanded more in the next movie. It sounds like that, right? Like that's what you would think would happen. I love it. I love it. All right, so then Finn, Rose, and DJ, you know, they go to a First Order ship, or I think it's a ship. And then, you know, they're BB-8 is like disguised as one of those like square droids, and he's like bumping into walls and stuff.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. And then he gets scanned by a droid, and they're like, "That droid's round. He's not one of us," you know, which is pretty racist. You know, the droids could be racist too. That's pretty fascinating. And then you know, they get caught basically. DJ takes Paige's necklace, and then he uses it to open a door, and then he gives it back to her. And then I like that moment because it's like, you know, like Rose, it like shows that Rose has good instincts, kind of like she, you know, like I think she would have been fine if he didn't give her back the necklace, but I kind of like that, you know, like she took a gamble, you know, like a leap of faith, and it just happened to work. I do wonder though if he gave it back to her because he like changed his mind, or if he, you know, is not such a bad dude. That's a fun, interesting little moment. And then Finn meets up with Phasma, and they fight for 10 seconds. So
yeah.
Okay, yeah. What do you want to say?
Poe versus Phasma is actually a really cool rivalry.
I mean, Finn.
Yeah.
Did I say Poe?
I think I wrote down Poe.
Okay.
But I did not mean to say that if I said that. Finn versus Phasma. I don't know. It just came out of my mouth. So Finn versus Phasma is actually a really cool rivalry. Yet again, the good guys fail. I don't know what to make of that, but let's just, you know, that they just fail again. Like you see that constantly throughout the movie. They fail. They constantly fail, which is fine, but they never seem to learn. And most failures just seem like they're there to subvert our expectations. However, like you said, it's a cool rivalry, but they literally only fight for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But it was cool. It's literally like somebody who was like enslaved going up against the person who enslaved them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It had that kind of like vibe to it. And I was like, this is cool. He's getting revenge on what these people, you know, did to him. But then it doesn't really pan out. So
one really, because I want to talk more about that, but I just thought of something. I can't believe that they'd be so dumb to not know that if BB-8 disguised themselves as another droid, that there's like nothing there that would have been able to scan them and realize that they're not.
That's the fun
and then
of
they
Star
would have got
Wars.
caught. Like that's It's like in Stranger Things season 3 where they're just running around a Russian lab, and for some reason these Russian soldiers are suddenly non-entities. Get the hell out of my face. All right, so I like, you know, Finn fighting Phasma because, you know, it's like the final, not the final step, but like that's his like final step towards like becoming his own person. You know, kind of like it's the next evolution in his, and like I actually think like the way it's shot and the choreography is actually pretty good. Like we don't get a lot of like hand-to-hand fights or like fights with weapons that aren't lightsabers in Star Wars, so I always love to see when it happens. Actually, I don't know if you saw the deleted scene of this, but there's a different.
I can't remember.
Phasma knocks Finn down, and then there are like 2 stormtroopers, and then he brings up the fact that in The Force Awakens, when he threatened her, she turned off the shields, and then, you know, like he's like, you know, when I had a gun to your neck, you turned off Starkiller shields, and then like it cuts to the other stormtroopers, and they're like hesitating, and like they like start to point their blasters at her, and then she takes them out, and then, you know, like I feel like that would have
that's kind of cool
echoed like the whole theme of like there are no like bad guys or good guys, you know, because like Phasma did sell out her people, and then like she kills some of them just to maintain her power, you know, so there's an interesting power dynamic there. The only thing I don't like about that one is that I like in the version we got when Phasma's like, you were always scum, and he says rebel scum. You know, like it's like, you know, like a cheesy badass action movie line, but in the deleted version
it works.
He just says like rebel scum, like just matter of factly, and it doesn't have the same impact. So, you know, this is one instance where I'd kind of rather have, you know, like a satisfying payoff to a set piece than like better, like a little more story subtext, but ultimately that payoff kind of feeling flat because like, you know, like Finn acknowledges that he's scum, you know, like, yeah, I'm scum, I'm rebel scum, you know, but like,
yeah.
So, you know, that's
being rebel in that sense, being at least being rebel scum, even though it's scum, is better than being whatever the First Order is. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
so I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's funny. There's a AT-AT that like helps fight off the stormtroopers, and then
Dude, that looked cool.
And then the top of it comes off, and it's BB-8 controlling the AT-AT or AT-ST. I can't tell the difference. And then so this is kind of one of the dumbest scenes I've ever seen. So, you know, like Phasma and Holdo and everyone else, like they're being, you know, like monitored by the other resistance soldiers. And then like, she like, I don't know if the lights like turn off or something. And then like, she like kicks like this cord and then like it starts blowing fog. And then she like blows it in their face. And then that's how she gets the upper hand. And it's like, these guys had one job. Like, how stupid are you? But I mean, Holdo is a renowned war hero, so like I guess she could get the upper hand, but yeah. I don't. That seemed like kind of a lazy way to show that. And then, you know, Poe's doing something on a computer. I honestly can't even remember the subplot that much. If I'm being honest, I'm like just barely.
But
it seems like it's just like a summary of bullet points. It's because I don't really remember stuff that happens in between.
That's kind of how mine is, because it didn't like, they had the potential to be something great, but then they just, you know, don't get there. It's like they're so close, but they just don't make it.
Yeah, so that Poe's in this room doing something on a computer, and then the door like gets blasted in, and then it's Leia. She somehow woke up from her coma
at the perfect time.
I don't know how. At the perfect time. Princess Leia Ex Machina. Let's go. There's not enough of these in this whole trilogy. There was like 5 of them in the last movie. I don't know. It sucks. It's stupid. And then she tases Poe, and then he wakes up on one of the cruisers. And then wait.
Yeah.
No. I'm going ahead of my. So you know, they're bringing him in, and then Holdo and Leia are, you know, talking, and then
oh, buddy,
she's like, that one's a troublemaker. I like him, which I think that's kind of interesting.
I hate
like,
that line, bro.
Like I think it's interesting because like she, you know, like had to do what she felt she had to do, and like, you know, like not let Poe get the upper hand, but like she kind of had respect for him, like, you know, being so brave and like fighting for what he believed in. Like, I think that's interesting, you know, because like in a more cliched script, it would have been like, he's a troublemaker and I don't like him, and you know, he's an asshole.
Yeah,
his mom's a street rat, but like, you know, she's like,
they subverted your expectations.
He's a troublemaker, but I like it. Yeah, he's got balls, and it's like, okay, that's interesting. And then
so I think.
I love this. Wait, yes, say what you want to say.
Leia shooting Poe is actually hilarious. I don't know if people like didn't like this part, but I loved it. I think her shooting Poe is so funny. And I wrote down here, a lot of the comedy in this movie just doesn't land. But when they just let the characters just be their characters, it's peak. Like, this is Leia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what you
like. Think about Leia from the original trilogy. This is Leia, and it works so well. So I love it.
And then Holdo stays behind to pilot the cruiser so they can all escape. And then I love this because they're like talking to each other, like, you know, I'm just doing what you taught me. And then, you know, like they have this history together that we get in like 5 lines of dialogue and we never see. And it's like, I don't know why they expect me to care about any of this, because I don't know who this character is. And she has this long-standing relationship with this character we've known for a whole trilogy. And
let me jump in.
I don't care.
I hate it.
I don't care.
I hate it. Yeah. So Holdo has gained the respect of nobody. This is what I'm writing down. Holdo has gained the respect of nobody.
I kind of feel like that's the point, but yeah.
So listen, her character is done terribly, and they have this random person sacrifice herself. The people in this movie that should sacrifice themselves don't, and then these random characters do. They shoehorn her in and her relationship with Leia in the movie to give her credibility, and it feels forced. Like, that's the difference, bro. Think about Paige Tico. She didn't have to be shoehorned into a relationship or shoehorned into like being forced to be this person we should care about or whatever. She was just doing what she needed to do. There was no like forcing her to do anything. You know what I mean? She had a goal and she sacrificed herself to save. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
this is different.
I think
Because they're like having to give Holdo credibility. And one thing, I'll just skip a little bit ahead, just a little bit. Holdo, so she sacrifices herself, and then Leia has this line where she says Holdo knew they were tracking the big ship and not the transports. She was more interested in protecting the light.
I'm going to touch on that, but later. But yeah, I have something to say.
And the
about
reason
that.
I'm just bringing that up is they have to have Leia say this to validate her. And if you have to do that, then that doesn't make the actual character better.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I feel like because I kind of sympathize with Holdo just because like she acts like, you know, like she's just been like thrust into this position and she's kind of in over her head a little bit, you know, like maybe, I don't know, for all we know, maybe this is out of her depth in some way, but the problem is that like
we don't know her.
We don't know. Yeah, like we don't know like her experiences or anything. Like I feel like there should have been scenes of like her just like, you know, like by herself, you know, just trying not to just have a breakdown, you know, because she's like so stressed out and stuff. Like that would have endeared us because it's like, yeah, you know, she isn't doing the greatest job at leading here, but because she doesn't feel like she really knows how.
Subverted your expectations. I think that's why they don't do stuff like that, is because that would give it an explanation, and it doesn't subvert your expectations. I think that's because that's the theme, you know. I
mean, yeah, some of the subversions they don't feel as much like subversions as like
letdowns.
I left you totally clueless, so you didn't expect me to do whatever I just did. That was interesting subversion. It's like if I tell you I'm gonna bring you some food, and you know, like I just give like really vague hints as to what it could be, and then when you find out what it is, you'll probably be surprised. But that doesn't mean that I surprised you. A true surprise would have been me just like making you think one thing and then bringing something else. But like if I don't give you any clues, you'll be like, okay, yeah, I didn't expect that because I didn't expect much of anything. Cool, okay. Yeah, so, you know, this is weird too, because that's just like Ryan's style. Like he, you know, likes to play with tropes and stuff, but he's done that so much better in his other movies. Like Brick, his first movie, it's like a crime.
I gotta watch.
It's a murder mystery with Joseph Gordon-Levitt in a early role. Fantastic movie. You know, really low budget. My favorite movie of his that no one talks about is The Brothers Bloom with Mark Ruffalo and Adrian Brody and Rachel Weisz. You know, the ending of that movie, there's like emotional payoff. That's a subversion of expectations that floored me. Like when I realized what happened, I was like, oh my God, that's so sad. You know, it's like
a great device.
You know, like he's done it so much better in non-Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, which is just crazy. Weird the way this movie turned out, but yeah. So
then, okay, Snoke and Kylo Ren go before. I mean, Rey and Kylo Ren go before Snoke, and then you know he reveals that he bridged Rey and Kylo Ren's minds because he thinks that his apprentice is just such a sad sack of crap, and he has so little faith in him that he's like, I'm going to exploit your weaknesses. You know, you're going to do what I want you to do, whether you like it or not. And I think that's interesting. Like that's, you know, because in Return of the Jedi, for example, like the Emperor is trying to manipulate Luke, but like, we don't like, it's just shallow, you know, like it literally starts and ends with like, I want you to be evil because you're trying to be good. And if you be evil, that would be really bad. And it's like, okay, cool, you know, but I don't know who you are, dude. But like here, I liked it. It's more like Snoke's a abusive father figure who's just like, you know, like he's not afraid to like take advantage of anybody.
Yeah.
And, you know, like
I like it.
You know, like it's interesting, and then so you know it works too because like it makes Kylo realize that like, oh, so you know I finally built a faint bond with another human being, which is something that I don't do. And that was all manipulated. That didn't happen naturally. So I really have no freedom. I'm just a rat in a maze, and there's no end.
So,
screw this. You know?
I really like how you just compared that to the Emperor from Return of the Jedi, because I actually wrote down here in my notes, the story here is cool, and Snoke is mysterious and interesting, like the Emperor, because we don't know much about Snoke here, but that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Emperor. Like you said, it's like we don't know anything about him. So, you know, we have no, you know, preconceptions of this. So with Snoke, I was like, this is actually cool because like you're saying, it's almost like he's in this abusive like father role.
Yeah.
You know, so and we got to see Ben's actual father in the last movie, which is Han. So now it's like Snoke is this you know, mysterious character that is this, you know, abusive, bad Emperor stand-in character. So I think that what happens from here on out is actually really cool from a story perspective. Like from here on out, I think the story of the movie is actually really good.
Yeah, I like the dramatic irony of like this guy killed his real father just to try and make this father figure proud, this fake father proud, only to realize this guy's never going to be proud of me ever. Like, he's just going to criticize me for everything. He's just going to, you know, belittle me every chance he gets. He's never going to respect me.
Yeah.
You know, like, I just, you know, like, he, you know, like, Ben really dug his own grave from the last movie to until now. And I think that's, like, you know, like, again, you know, shout out to Adam Driver, who just like plays like so many different
so good.
emotions and layers. Like 90% of his performance is just on his face. You know, you just look at Ben's face and you just know exactly how he's feeling in any given moment, and I think that's really good.
Definitely.
So that scene you were talking about with Leia and Poe. You know, Poe wakes up and he's like, you know, panicking. He's like, "No, everything's screwed. You know, we're getting away." You know. And then Leia was like, "Oh, look, Holdo had secretly had these smaller ships being deployed to this other base because the First Order is not tracking for small ships," which actually kind of ties into the original trilogy, because in A New Hope, when C-3PO and R2-D2 escape on the escape pod, the Empire sees it floating, and then they're like, "Oh, should we scan it for life forms?" And then, like, one of the guys is like, "Nah, it's too small. It's probably nothing," or something like that. So, like, you know, that sounds like a plot convenience, but the Empire is actually just kind of that dumb sometimes, like, because they don't think about like small things. They just look at the bigger picture. You know, I think that's fun. And then, so I want to kind of analyze the whole, she was more interested in protecting the light than seeming like a hero thing. Because,
I mean, that's a good line, but
it is just dropped, you know, and we don't really see it. But check this out. I kind of picked this from it. So Poe starts as a hero, but not a leader. And Holdo is a leader, but not a hero.
Okay.
And, you know, as flawed as, you know, the writing here is, and it kind of muddies the message and stuff, I think
it's a good point.
At least the concept is interesting. Like, I kind of like the idea that, you know, like some character, you know, like it's like when like your parents or whatever, like, you know, like sometimes they don't, you know, like they like try and do what they think is best for you, not in a great way at all, but like, you know, like their philosophy sometimes is like, you know, like, I don't care whether you like me or not, you know, like, cause I'm not your friend, I'm your parent, you know, like I'm supposed to be, you know, like stern sometimes and like be an example for you. And I kind of feel like that's what Holdo was in theory, because like you were saying, like it's not like we have to read in between the lines, but there aren't really any lines to read in between. So I like that, but like I don't know, like it's just, you know, spoken and not seen, you know, which I mean, some of the audience that watch the Star Wars movies aren't, I'm not going to say smart, but like they're not looking for like a art house movie, you know, where it's like, you know, like a Terrence Malick movie where it's like no dialogue and it's just purely visual and you just have to interpret it and like write a thesis. Like, so, you know, I kind of feel like Ryan's hands were tied a little bit because he would have been able to bring his message forth better, I think, like I said, if he just had a separate project. So everybody's so Rose and Finn are, you know, caught. They're about to be executed by the First Order stormtroopers. And then it's revealed DJ sold them out. Is anyone surprised? I kind of wasn't. You know, he cut a deal. So that's, and I really like Rose's like visceral reaction to it. Like she's like genuinely hurt. You know, like you could tell, you know, like you could tell Kelly Marie Tran, I like her performance in this movie because like it just feels like really human.
Dude, what I wrote down, Rose's acting is actually really good.
Yeah, she did the show.
Kelly Marie Tran.
It was on.
That's what I should have said.
It was a show on Facebook, like a show that streamed on Facebook. Yeah, it's. I don't know how many other shows are like that, but with Elizabeth Olsen, it's called Sorry for Your Loss. It's basically about like grief. Elizabeth Olsen's character lost her husband. And, you know, she's like, you know, grieving through that and stuff. And Kelly Marie Tran's her adopted sister and stuff. And, like, you know, like she really shines in that. And I hope this movie didn't kind of hinder her career because I want to see her do great stuff.
Dude, yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, flashback to Rey and Kylo Ren. I kind of forgot about this, but like when like Snoke's like throwing her back and forth and stuff, you know, like he's just, we get to see how powerful Snoke is. Like he's just effortlessly like throwing Rey around and like, you know, toying with her and stuff, and Rey can't do anything. There's just like really subtle funny moment where like she tries to summon her lightsaber and it just like flies around and like hits her in the head. I thought that was like because like it's not overtly funny, but it's like, you know, just naturally funny because it's like, oh crap. But and then she summons Kylo Ren's lightsaber. Yeah. Is like, you know, ready to like square off against Snoke. And like Rey holding a red lightsaber. It's almost like they could have expanded on this moment, you know, like she holds a red lightsaber and she's drawn to the dark side. Maybe that means something, but they kind of never really do it. And then we get payoff to Snoke wanting to complete Kylo's training, which I somehow missed for the longest time. So in the Force Awakens episode, I was like, yeah, that plot point's never really paid off. But what he meant was he wanted Kylo to kill Rey because she's like his equal in the light side, and that would complete his training. So I kind of like that complete training was more of like a mental thing.
Yeah. As
opposed to just, I'm going to help him get stronger. You know, I think that's pretty interesting. Satisfying? I don't know about that. And then I love this moment, you know, like Snoke's basically like, I can see his mind. I can read his every intent. You know, he's like closing his eyes.
I got so much to say about
this. Like,
yeah.
I see him, you know, his resolve.
Turning his saber.
He's turning his saber to kill his.
To
and then
it like
enemy. It like periodically cuts to the lightsaber right next to Snoke, and it's like turning. And then so
it's honestly so
we're
good.
Like wait a minute, wait. And then you know, you know, Snoke underestimated a Skywalker. That's how arrogant he is. And what do we know? You don't underestimate Skywalkers because they'll tear shit up. So, you know, we hear ching, you know, a lightsaber igniting, and then it cuts back from, you know, like it like shows a close up of Snoke's face, and he's like and then it like pans back, and the lightsaber goes right through his midsection, and then his torso just falls off, which is probably one of the most violent things we've seen in Star Wars. And it's a miracle that they were able to just show that in full glory. Like, they didn't have to, like, you know, show it for like 3 seconds and then cut away. It's like, no, his torso just falls off, and you get to see it. What do I wrote here? Oh, this is interesting. Kylo and Anakin, you know, because Anakin's his grandfather. They both
hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
They both kill their mentors during a moment of conflict, but Kylo chooses his own path. I think that's interesting. I actually don't even know what I meant by that now that I'm reading that. Oh, no, because, you know, Anakin killed Palpatine, and he was like, I'm a Jedi again, you know, but Kylo kills Snoke, and he's like, this is all BS, dude. Screw the Sith, screw the Jedis. I'm going to do my own thing. So it's like,
yeah, I see what
he followed his grandfather's footsteps, but then chose to twist it a little bit.
Yeah, but it wasn't exactly the same.
Yeah,
and I want to bring up another
like it's
parallel.
It's one of the few times this trilogy walks in the same steps as something in the original trilogy, but then also does it kind of different. And I wish they did that more.
Yeah, I like it. All right, so keep going. There's more.
That's actually the end of my notes about this. So you can say whatever.
So Snoke talking to Kylo and doing his thing with the lightsabers is actually so cool. Because at the same time he was actually physically turning his lightsaber, but he was also with the Force turning her lightsaber. So it made sense, and I liked how they did it. Cool. Kylo uses his intentions to deceive Snoke and finds a way to betray him. The visuals here are cool, but in my opinion, the action and choreography is trash. Not a fan of it.
Yeah,
for a lot of reasons.
There's just one moment that I'll get into later that it's not something most people would notice, but once you notice it, it is like, oh, yeah, that's weird.
And I'm not saying that like it's trash to everybody, because the people that love it, I get why they love it, but like I'm such a fan of oh man, what's his name? The guy who did the choreography for the prequels.
I have no idea.
It'll come back to me. Sorry. But I love that kind of choreography. So this is different. Kylo's actual fighting is cool. His fight style was cool because he fights like he was trained. And then I wrote down Rey swings her saber like it's a Fisher Price baseball bat.
I mean, I feel like that was by design, though. Like,
so it
that's
was
not just bad choreography. Like, I think that's showing her character, or a part of her character.
You're right. And then I wrote, until she, I guess, taps into the Force and gets incredible skills, which is fine. We've seen that before. Yeah. It is what it is. So my favorite part about this all is the actual story. I'm not a big fan of the action in this. It is what it is. I love the nuance in the story. Join me. We can rule together. That's what Kylo asks her, right? So literally, Anakin did the same thing with Padme on Mustafar.
Yeah.
I love this. It echoes again what
it's similar but different, kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I love it because even you go even further, you get into the deeper nuance of this. Her parents being junk traders is actually much better than what they go on to make them, because of the line Kylo says, and it makes, because her parents being junk traders actually makes her seem like she's nothing. She comes from nothing.
And then, like,
but Kylo says, he gets not to me.
He doesn't say it. He makes her say it. You know, because Rey's whole struggle through this arc is she can't accept the truth, and so he's like, you know what the truth is. Say it. You know, and like how he says it, like it's like a little like sweet and tender, but like it's also conniving. He's just edging, like you can say, say
it. This interaction for me makes up makes up this scene for me, because it's so good. And she says it, and he says, not to me. Now this is a moment right here where it differs. It was going in the same path as Anakin when he was with Padme, but Anakin was so blinded by his rage that Padme could see it. But like you said, this is different. Kylo isn't blinded by his rage. He he like almost sees
This is
through
like the
facade of
clearest
everything.
he's seen. Well,
Yes.
in a long time.
Yeah. And I like it because, in my opinion, I think that Rey should have joined him here.
Yeah,
because,
that's what I have here.
Yeah.
Well, before we get into that, I kind of want to backtrack and like talk about this. So, in the
Okay.
middle of this, there's a moment. Actually, I'll just bring that up since we're already pretty deep into this. So, you know, you were saying you're not a fan of the choreography in this scene.
Yes.
I freaking love it, and I freaking love the choreography in The Force Awakens. I'll tell you why. Because in the original trilogy, it was, you know, like the choreography was very much based on like traditional sword fighting, you know. And then in the prequels, I forget. I think it's based on some fighting like kendo or something, like a fighting style where people fight with like sticks, and you know, it's very like acrobatic. And then I like it here because I don't know what it's like inspired by as far as like actual fighting techniques, but I just love like it's so like visceral and raw. Like Kylo's fighting, you know, skilled, but like all the hits and the freaking sound design and you know how he's just like tearing through dude. Like it's just I just love it. You know, like he gets like slashed, Rey gets slashed and they're bleeding. Like it's like we've never seen like truly hard hitting stuff like this in Star Wars. And I, you know, I really like and like how there's like, you know, sparks everywhere and the throne room slowly lights on fire and stuff. And I just think it's great. Now, the only thing, and I wouldn't have noticed this if I didn't see a video that analyzes like every frame of everything. When Rey's fighting the one guard and he has like the two knives, he like reaches behind her back and suddenly he only has one knife. And then that's how Rey was able to like get out from his grip and stuff. Like that's like that does kind of ruin the whole fight scene because it's like Rey could have gotten stabbed, but suddenly because of editing power or whatever, the other knife just vanishes. Like that's like I can't believe nobody in the editing team saw that and we're like, we should probably reshoot that part so that, you know, it's not weird and people don't rightfully point it out. Like that's, you know,
Nick Gillard. Sorry.
Yeah,
Nick
that's
Gillard.
right. I've heard that name.
I love his style, obviously. But yeah, okay.
And then, you know, like I freaking love like Rey throws Kylo his lightsaber and then he just like stabs the dude like right through the middle of the freaking forehead. Like, damn, they are not pulling punches,
man. Yeah, that was crazy.
Okay, yeah. So when you were watching this in the theater, did you think there was a chance Rey would have joined him? Because
and I was hoping she did.
I was questioning. Yeah. I was like, wait, are we? Is this the end of the movie? Which I think that, you know, because Empire ends on a cliffhanger, so they could have had this one end on a cliffhanger, but it's different. You know, whereas Empire ends with, you know, our hero, you know, fully with his resolve, you know, shaken but still strong. Rey's resolve is shaken and not very strong at all. So
I think because I kind of wish they would have done that,
but I mean,
yeah, with her and her relationship with Luke being so like torn, obviously with them fighting and stuff, we got into that in part 1. I think it would have made sense for her to join him. Not saying that she had to become a Sith or something, but I think it would have made sense for them to join. And I put, in my opinion, she should have joined him in the movie, should have ended after the Holdo maneuver. They could have quickly at the end showed Luke actually showing up on Crate with the ATs in the background walking, and you get to see like Luke standing there by himself, and over his shoulder you see the army coming at him. Bang, movie ends. Yeah, because the movie was actually way too long in my opinion.
A little bit, yeah. A story idea that I've heard is that like it would have been interesting if like Rey joined him and then like she goes even farther than him, and then like his redemption is having to take her down because now she's become the villain. I think that would have been great, actually.
Yeah, that would have been because cool.
Sorry,
I think that no, it's fine. I think it would have made more sense for her to join him, and essentially, they are destroying the legacy of the old movies, and they did that by literally destroying the Skywalker lightsaber, which I actually loved.
Yeah, so I have here, they fight over Anakin's lightsaber, and then because like Rey because Kylo extends his hand, and then Rey does, and that's why people were like, "Is she gonna take his hand?" And then now she reaches for the saber, and he does. So this isn't a perfect metaphor.
Yeah, there's something. I'm gonna grab a drink as well.
Okay. Should I keep talking, or should I just? Okay, yeah. So this isn't a perfect metaphor, but because they're fighting over the. I'll just wait for him, actually. Yeah. So because like I don't really I'll just have him edit this out. I couldn't think of anything else to say while I just waited for that point, so just edit that whole section out. All right, so yeah,
it'll get edited.
This isn't a perfect metaphor, but they're fighting over Anakin's lightsaber, which is like the symbol of this whole saga so far. Because original trilogy was about Luke inheriting it, and then the prequels were about Anakin, who was the one that had it before Luke. So there's that saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. So both Rey and Kylo Ren are kind of, their story arcs are kind of meta in the sense that, because like Rey's like, I need someone to show me my place in all this. And I kind of feel like that's her. That was like Ryan, doing his meta thing of like having the main character say, I want to know what my place is in this story. And that was, I feel like he kind of took that a little bit with like what JJ was trying to do in The Force Awakens, like kind of hinting at like her being important, and there's like a lot of secrecy and mystery surrounding her and where she comes from and who her family is. Like she even has a line when she meets BB-8 where she's like, classified, really? VIII, it's a big secret, So
yeah,
so and then Kylo, his arc is like, I don't care what my place is in this story. I'm gonna write my place in this story.
And that's why I feel like them joining.
Yeah. I feel like them fighting over the Anakin's lightsaber is the two of them fighting for the power to write the rest of the story.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like that's really like Ryan's writing sensibility is really shown in this moment, and then that's juxtaposed beautifully, in my opinion, with Holdo. She's on the cruiser, and the Empire now knows that they're sending. I mean, the First Order now knows that they're sending the smaller ships, so they start targeting them and blowing them up. And Holdo's like, this is like the one time where Holdo being like, like a struggling leader, and like feeling the weight of her responsibilities truly shines through the best. There's like no dialogue. She isn't explaining anything. It's just her watching all of her crew die and not knowing what to do. So then what does she do? Freaking sound just cuts off. She gets in a position, shoom, flies right through the middle of the fleet at light speed, and then that's juxtaposed with the Anakin's lightsaber splitting in half.
I agree. So I got to say something about this part. This is peak sci-fi. I don't understand how anybody, bro, could not like this part. Just in terms of filmmaking, how it's shot, everything. If you're a fan of science fiction, I mean, come on. One ship light speeding into another ship, amazing. One of the greatest shots in like all of science fiction, I think. It is amazing. I was like blown away, speechless. My jaw dropped in the theater. It was crazy.
Yeah, and then like, some people had a problem with this because it seemed like it went against like the previous physics of the world. And like there were like something like in Return of the Jedi, like a ship does like spin out of control and then like fly through the Death Star window. And then when Han's like escaping with everybody in A New Hope, he's like, flying at light speed isn't like Justin Crop's kid. If you make one wrong move, our trip will be over real fast or something like that. And then Ryan, after the movie, he like shared a picture on Twitter from a book that like, actually, I don't think that was about this, but like, no, actually, yeah, forget it. But like, I don't like, of course, nobody would have ever done something like this before because you die. Like, I don't like, did people want to see just other ships kamikazing into, like, I don't get.
That's what she did.
Yeah. Like, obviously, we've never seen that before because it's something you don't do unless there's no other option.
And I called it the Holdo maneuver earlier. I hate that name. I think it's terrible, but that's what it is.
Well, so. That's a Rise of Skywalker thing that's just like, like just kill me. Like just terrible. Kill me.
Yeah. So I love that. I think it's amazing.
What do you?
I think.
What's the last thing you want to talk about since you want to wrap it up?
So we can talk about Crate. Let's just talk about because that's really all we got to talk about now.
Oh
Crate.
yeah.
Let's jump to it because right after this, it literally transitions to Crate after
you know what, the Finn and Phasma fight happens now, and then the other scene is where they meet up, but I just smushed them together.
It's the same.
Who cares?
It's a total of like a minute.
Yeah, whatever.
Like whatever. So I love this part. I love it. Peak sci-fi. That's what I said earlier. The movie went on way too long. I think they could have ended the movie with this, and they could have just focused on the fallout of this maneuver because the Dreadnought, amazing ship. Like they could have done a lot more with the Dreadnought.
Exactly.
I think her like splitting it in half like this, super interesting. They could have done a little bit more with it and then kind of teased Crate. The fact that they put Crate in this entire sequence in this already jam-packed movie, I think just kind of took away from it where they could have done a little bit more creative things than trying to just jam-pack stuff. But I do want to just,
I don't really have that much before Crate, so we could just skip ahead. So, you know,
this is the meat
they get
right
to
here.
The base and, you know, they're like trying to send a transmission to people and they're like, nobody's responding to our message. And then this is like Finn gives a motivational speech that's like kind of redundant. It's like, no, we have to have faith in Leia's message.
Yeah. And,
you know, buy some time. And they're like, okay, we never thought of that before. Thank you. Like, okay.
What a crazy idea.
And then, you know, so I love that. Wait, when does Luke? Sorry, I'm getting all
okay. First, I got it. First, the visuals, because you get after Finn makes his speech, they get into those ships, those like raggedy ships.
And then like it's like blowing like red smoke. Yo, the red on the white.
Visuals.
Ooh,
the visuals,
baby.
It looks.
Come on.
Crate is an. Crate is an awesome planet, but it has great set pieces. I love it. The ships are cool. The piloting set pieces are awesome, like usual in Star Wars. But this part for me is brought down by story elements. So, because it is, I mean, the visuals and the action here are great. It's a suicide run.
Yeah, I freaking love that the cannon that the First Order is using to try and blow through the base is miniaturized Death Star, Death Star tech. So the Death Star is in this movie too.
It's still in here, but this is cool. I'm sorry, this is cool. No, this is cool.
So then Rey shows up with the Falcon, and then I love Kylo's reaction. He's like, "Blow that piece of junk out of the sky!" Like and then
this is Star Wars. I
think Finn's like, "Whoa, they hate that shit." Like, I freaking love Finn. He's freaking awesome. And then we get to see Chewie flying the Falcon. Has that happened before? I don't remember. It might have. I don't know.
You're testing me.
But Chewie's
carrying. I mean, he did in the original. I think
Chewie's carrying Han's legacy. He's flying with the Porgs. The Porgs are the best co-pilots in the galaxy. It's freaking wonderful. And then I love they're like take out the speeders and like Kylo says something, and then like Huck says the exact same thing, and then Kylo's just like, "Bro, really?"
Dude, them in the ship together, the AT-AT, amazing.
And then they're trying to buy time, and then Poe realizes there's no point, and then he tells Finn to retreat, which is growth because in the beginning of the movie he told them to press on and fight the Dreadnought, but now he recognizes, there are some battles we can't win. We got to go. And then, Finn's kind of a radicalized hero. So he's like, I'm not going to let them win. And he takes off his headset and he's prepared to die. So, but did you think he was going to die?
This is amazing. I don't even want to get started on this, bro. He should have died.
I mean, in this story where they're heading, I feel like that is the good payoff. I'm kind of glad he didn't, but considering how Rise of Skywalker went, he should have just died. Yeah.
Well, it would have been the perfect ending for his character. That like he originally just hated the Empire. He served with the First Order. Then he hated the First Order so much he did anything he could to get away from them. He didn't even want to be part of the Resistance. So then he became, a Resistance hero because he just wanted to help them and save them and everything. So let me talk about what I wrote down. It's a suicide run. Finn goes for it. He's about to sacrifice himself now for the rebels, the Resistance, to save them from the First Order. So this would have been the perfect payoff for his character to finally take out the First Order and save the Resistance. But psych, it's ruined by what would have been the best thing for his character, since he's not going to be a Jedi.
This is kind of a part of the movie that took a little time to grow on me. I don't love it, but Finn's flying at top speed to crash into the cannon. Rose crashes into him to stop him, which, I mean, they could have died or been seriously injured, so maybe not the best plan, Rose.
Thing.
Like there was a better way to do that.
They're stranded now, right in front of all of these guys. Like, I mean, did you really save him? You should. They should not have made that.
And then Finn's like, "Well, why would you stop me?" And then she's like, "I saved you, dummy." And then she's like, "That's how we're gonna win, not by fighting what we hate,
not by killing what we hate, by saving what we love."
And then she randomly kisses him, which was kind of weird, and he barely reacts to it. So here's my piece on this. Finn, he started out being a stormtrooper. He was a slave, indoctrinated. He was doing what they told him to do.
Yes.
And then he just runs away from the First Order. He's a coward at this point. He doesn't want to fight him. And then he starts fighting him, and then he becomes a hero. I love the slow burn of his hero arc, because now he's on the total opposite side, where he's become a hero, but just because he wants to kill the bad guys. It's like when you hear like people join the military or people become police officers because they just want to, kill terrorists, or, I just want to, take out criminals and stuff. Like, they want to do the right thing, but for shallow and surface level reasons. And then Rose saying, not by fighting what we hate, but by saving what we love. I love that, now he realizes that he also has to have a love for the people he's fighting for, which isn't something he ever really thought about aside from Rey and Poe. But, I feel like it would have been easy just to have his hero arc be a little quick, but I kind of love that, Ryan wanted it to slow. He made a comment where it's like Finn left the First Order, but he hasn't joined the Resistance. So that's what this movie's about.
I think this right here is him joining the Resistance, though.
Yeah,
but I see what you're saying.
I think that's it's like now he has everything he needs to be a hero, instead of I just want to fight the bad guys. He's like, I want to fight the bad guys, but not as much as I want to protect people.
And what I have an issue with is, she says, not by fighting what we hate, but by saving what we love. Sometimes saving what we love requires sacrificing yourself, which is what her sister did, and which is what Luke goes on to do right after this.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been if Rose was gonna have this part, maybe Paige should have sacrificed herself for like kind of not the best reasons. Like maybe she could have, like it wouldn't have been totally necessary, and then Rose would have been like, sometimes that's not the right call. But I mean, it's staged weird, and then they run away. There's like these pits, and then
Luke shows up.
The galaxy has lost all its hope. The spark is out. I forget who said. And then Luke shows up. And then like Leia's like, like she hasn't seen her brother in God knows how freaking long. So and then she's like, I know what you're gonna say. I changed my hair, and then he's like, it looks nice. Like, that's just so sweet, dude. I kind of wish they would have had
that's what I'm saying.
more time to talk, because like
when they let
talk
the
for like 5
be
seconds,
their characters,
and then he just goes off. And then dude, I freaking teared up when she's like, it's over, Ben Solo's gone, you know, whatever. There's no hope. And then he says, no one's ever really gone, and he gives her Han's
ever
dice.
really gone. Yeah.
I feel like that works on 2 levels. One, because you know, like maybe there's still hope for your son, but it's also like a reminder of like, you know, like
gone,
we've lost people, but they live in us, and you know, they still carry on our legacy. I mean, we still carry on their legacy. And then
there's another great line he says that's like that in a little bit.
He walks out, and then Kylo's like, I want every gun pointed at that man. So they just shoot him, and then dude,
epic.
One of the coldest things, the freaking smoke clears, and then Luke is just like that is ice, dude. Like you could have put like sunglasses and a chain, and that could have been his freaking rap album cover. And then if you're feeling like a pimp, go brush your shoulders off.
So I have Luke taking the blaster fire is epic, and then I literally after that I put, do Finn and Rose do anything in the movie? Like, what do they actually accomplish?
They grow as people.
Okay. So, and then I wrote down Poe is the only person that makes sense in this entire movie.
Yeah, kind of. And then, you know, I freaking love, you know, he goes to confront Luke, and then Hux tries to oppose him, and he's like, shut the hell, shut up. And then, you know, I freaking love this exchange with them. He's like, why have you come here? To say you're sorry, to save my soul? And then Luke is just like, no. You know, like he's done beating himself up. He's done feeling worthless. He's like, I'm not here to, you know, plead my case to you. I messed up. I acknowledge that. Whatever you do, here's your choice. You know, he has finally experienced ego death.
So he's admitting that he can't save Kylo, is him accepting things are beyond his control, beyond his saving. But what he can save is Leia and the rebellion.
Yeah, and then he finds out it's revealed that Luke's a hologram, because, like, you know, he's like dodging all of Kylo's swings, and then he tries to stab him, and then it's like he just like runs right through him.
Well, did you notice what lightsaber he had?
What?
He was wielding the blue lightsaber that was just destroyed. So it was like something ain't adding up.
And then wait. So sorry. So and it's
that was a good subversion of expectations.
Him being a hologram is like, you know, in A Christmas Carol, you know, the ghost of Christmas past, you know, the ghost of it's like Luke is appearing like a ghost from Kylo Ren's past. That's true. Great. And then, you know, Poe realizes he's here so they have a chance to escape, which he learned from Holdo in a flawed way, but he still learned, you know, like, we have time to retreat. Let's go. There's nothing we can do. Let's go. And then Rey shows up, and she's like, it's funny, like, she sees a pile of rocks, and like, because it's a callback to her saying, the Force is a power Jedi's used to lift rocks. And then it's like, now she has to lift some rocks. I thought that was fun. And then, you know, he's like, Luke says, I failed you, Ben, and I'm sorry. You know, just like really matter of fact. And then, you know, Kylo's like, the Resistance is dead. The war is over. When I kill you, I will have killed the last Jedi. And then Luke says his classic, funny, everything in that sense was wrong. Now, I want to get your opinion on this, because, you know, he says, no, the war's just begun, you know, whatever. And then he says, I won't be the last Jedi. Because I thought, do you feel like this movie should have ended with, like, maybe the Jedi not kind of dying and having something else take its place, instead of Luke just enforcing, you know, like, no, the Jedi will live on? Because on one hand, I kind of see it as like him saying, you know, like, Rey's kind of different, but like maybe she can be a different Jedi. But I also kind of feel like it's a little reductive of like some of the possible things.
I think the name of the movie makes no sense for what this is. It just obviously.
I mean, Rey was the last Jedi by the end.
Well, no, and I'm going to explain why not. Because it's not true. I don't think.
Oh, well,
I
from
think,
a certain point of view.
Yeah, from a certain point of view, it doesn't make sense that name for this. I get it, but it doesn't make sense.
So then, Rey and Finn are reunited. Why were they separated to begin with? I don't know. And then I freaking love Luke's line: "Strike me down in anger, and I'll always be with you, just like your father." Because Obi-Wan just said to Anakin, "Strike me down, and I will become more powerful than you could possibly imagine." But strike me down, and I'll always be with you. Add subtext to that because, like Obi-Wan was probably just talking about, I'll become really powerful. But do you know what's more powerful than, a powerful enemy who could hurt your, flesh and bone? Stuff that hurts your soul. So strike me down and I'll always be with you. You can kill me, but all of your hatred, all of your anger, all of your negative emotions will still be with you, and they're going to tear you apart even after I'm dead.
And I like the context of that because that's what happened with Han Solo. He struck him down.
Yeah, and it didn't help.
We see in the next movie that he's still with him, and he wasn't a Force ghost.
So then Kylo realizes Luke's a hologram because he tries to stab him. He's like, "What the hell?" And then Luke says something that never was in the original Rise of Skywalker script. He says, "See you around, kid." Which implies that he would interact with him in the next movie.
So this is what I have to say. I have it in quotes. See you around, kid. Okay, but why did he have to die after this? It was a really cool move that he did, but he could have just been seriously drained or whatever. Why did he have to actually physically die? This was such a great comeback for him to actually then face Kylo physically in person or whatever in the next movie. So him dying from this is just weird. I don't get it. It was just a
I kind of think of it as Luke, he finally he isolated himself on Octo because Yoda's you're always looking on the outside at what's going on. He felt like he had no other option. He had to just be a hermit, and then he finally looks within, and he not only gets over his problems and his pain, but he does that by transcending life itself. It's nothing we haven't seen before, especially with the Obi-Wan show, which kind of makes this more redundant. But I kind of Luke finally, it's like he's a monk who achieved nirvana. Yeah. He just has total ego death, and he just transcends life itself. And I think it's a beautiful send-off, with him seeing the twin sons and stuff.
It is. The way they execute it is fine. That's why I said I think from the whole crate section onward, I like it all except for the story elements. Because of that reason right there. It just story-wise, it just doesn't really make sense to me in the grand scheme of things. But
yeah, that's fair. And then Kylo Ren shows up, and then he sees Rey, and then because they have their last Force Skype call thing, and then they look at each other, and then Rey shuts the ship door, and it's like she's shutting him out. It rises, and we don't see Kylo anymore, and he just has this look on his face I messed up, man. This he's hurt by it, but he has to just. And then, when did Rey steal the Jedi text? Because it shows that she has the Jedi text.
Okay, I wrote that here.
And then,
let me dive into this. So
we have everything. Yoda's she has everything she needs, which seems like he's talking about in here, but it's no, she has the books, homie, and it's it's kind of a weird two-sided metaphor.
So let me explain this. I think it's obviously assumed that after Luke showed her, these are the ancient Jedi texts, she stole them.
Yeah, probably.
So you get a cameo of the Jedi text here, but why do they continue to be a thing when we know that they were wrong?
Yeah,
because echoes this.
I feel like the whole reason Yoda burned the tree, it's kind of how in the Bible it says God doesn't dwell in temples made with men's hands. The power is not in the objects. The power is not in the lightsaber. The power is not in these freaking books. It's not in this freaking tree. It's not in this freaking cave.
Yes.
The power is all around. It's within you. Just close your eyes, tap into the power within you. So for her to have the text,
it doesn't make sense.
Like it's a literalization of that metaphor, but I feel like, this movie should have been like what the New Testament was to the Old Testament, where instead of it being based on rituals and like actual tangible things, it's all metaphysical things. So but it tries to do both, and it just kind of makes you wonder what the point of the whole story was. A little bit.
Now we know that they are continuing with the Rey movie where she has her Jedi temple for some reason. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why they're doing that. It makes no sense. So why are we trying to make her into this Jedi like the Jedi of the prequels? Why are we trying to make her a failed Jedi that Luke did not want to become, but they ended up making him in this? You know what I mean? That followed the ways of the prequel Jedi that were wrong. We know they were wrong, but it's like these people did not do their research on the Jedi. They must think that the prequel Jedi are like right. So you see this by her taking the Jedi text. Like she's continuing the failed teachings and the failures of the Jedi from the past. So I think it's completely lazy. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I feel like the movie, as risky as people think it is, I think it kind of wasn't risky enough in some ways.
Yeah.
And then so the end, these kids are playing with toys, and then
I can't wait to
they're playing as Luke Skywalker. So Luke has become a legend for a whole new generation. Again, meta commentary. Because, Luke is basically the symbol of Star Wars for a lot of people. And now he's inspired a whole new generation, both in the movie and in real life. Like younger Star Wars fans could be inspired by the legend of Luke Skywalker. I think that's cool. That's a beautiful ending for him, I think.
So it is. And this is why I said that this title for this movie, The Last Jedi, does not make sense. Because Luke says, I will not be the last Jedi. And then this guy, the kid, known as Broom Boy, that's what the internet has called this kid, Broom Boy. I put Broom Boy uses the Force so effortlessly here to grab the broom. He uses the Force more effortlessly than we've seen almost anyone in the sequels use the Force.
He just grabs a broom now. Like he didn't do anything.
Yeah, but he does, bro. He does it so smooth. Like think about it. He just does it like it's nothing.
At the see, with the Rise of Skywalker, all of this is totally pointless. But at the time, I was like, I like this because I was under the impression that the next movie would continue to capitalize on what seemed to be happening in this trilogy, which was people awakening to the Force. Almost like the Force is just like choosing anybody now. Like it's, like a new people, like it's like people awakening to like spirituality, and it's like they
before the Force was choosing like specific.
Yeah, now it's more like so. I like the idea of like people, like Rey awakened to the Force, this kid awakened to the Force somehow. I think I wish Rise of Skywalker did continue to expand upon that, where it's like people, like we like see those stormtroopers awoke to the Force. Finn retroactively awoke to the Force. Like they thread this, and then by the end of the movie, they just like stop sewing, essentially. And it's like you could have had something, but instead it's just like so. Yeah, those are our thoughts on Star Wars Episode 8: The Last Jedi. In closing, I really like this movie. I really appreciate it. I respect Rian Johnson for doing a great job of directing and making it stand out. The cinematography is the best in the entire saga. It has some really great moments. Rey and Kylo Ren are highlights. I really like Luke's story, even though it kind of seems like it stumbles over the message it's trying to tell a little bit. I like the set pieces, but I've that like passionate spark I had for it kind of died a little bit. Like I didn't enjoy it rewatching it this latest time as I did other times, which kind of bums me out. Me but me
too.
Yeah, change is part of life. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what my next favorite Star Wars movie will become. Maybe it'll be one of the prequels. Who knows? So I love that Ryan was a part of this movie because he's since become maybe my favorite director, at least top 3 or 5. But I wish he would have just done a spin-off, like just done like an interesting project in the Star Wars universe that wasn't attached to anything. So it's but
that's what a lot
at the
of
end
people
of the
wanted.
day, I'd rather have an ambitious mess than a masterfully made average movie that is just perfectly serviceable and does nothing new and shows us nothing we haven't seen before. So in closing, what are your final thoughts on this movie overall?
Yeah, it's super fun to do these retrospectives with you. I mean, we could go on and just ramble forever, but I think we did a great job of just talking about The Last Jedi, a very complex movie, very divisive movie, and we had a lot of takes that differed from each other, but I think we were able to talk about it and get our points of view out there. And in closing, I remember I hinted towards this, my favorite characters. So my favorite character was the Force in this. I think the Force was so mysterious and had a personality in this movie, almost unlike anything else in the live action Star Wars we've seen, aside from, I would say, Ahsoka. I think Ahsoka, the Force is done at its best, but I love the Force in this movie. My second favorite character is the random lady who bombs the First Order in the beginning and dies. Obviously, we know Paige Tico, but I say random lady because this was like so random, but just seeing it was so cool. It's like that was an awesome way to start the movie. Great moment from this person who we have no idea who she is. I think it was great. And then, of course, Kylo. I think Kylo was done exceptionally well in this. So I had to get that out the way. So I hinted towards this too. Me and you talked a little bit about this off air, but my favorite line in all of cinema is, "I am a Jedi like my father before me." So this movie made me think about that line a lot because obviously Luke's in this movie. So this is what I have to say. Luke doesn't say, "I'm a Jedi like my master Obi-Wan or like my master Yoda." He doesn't say, "I'm a Jedi like the Jedi that came before me." He specifically said, "like my father." So at the same time, his father, standing right in front of him, was the Dark Lord, obviously Vader, the baddest man in the galaxy, one of the most notorious villains in all of fiction, Darth Vader. So this is why he said that line. He had so much faith in his father that he would make the right decisions in the Force. He saw his father as a true Jedi, unlike the Jedi that came before him. So he saw his father, that he was able to be redeemed, that he wasn't the same and wasn't going to be a failure like the Jedi that came before. After all, Anakin did and failed to do, he was able to still be redeemed even in the most dire circumstances. Obviously, at the end of Return of the Jedi, we know. So, in The Last Jedi, Ryan, the writer/director, made Luke out to be a Jedi like Obi-Wan. I think that was the first and the biggest mistake. He made him out to be a Jedi like Obi-Wan and Yoda. But Luke wasn't a Jedi that was like Obi-Wan and Yoda. Luke was a Jedi like his father before him. He was a Jedi like Anakin was. It's not the fact that Luke failed after Return of the Jedi. It's the fact that Ryan fundamentally did not understand the character of Luke past Episode 5. I really feel like Ryan understood Episode 5. I don't feel like Ryan understood Episode 6. That's the issue. Mark Hamill, on the other hand, knew this. That's why he didn't call this Luke Skywalker. Because Mark understood where Luke went in Episode 6. So, I think we do too, as Star Wars fans. I think we fundamentally understand the Jedi, the failures of the Jedi of the prequels, and then the difference of Luke being a Jedi like his father before him in Return of the Jedi. Now, about this movie, the movie is constantly about failure being the greatest teacher. But a lot of times in this movie, the failure never actually teaches. There's never actually learning from the failure that we see. It's about letting the past die, but you kill it to do so, but then you just repeat the past anyways after you kill it. But a lot of times you do let the past die, and you have to kill it if you have to. I love that. That's the lesson that Kylo kind of learned in this. So high-level concepts and ideas were good. It was a good direction for Star Wars, i.e. moving away from the blatant good versus evil to something more complex. morally reprehensible characters becoming virtuous, so redemption arcs for characters, learning from past mistakes. Those ideas are great. And I think the overall lesson of The Last Jedi, what we can take away is don't let your failures define you. You define your own purpose and your own destiny, which is something that we see throughout the probably second half of the movie. So I'm glad we did a part 2, because I feel like with part 2, you really get to see that these characters define their own destiny. They define their own purpose within the world and whatnot. So even though some of the writing there is shaky, but that is pretty much top-down lessons from it. Overall, I was always mixed on this movie, and watching it back, I realized I don't like the movie as much as I used to, actually. But maybe that's just because nowadays, I kind of like The Rise of Skywalker a little bit more. So it's like a
oh god,
it's like a it's like a one of those things, and it's like if you like Rise of Skywalker, you're not gonna like The Last Jedi, but if you like The Last Jedi, you're not gonna like Rise of Skywalker. So, anyways, it was a lot of fun. Doing this. So
yeah, for sure. I always still love talking about this movie and thinking about this movie, and I wish that it would have set, because it could have set a path for what Star Wars has the potential to be, but instead they took the wrong lessons, which is we need to never really do anything like this again. In fact, we're going to do the opposite, which is what Rise of Skywalker is, and it wasn't supposed to be, unfortunately. But as Maz Kanata said, that's a story for another time. So thank you so much for bearing with us throughout these 2 episodes talking about this movie. If you're watching on YouTube, let us know what you think of Star Wars Episode VIII, The Last Jedi. And look forward to our Rise of Skywalker review. I don't think it's going to be like these other ones, because it's going to be a lot more shotgun.
I don't
respect that movie enough to properly analyze it. It hasn't earned that.
There's nothing to analyze.
The people making it clearly didn't really care. So, or management didn't care. Why should I? So, but yeah, exactly. That's all for us today. May the Force be with you.
Your brain just did the same thing Rian Johnson's brain did when he was writing the last part of the movie. So, Luke's lesson, failure is the greatest teacher. But also, let's not forget Rey's lesson. Knowing that you really know nothing. So, with that being said, what do we know?
Hello there, and welcome back to the Senate Podcast, episode 47. I am joined, as always, by J.J. Abrams' son. I have a bone to pick with your father, by the way. He'll be hearing from me.
I have a bone to pick with that introduction. Thanks.
As always, Caleb Johnston is with me. I'm hosting this episode. Sorry to disappoint you, I guess. But we are talking about...
And there goes all the listeners.
We are finishing our retrospective on the Star Wars movies, except for the 2 side movies. But
so I was just thinking about that. I want to, because this is the last one, which is crazy because we started this over a year ago.
Yeah,
and we're finally on the last one in the saga of the 9 movies. I would like to do the the shows and the other movies, but I think I feel like Star Wars is just going to go on in perpetuity, but I don't think we have to. I think we could just wrap this up in a nice 9-part series that's 10 hours long. So
it'd be a lot cleaner than they did. So
actually, it'd be more than 10 hours long. But yeah, it will be. It'd be a lot more well put together, well produced than the
even with our non-existent budget. Yeah, so we are finishing up the Star Wars sequel trilogy, which has been an interesting ride because, I say this is my favorite trilogy, and it still kind of is, but also, like, as we'll talk about it when we wrap up the end of the episode, our final thoughts, revisiting this whole saga. But I'm tired, guys. I'm very sleepy. And so I don't really know if I have a favorite trilogy anymore because I'm kind of tired of this franchise, as I've said before. I don't like saying that, but it is what it is. You know, Star Wars is always gonna be weird and go in strange directions. But enough of that. So before we talk about the movie, what I've been trying to do throughout these other retrospective episodes is talk about our feelings and thoughts, anticipation, all that, leading into the movies. So The Last Jedi ends, right? And a lot of Star Wars fans were like, what the hell was that? What are they going to do now? Where could they possibly take this story? Which, let me just say right out of the bat, was always weird to me. Like, people acted like Rian Johnson, like, put the franchise in a corner and left it unable to do anything. But I feel the opposite. I feel like there were so many things they could have done, so many interesting directions they could have taken the story. You know, you have Supreme Leader Snoke's dead. Kylo Ren's the new Supreme Leader. Rey is, you know, the Last Jedi. Luke's dead. So many things I don't understand, you know, and I was really looking forward personally to seeing, you know, like what Kylo was going to do, you know, because we'd never seen, that'd be like if in Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader killed Palpatine. Be like, oh, okay, well, what the heck's going to happen now? And then, you know, seeing...
Well, I'm glad you point that out because it does show where there is a deviation in this trilogy from the past.
Yeah,
which is interesting. I was listening to someone talk about this recently, and he said, I don't even know who the person was. I just saw it on YouTube Short, and he said that the one thing that he really liked was the fact that they did try to do something new when it was all said and done, which is what I think, you know, succeeds in the sequel trilogy. Because, you know, we'll get into our thoughts about some stuff, but it really was just retelling the original trilogy. But like you said, imagine if Vader would have killed Palpatine. Well, we kind of get that now. We get Kylo killing Snoke.
Yeah.
So this is new territory, and we did not know what to expect at the time.
Yeah, and then, you know, seeing that trailer, I'm going to be fully transparent. I wanted to rewatch. I think there were two trailers. There was a teaser and then the regular trailer, and I just forgot. But I remember, you know, the end of the trailer, you hear a laugh, a very familiar laugh, and then people are like, that's Palpatine. So that, you know, fan speculation, just like at the end of The Force Awakens, just starts running rampant. People are like, they're not going to bring Palpatine back, are they? I mean, surely, like, they wouldn't be that dumb. You know, so maybe it's like Kylo Ren or somebody stumbles upon like a pre-recorded message that Palpatine left, or maybe he like cloned himself or something, because I guess that'd been a thing. I'm not really up to date at all with the expanded lore, so I don't know about that. But I mean, cloning has been a thing in Star Wars movies, so you know there was so much speculation, and you know they knew what they were doing by putting that laugh at the end of the trailer. Like, I think they should have saved it, as we'll talk about, but you know I was really curious to see that. So you know, what was your thought process and anticipation and all that stuff leading into Rise of Skywalker?
I didn't know where they were going to go. All I know is I was hoping for them to commit to something, and that would be Kylo switching sides and then Rey switching sides. I wanted to see Rey just give in, go down the dark side path, and I wanted to see Kylo get redemption. And that's what I was hoping for. The last thing I wanted was Palpatine. So when they committed to that, I was like, this is the one thing I did not want you to commit to. And then they committed to it. And then everything else they just didn't commit to, which we'll get into. My biggest issue with the movie is that it just would not commit to anything.
This trilogy, in particular, this movie is like when you're raising a toddler, and you know they like everybody talks about, you know, the terrible twos and stuff, and like they specifically do things you don't want them to do, and that you know that they know will piss you off,
and they do it.
There were so many good things you could have done. Why did you do that? Why did you draw on the fridge? Why did you knock my vase down that I paid $3,000 for? I don't know who'd buy a $3,000 vase. I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know who would watch this movie, but here we are.
Good.
We watched it.
So, you know, I'm going to be honest here, folks, just real quick before. I know I'm stalling because I hate this movie. I've had a back and forth thing with this movie, but I ultimately just think it's a pile of shit. And I'm using my swear word card early. This movie sucks, and it makes me sad.
Yes, I completely agree with everything you just said in that sense.
You know, I might kind of flip out a little bit. I'm going to try to be composed, but Caleb, I'm going to need you to possibly help me steer the shit back on course because I don't know where I'm going to go.
Well, that's fine. And what I'll say is this is what I want. It was very hard to watch this movie again.
Oh,
because
God. I was so checked out.
Because
towards the end.
Yeah, I would constantly get sidetracked by anything, just everything. Anything would sidetrack me. I did not want to actually commit to watching this, but I want our episode to be the opposite of that. I don't want us to get to make this, you know, as uninteresting as that movie. Let's try to get some value out of it.
I was debating whether or not to bring out my bottle of whiskey for this one, but I was like, no, I shouldn't be drunk on the podcast. But as Anakin said in The Phantom Menace, now this is a terrible movie. I think that was the line. Anyway, let's go. The opening crawl in this movie sucks. I hate it.
It's so bad.
It makes me the dead speak. You know, now I saw a quote from either J.J. Abrams or Chris Terrio, who wrote this movie. He wrote Batman v Superman and Argo, and now he's writing this schlock.
He also helped write Jurassic World Dominion, I believe.
His
a good movie.
Career's been very strange lately. That's interesting. I don't think he's a terrible screenwriter necessarily, but also,
or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was Justice League.
So, you know, I saw a quote from one of them saying that, like, with that, they were trying to capture like a cheesy cartoon / serial vibe, which, you know, as we've said,
never mind, it was Justice League. Sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, the Joss Whedon version?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't feel good. Yeah, so, you know, Star Wars started out as George Lucas wanting to do Flash Gordon, you know, and then he couldn't do that, so he made his own sci-fi serial. So, you know, I don't mind that. That's fine. But, dude, like, they say off-screen that Palpatine's back. Actually, technically, I don't know if you know this, but there was an event before the movie came out in Fortnite where Palpatine, like, broadcast a message. And if you were logged in at that time, you could, like, just be there watching the message. I'm going to be silent just so you can let that sink in, because I couldn't make up something that's stupid. All right. So, you know, we have Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. It mentions that. I love that because it's like, psych. Nope. He wants to fight Palpatine to preserve his power. Like, this opening crawl reads like somebody writing fan fiction or playing with their action figures. Like, I'm going to have Kylo Ren fight Palpatine. You know,
that's like, what this felt like.
What is going on?
And not in a good way.
Yeah, like, people say, you know, The Force Awakens feels like fan fiction. It feels like fan fiction written by somebody who mostly loves the franchise. This feels like fan fiction written by somebody who just wants to write the biggest pile of crap they possibly can.
So what it feels like is somebody that wanted to undo another person's work and continue
I know.
their work.
Get into that.
Okay. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You'll get to it. But that's what this feels like.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Even though JJ says otherwise, I don't believe you, you freaking hack.
Yeah.
All right, so we see Kylo Ren on a planet, and I'm going to be reading a lot of what I wrote just line for line because I think I riffed really good. So, the Rise of Skywalker in a nutshell. Quick space shot, then we're thrust into action that we know nothing about. The sequence of Kylo Ren on, I forget what planet, is admittedly kind of cool, but what's the context?
It's Mustafar.
Read the... Oh, yeah.
Yep.
What's the context? I don't know. It's probably in the novelization. Like,
Yeah.
He's fighting these dudes, but it's like 5 seconds long. Like it's like the quickest. Like, what is going on? And this is the entire movie. And then I love how
to add to that, because you mentioned novelization.
God, the novelization.
I remember there was a big thing going on when this movie came out, whether or not secondary material like a novelization was necessary to understand the primary material. Like the movie.
But
it shouldn't be.
For this one, it is, and that's the problem.
And that's why people were bringing it up, because if you remember for our episode 3 retrospective, I pretty much read the novelization.
Yeah. And
it added so much, but you did not need to read the novelization to understand anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just so cool, everything that I believe Matthew Stover added. But with this, like you said, you don't even understand the context of anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and even in the novelization, it makes it more confusing. But yeah, I mean, it's always cool to get some background detail, but it's to the point in this movie where you don't even understand what's going on unless you do that, which is just poor execution, all that.
Yeah.
Stuff.
And the reason Kylo Ren's here that I don't think we're told, and if it mentions it in the crawl, I probably wasn't paying attention. Sue me. He's looking for a Sith holocron, which is like a triangular thing that you put into the dashboard of your ship, and then it's like a GPS, and it leads you to a secret location. Which try not to think about it. I don't
know. Do they refer to it as a Sith Wayfinder?
Oh yeah,
because it is like a holocron basically. But.
Yeah, Wayfinder. I don't even remember what a holocron is, so I don't know where I got that from.
Hold on, is it the same thing?
Yeah, it's not hidden at all. Like, he kills these guys, he turns around, and there's like a stone chamber thing. He opens it up, and it's right there. Like, this could have been like a cool, like, Indiana Jones sequence where, we see Kylo, and he takes a journey to this place, and he's, like, making his way through caves, avoiding traps people left there, fighting people, using his wits, and then he finds a thing, and it's this big moment, like, oh man, look at all that he went through to find this thing. No, he fights a crew of guys in 5 seconds, turns around, finds the thing, and then in another abrupt transition of shots, plugs it into his ship and then flies to where Palpatine is. It is the most this movie is allergic to pacing, allergic to trying to set any kind of mood. It just wants to get to the next thing, and if you don't like it, well, screw you.
So I have information. God. Critical information. So this is actually kind of interesting. This was not necessary to be in the movie, but it's cool. Sith Wayfinders are shaped like Sith holocrons, but the Wayfinders are four-sided rather than the three-sided holocrons. Here's the difference. The Wayfinder holds coordinates to a point in space, and the holocron holds information. So I saw they compared the holocron to being like a book where you can actually sort through the information, and that's what they had at the Jedi Temple and stuff like that, I believe. And then the Wayfinders act like a modern day compass. They point into directions and stuff like that. Okay. It's kind of interesting.
So another in this quick montage, Kylo Ren flies to where Palpatine is on Exegol, and dude, I never caught this until rewatching it just recently, but like this is supposed. Think about it. This is where Palpatine is, gathering in secret with his cult, and he's hatching this plan to take. It's not even remotely sealed off. Like, it's like hovering in midair, and there's like a sizable crack anybody could just walk through. Oh my god! So
doesn't this make you appreciate the Camino sequence in Episode 2?
Yeah,
because how intriguing was that to watch? Whenever Obi-Wan went to Yoda.
It basically didn't exist.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan had to, actually try to find it. Here, Kylo Ren didn't have to try to do a damn thing.
And the way that George does that in Episode 2, it's literally in a classroom full of kids, and then Yoda's like, amazing the mind of a child. Obi-Wan lost the planet, and they all start laughing. It's like enjoyable. With this, you don't get anything. Yeah, but nothing. But the one thing I will say is I do respect there's a lot of bad cheesy dialogue in this movie, but I do respect some of the sequences, and I'll point them out where there is no dialogue, and I do like that. It's exposition. It's what I like to say sometimes, as in it's exposition through the means of like the filming, and not necessarily exposition through dialogue. So even though you see him in this sequence throughout the beginning, he's obviously searching for something, and it doesn't tell you outright where or what he's doing specifically, but then you get into it. And actually, the first voice you hear in the movie, I believe, is Palpatine's, which I kind of have an issue with. He shouldn't have been in the movie, but yeah.
The YouTuber, I think it was. I don't remember if this was this YouTuber, but I think it was a Cosmonaut Variety Hour or someone else that I can't remember the name of. They said, like, what if they didn't reveal Palpatine was in the movie, and then like fans were like shocked to see him show up? That would have at least been cool.
Much better.
You know, like it still would have been like, why is he here? This is awful, but it would have, but whatever. So, a small bit of why I hate this movie is because there are a few things in the movie that I actually do not hate. I like this sequence. I was in the theater, and I was thinking, wait, this is actually creepy. Kylo's making his way through this like weird, like ruined temple type place, and there's like,
and you see like a statue of Revan or something.
Yeah,
like,
there's like
cool.
statues of like these like old Sith people or whatever. There's like a stadium filled with like these like weird shadowy figures that they don't show close up, like chanting in a creepy way. It's dark, he's looking around like, where am I? What the heck is going on? Like it's the only time Star Wars has ever been creepy, and I wish it would do it more often, because this and that episode of Visions in the second season, when those kids
like
are
Sith
in that
cultists
cave
or something.
Yeah. Did you see the Star Wars Visions episode in season 2 when those kids are in that cave, and there's like some like lady there who's like a Sith or something, and like they think she's like this like weird crazy lady, and it's like creepy. It's like a horror movie.
No,
that was cool. Like I wish Star Wars would just be scary sometimes, because that could work. So I was like, this is actually cool. And then it immediately gets ruined because, Palpatine says something, and then Kylo's like, I killed Snoke. And then Palpatine's like, my boy, I created Snoke. Now, in a good movie, this would have been a metaphor. Like, he made Snoke the man he was, and then it would have been like, Snoke worked with Palpatine. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, no, because like 5 seconds later, it freaking zooms in on some tanks, and you see like a bunch of Snokes. So Palpatine literally created Snoke in tubes scientifically. Are we going to learn more about that? No.
It's like, this isn't Palpatine from...
I don't even know what to say.
This isn't Palpatine from the originals or the prequels. It's the Palpatine from the Robot Chicken universe. That's what this feels like.
That's a great way to put it. Holy crap. And then, so I like Palpatine's reveal, how like it like shows him in shadow and he's just there, and he looks creepy as heck.
Well, he's like a puppet.
Yeah, he's like
on strings,
attached to like a chair or so. Like it's genuinely creepy. I'm serious. But like, there's this weird, like a few times in these movies, we've seen somebody with a lightsaber try and strike somebody, and then somebody else uses the Force to stop them. And you could tell because, it's like filmed in a way where it's like they're coming up against some kind of resistance. Kylo pulls out his lightsaber, swings at Palpatine, and then it seems like he just stops. And then he's like, what could you possibly offer me? And then it's like, dude, why don't you just kill him? He's not trying to fight you. Like, why did you stop swinging? Like, this is why you came here, to kill him, right? Now you're here and you're like asking how you can help him. Like, what is this?
So not
it's like The Last Jedi didn't happen.
Because I don't think they intended for this, but Palpatine's whole way of fighting people is through manipulation. He's the kind of Sith that keeps his weapon hidden, and he uses, different tactics to stop his, enemies. So he kind of took advantage of Kylo and was like, this is, I can offer you this, whatever. So he this is kind of in line with his character.
Oh yeah, but I just feel like it.
But
just hate
you're right.
it.
It's like,
yeah, like it's just like I don't feel there's a reason. Like it'd be different maybe
100%.
if like Kylo was still, the person he became at the end of, the last movie, because believe it or not, there was a movie that came before this, and he like, like maybe like fought Palpatine and just like got his ass kicked, and then he, in an effort to spare his own life and possibly like try to kill him, he acted like he wanted to serve him, like he was playing a part. But he like he like says that here, but like it doesn't feel, it just feels like he like slowly starts to get sidelined, and then it just becomes the Emperor Palpatine show for the 20 millionth time. And like I don't know, I like they've emasculated my boy so bad after he was such a badass in the last movie.
Well, and the whole theme is of the last movie, destroy the past or whatever.
Exactly.
Kill it if you have to, whatever. But they do the opposite in this movie. They just bring all the past back. It's like,
yeah. So I have here. I love how Kylo Ren became his own person in The Last Jedi and becomes a lapdog again before Act 1 is even over. And then Palpatine pulls a fleet of ships out of the ground, and I wish I was drunk.
The Final Order. That's
oh my God,
creative.
All right, so we cut to Poe, Finn, and Chewie on the Falcon, and I actually like the
this sequence.
banter here. They're playing that chess hologram game.
That was a cool callback.
I actually don't know what it's called. I might know, but I keep forgetting. And it's like they're like to Chewie, "Are you gonna make a move?" And then they're like, "I don't know how he's beating us all this time. He probably cheats." And then Chewie flips out, and they're like, "We're just kidding." And then Chewie walks away. He's like, and then they're like, "Yeah, he's obviously cheating." Like it feels like the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Like just classic fun dialogue between characters. And then we find out they receive a transmission, and we find out there's a spy in the First Order. I'll get to this later. And then I like the flying sequence here, genuinely. Like I was having fun in the theater, with like, the large screen, and the sound was great, and they
Star Wars has always had great flying sequences in
sure.
every movie.
It's like
undoubtedly
one of the few things you could basically bank on all the time. And then they start light speed skipping, which totally breaks the canon laws. But at this point, who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah. Whatever.
When I was watching this during the movie, I was like, I don't care at this point what fits and what doesn't fit. This is cool to see.
It is, but it also, like, in A New Hope, they make a big deal out of, like, if you screw up traveling at light speed, that could, have very severe effects. But then in this trilogy, they treat light speed travel like it's nothing. Like it's a toy. Like, okay,
it's a weapon.
Screw it. Okay. All right, so then we cut to Rey, a forced Rey training sequence to appease the haters. Too late. This is a pattern in this movie.
When I was watching it, I was like, where was this sooner? I mean, it's the third movie. It
is way too late for this. Like, why? It's
too late.
Well, why'd they even bother?
It in of itself isn't a bad idea, but it's like, okay, we get it.
Like, it's like echoes to Luke training on Dagobah, but that was in the second movie.
That was in the second. So when Luke enters in his third movie, he is the Jedi master.
He earned that. Rey, I hate to say it, didn't entirely earn much of anything, just beyond Luke sacrificing himself, and now she is actually the last Jedi.
I really, I actually really like Rey in the first and second movie, Force Awakens, and Last Jedi. I do not like her at all in this movie.
Yeah, not at all. I like her, like, she gets angry like she does throughout these movies, and like, because like she keeps getting shot by the droid that's firing the lasers, and she's getting like mad, and then she kind of loses her composure a bit. Again, like we've seen, but we'll get to her arc in this movie and how it makes me want to run over a whole flock of geese. And this is really weird. In the first movie, she beat Kylo Ren, but she can't beat a sphere shooting lasers. That overpowers her, and she like freaking flips out, like so that she can throw a tree that falls and then almost crushes BB-8, and then she could be like, "Oh my god, I'm out of control!" Like, what? Like, who wrote this? I'm gonna be saying that a lot, by the way. Like, who wrote this? I don't know. All right, and then she gets visited by Princess Leia. Now, this is the first point of the movie that I want to talk about for a bit. So, you know, we mentioned in the Last Jedi episode that Carrie Fisher unfortunately passed away before the movie was released. And they were clearly building to Leia and Kylo Ren having a confrontation of some kind. We don't know exactly what they wanted to happen in that. So in this movie, she's here using a combination of CGI and like archival
Old footage
and dialogue. And I'm gonna say this: they did that as good as they could have. Like, there are genuine moments.
I think they did a great job with it.
I don't know where, you know, she ends and the special effects begin. And you talk about the uncanny valley. This is the most uncanny valley crap I've ever seen. Like in that scene where Leia and Rey hug. Was the hug fake? I don't know. And that's almost impressive.
Apparently, I'll just, you know, I know we're going to go out of order a little bit. Try not to, but you have to keep me on track at this point. Apparently, the kiss at the end was fake.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about that. So
I'm going to look it up if it was fake. I'm pretty sure it was fake.
I mean, I wish it was fake in the sense that we all dreamed it and it actually
it never actually
yeah, so, but, you know, I ultimately hate this because, like, they could have just as easily wrote her off by saying she died, like, in between The Last Jedi and this movie. And this, you know, in Rogue One, you know, they had CGI Grand Moff Tarkin, which was terrible. Like, it would have been fine for one scene, you know, you see him in the back and he's looking in a window and you see his face and it's like, oh, crap, that's Grand Moff Tarkin. Okay, cool. And then they have Leia for 5 seconds and it's weird. But this kind of started that trend of Disney using like young CGI versions of characters like they're doing with Luke in The Mandalorian. Like, they know fans hate it, but they just keep doing it. So, you know, ultimately, I feel like how they use Leia in this movie and how they brought her to life, as impressive as it is, kind of started or made that trend even more prominent. So what are your thoughts about all of that stuff? Like, are you for it, against it, or do you land somewhere in the middle?
Are you asking me the ethics of it?
Yeah, like, how do you feel? Like, do you think they should have had Leia in here through artificial means or just wrote her out of the movie?
Fun fact, which is why I'm so glad we do retrospectives. I actually wrote a paper about this in college, and it was for Rogue One about Grand Moff Tarkin, because he died and they completely, you know, used his likeness in the movie and CGI, of course. And it was about, the paper was about the ethics of it. And I don't think it was a paper where I took a stance, on one way or the other. I was just kind of talking about the whole idea of it because it was unprecedented at the time. But like you said, they do this again and again and again, but they did it with Leia here. And I think out of all of the times that Star Wars has done this, whether it be with Luke, whether it be with Han Solo, I'm trying to think all the times they did it, whether it be with Grand Moff Tarkin, whoever, I think that what they did with Leia right here was the best they've ever done it. I think it was fine.
Yeah,
I genuinely cannot tell what is real or not. When I was watching this in theaters, obviously I knew that she wasn't in it per se, but I couldn't tell watching it. I had no idea. I think they did a great job.
Yeah, I definitely, you know, I'm not envious of the filmmakers and their task here because, like, how do you even start to try and bring that to life? So, you know, Rey meets up with Finn and Poe, and I like Poe and Rey kind of arguing with each other, because they're both similar characters in certain ways. Like, they're both headstrong, and they're like natural leaders. Like, they have that temperament. And it's like, gee, if only this dynamic could have been, I don't know, developed in the last movie or something, instead of trying to cram it in here. And then
it was supposed to be with between Finn and Rose, but she's non-existent.
Oh, and then I like this exchange between Rey and Finn where she's like, "What? Bad mood?" And then Finn's like, "Me," and then she says, "Him," and then Finn's like, "Always." But like the way John Boyega says it, like, yo, I think we can all agree John Boyega
amazing.
Got the absolute shaft in this trilogy, and it got worse as the movies went on. But he tries his best to at least give something resembling a good performance in this movie, and that's just how you know that he really loves his job and he really takes it seriously, because he doesn't necessarily feel like he doesn't want to be here. He feel like he probably didn't like the script and the circumstances, but he really seems like he still wanted to be here and was actually trying. Everyone does.
Yeah, everyone does, and I think it comes down to the who's directing, who's producing, who's writing, and not the actors at all. The actors are doing a great job, and Rey's supposedly coming back for her own solo movie, and I'm actually not. I feel like the ship has sailed. It's too late, but if they can pull it off, I'm kind of excited for it because I think she's a great actress. So,
oh yeah, for sure.
If they can pull it off, but I think it comes down to, like I said, the directing, the writing, whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I saw this quote from John Boyega where he was basically saying that, like, I think it was like towards people who criticized this movie or something, but he was like, just appreciate that JJ came back and tried to fix your shit or something like that. So it seems like he wasn't a fan of how Finn was treated in Last Jedi. And I mean, I can't blame him, especially after The Force Awakens and how
he did say that he
probably made him think he was going to have one role, but then it was like, actually, no, screw you.
That's what I was going to say. I do remember that JJ did want him to, or said that, he should have been Force sensitive. And throughout this movie, you could kind of see it happening. And then, of course, at the end, they hint towards it.
So okay, here's something I want to get your opinion on. And I didn't remember that it was in this movie, but Poe's mad at Rey for not being out in the field with them, but instead just like being, like choosing to be there training. But like, I don't know. Throughout this trilogy, I never got the impression that Rey would like back down from a fight, because she hasn't been so far. So, do you feel like that's like inconsistent with how she's been portrayed in the previous movies? That like now she's suddenly like, I don't want to be out there. I just want to be here because I have to, learn how to be a great Jedi and yada, yada, yada.
No, it's consistent because she's always been selfish like that. If you think about it, kind of like not her first, but what is my place in all this? She's always kind of focused on like, herself. I mean, she doesn't come from like the resistance like Poe does, or the First Order like Finn does. She's been by herself most of her life, so she's kind of focused on herself. I think it's consistent with her character, but it's not like Luke, where Luke, grew up and he wanted more. He wanted to join, basically wanted to join the rebellion. He did, and then he wanted to keep helping out, and then he left. And then when he came back, they celebrated in Return of the Jedi that he was back. So it was kind of like opposite of Rey, where they're like, Rey, where are you? We need you. And she's like, well, I'm figuring out, this Jedi stuff. I'm figuring out myself, all this. So it's just a different take on it, but I think it is consistent with her character.
You know what? I think that actually makes sense. I kind of don't know why I thought that. Interesting. Okay. So I wrote here, prepare for a BS smorgasbord. Just all you can eat nonsense. Okay. So Poe is standing before everybody, and he's like, you know, he has a message, you know, that they received an encrypted message from the spy in the First Order.
It's so bad,
and
dude.
they
So
decrypt it.
Is this the Sith language part?
And then, you know, this is a fantastic scene.
This is even worse.
Because, you know, Poe, you know, he stands before everybody and he, you know, gives a good, detailed explanation for how Palpatine's back. Are you ready? He says, somehow Palpatine returned. I wish I'd never been born. If you look closely, you can see Oscar Isaac question his life choices.
And the random guy from Lost they threw in this movie.
To do nothing except say stupid cringe dialogue that the fans would say. He's a great actor, and they screwed my boy over, and I feel bad for you, Dom. I still love you, though. I can't fault you for this. Who wouldn't want to be in a Star Wars movie, you know? And then, you know, some freaking jackass who has like one line, he's like, that can't be. Palpatine's dead. And then Beaumont Kin, you know, the character we were just talking about, he says dark science, cloning, secrets only the Sith knew. Glances over at Attack of the Clones. Like, only the Sith knew how to What? What? So the Kaminoans were Sith. You know, those people that Palpatine paid to create a clone army were apparently
it's
Sith.
Like somehow
only the
they
Sith
forgot.
know how to clone.
So somehow I guess they forgot that cloning is like an established thing in Star Wars. But I think what they should have said is, you know, we've seen clones, but we've never seen a clone of somebody who was Force capable, which is something the Sith have figured out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. And then,
but I don't know.
And then the whole Exegol thing feels like, okay, I don't know. Maybe you do. That's why I'm not going to make any claims to stuff that I don't know anything about. Was Exegol a planet in any way before this movie? Because it feels like they just pulled it out of their butts, but I could be wrong.
I'm 99% sure that it was not. I will double check.
And then Rey. Oh no, wait, no. And then Maz Kanata is here to tell us obvious information and nothing else. I don't know if it's her, but she's like, Palpatine was always in the shadows from the very beginning. And then, you know, John Cena shows up and he's like, are you sure about that? And then...
Yeah, so it was invented for the Rise of Skywalker.
Of course.
Sorry.
And then Rey conveniently has information about Exegol in one of Luke's journals. So he found out that Palpatine was planning a comeback like an old band from the 70s or 80s, and he didn't tell anybody. So I have to believe that that wasn't a thing, because I'm pretty sure Luke, even in his state, would have told somebody about that. And I'm going to talk about that again later, because Lando drops an even stupider bombshell about stuff Luke was apparently, and I'm like, you know, and then I actually like this line from Rey. She tells Leia, I don't want to go without your blessing, but I will. And who does that remind you of? Luke in Empire Strikes Back. You know, he wanted Obi-Wan and Yoda's blessing to go save Han and Leia, but he was like, I'm going to go with or without your approval. And I think that's interesting. You know, like, she's kind of starting to show that she's like Luke a little bit in some ways. I think that's cool. You know, I think that's obviously something that I wish would have been expounded upon, but, and then, you know, she's like, I have to do this alone. And then Poe's like, yeah. I mean, Finn's like, yeah, alone with friends. Another great line. And then,
yeah. And
then Finn basically tells Rey, Rose, you stay here. You're not allowed to be a character in this movie. Because, you know, fans didn't like her in the freaking last movie. And then
maybe it's not her. Maybe it's the way she was wrote.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean,
But-
just write her better, you hacks.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesus.
So I have some information about Exegol I would like to
Ooh,
share.
Exclusive time.
Yeah. Breaking news exclusive from the Senate podcast. Was there any mention of Exegol in the Star Wars universe before the Rise of Skywalker film? No. In the Legends continuity, the world of origin for the Sith was Korriban. As the story goes, a faction of Dark Jedi were banished from charted space by the Jedi Order. In their exile, these Dark Jedi discovered Korriban, whose natives, the Sith, had rudimentary dark side powers. The Dark Jedi conquered these Sith, ruled over them, and even interbred with them. The Dark Jedi declared themselves to be the lords of the Sith. Over time, the natives, known as Red Sith due to their skin color, died out, but the Sith as an order of dark side users remained. J.J. Abrams came up with the rubbish name Exegol, which sounds like the name of an over-the-counter painkiller, either because he didn't want to get in any entanglement with the creatives who came up with the name Korriban, or because he simply never looked it up. So here we have it, Exegol, for headache, pain, and corruption by the dark side of the Force. Glad to be of service.
Dude, that would have been so cool to like see like Kylo Ren stumble upon the ruins of this ancient civilization. Nope, Palpatine, bitch. Sorry, I'm swearing a little too much, but and then
like it would have been cool to see like those Sith acolytes or the whatever the cultists from the Sith Eternal cult that Palpatine had there. Like all of that sounds like this story, but like wouldn't it have been cool to see him stumble upon this planet where the natives were Sith that came from the ancestors that were they were descendants of banished evil Jedi and the native red Sith of that planet. Like I don't know,
you could have done like a psychological thing with that. Oh my god. And then Leia hugs Rey before she leaves, and in one of the biggest retcons in this whole movie, she's like, never be afraid of who you are. And then Rey has this look on her face like, what you talking about? You
know why? Because of what Luke says towards the end of the second act, where he's like, yeah, Leia knew the whole time.
I'm gonna save that for later, because that's probably gonna be when I jump off a cliff and I'll never be on this podcast again, and you'll have to grieve my passing. Okay, so the Knights of Ren show up out of nowhere.
From where were these guys the whole last movie?
What were they doing? They were probably in heavy space traffic, I guess. And this is one of my favorite things that I wrote. An ape fixes Kylo Ren's helmet. I don't know what you want me to say. So I get what they were trying to do with the reconstructing of the helmet, and it has cracks because he's putting on a facade again, but there's cracks in the facade. Yada yada, but it's bad execution, and it feels like JJ giving Rian Johnson the finger yet again. And then they have Kylo attend a meeting with everyone else, and they make a stupid joke about it, where Kylo's like, "Oh, General Hux, I sense unease about my appearance. What, your helmet? No. I think it looks good. I like it." What is this? Saturday Night Live? Stop. Stop pointing it out. It's stupid. Stop pointing it out. Stop trying to be meta. All right, sorry. I got to cool off. So Rey, Finn, and Poe go to a planet called Pasana. And again, I'm going to praise the movie. The practical effects here are stellar.
So
fantastic.
Remember, I think I texted you there. I said there's one thing I really want to commend this movie for, and it is for the visuals.
Oh yeah, dude!
Throughout the entire movie, it has some of the best in the entire saga.
Yeah, and the production was rushed because for those who don't know, Colin Trevorrow, famous for Jurassic World Dominion, right? That's the third one.
Yes.
And Safety Not Guaranteed, as well as the Book of Henry, which I know what that plot's about, and I think he was on some quality crack when he wrote that thing.
Jurassic World Dominion is an absolutely amazing movie.
I kind of want to check out the other ones, but Jurassic World to me was everything I hate about blockbuster filmmaking. But I like Safety Not Guaranteed. I think that's genuinely a great movie with great performances. It has an interesting story. It's independent, like it feels ambitious, and like it knows what it's trying to be. So I mean, maybe he would have made a good movie, but he got axed for creative reasons, like a lot of people that dare to not fall in line with everything.
I think he had very good ideas, but I don't think
there were some
for a good
things
movie.
I'm going to bring up a few things in the script here and there, but I don't think it sounded great, but it sounded a heck of a lot better than this.
Yeah, the ideas were there, but I don't know. I don't think it would have been a good movie, but
I actually don't even know why I brought that up. Oh, yeah. So, this movie had a rushed production because, they brought back J.J. Abrams, and he had to, essentially try to patch holes in a ship with super glue and duct tape. So, they did the best job with the time they had. I could say that. And it's amazing that in that state, the practical effects the special effects look as great as they do. Like, I genuinely don't know how that happened.
Yeah. I love the set pieces in this movie. I think, they really know how to do action and adventure. And I think it looks great. Like you said, the practical, the CGI, I love it all. I think it's really good.
Yeah. And then, the children you see here watching the puppet show are puppets. Like, incredible. It just blew my mind.
Yeah.
And then Rey comes across this lady who asks what her family name is, and then she says, I don't have one. I'm just Rey. And it's like, wow, that would have been a better message or something. I don't know. What do I know? I'm not a screenwriter. And then Rey and Kylo Ren have a confrontation, and bro, I don't usually do this, but I had to write down this entire exchange line by line because it is just the most sterile, sauceless, on the nose exposition, treat the audience like they're dumb dialogue I've ever heard. I offered you my hand once. You wanted to take it. Why didn't you take it? You could have killed me. Why didn't you? You can't hide, Rey. Not from me. I see through the cracks in your mask. You're haunted. You can't stop seeing what you did to your father. Do you still count the days since your parents left? Such pain in you. Such anger. I don't want to have to kill you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to turn you to the dark side. When I offer you my hand again, you'll take it. We'll see. Like, no, is that the best thing? Like, dude, their dialogue in The Last Jedi was great. My favorite stuff in the movie. This is like, they're just saying like things on a surface level, and it's like, this is how I'm feeling. This is how I'm feeling. This is what I'm going to do. Come on.
There was so much nuance in The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
But there's absolutely none in this movie.
Good.
Except for one part of the movie, which when we get there, I actually cannot wait to talk about.
Actually, there's a confrontation with them later that I actually think is pretty good, which I'll talk about, and I'll give credit.
I think we're thinking of the same part because it's a very good part of the movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then it ends with kind of an expansion on the Force Skype calls that we saw with Rey and Kylo Ren in The Last Jedi, where he takes her necklace. And, that's one of the few things in this movie that actually feels like an expansion of the last one. Because if you remember, it was either their first or second time having that happen to them. Kylo Ren has some water on his glove from when it was raining on Ahch-To, where Rey was. So we know you could transport matter from one place to the next in this, when this happened. So it's like the one time that the movie actually expands on something set up in The Last Jedi. Yeah. And it's like, wow, that was pretty good. And why can't you do that again?
And then they tease it, and then they expand on it even more at the later, which is good. I don't like that aspect, but I think, like you said, the way
I think they took it too far, but it's at least expanding an idea.
Set up.
Like, okay, fine.
Yeah. And the Force Skype in this was cool because he was manipulating her. He was trying to figure out where she was, so he got her angry. She destroyed the thing, and then he was like, "Oh, that's where you are." And then that was awesome.
Yeah, that was actually cool. And then Lando shows up, and it's like he's wearing a costume, and he's using a.
I could not with this, when I saw this in the theaters.
He's freaking using a modulator, and it's like, who's this guy? And then he takes off the mask. He's like, Wookiees stand out in a crowd, and then it's like, hey, Chewie. It's like, oh, I recognize the character. Cool. I like Lando, but like, he has like nothing to do here. And it's like,
no, I'm not saying why to you, but why is he in the movie? Yeah, he's cool, but
yeah. And then he says he and Luke found out about Exegol, which is just the most convenient nonsense ever, because it's like the whole, like, oh my god, like in The Force Awakens kind of, and even more in The Last Jedi, the whole point, at least that I got from Luke leaving, was that he wanted nothing to do with any of this crap. So like they set up all this stuff that we don't see with like Luke on these adventures and figuring out stuff that's convenient for the plot of this movie. And it's like, when did this happen? Like, why are we just hearing about this random nonsense? Like, I guarantee you they didn't think of this until they were trying to hash out the screenplay for this movie. Like,
they talk a lot about past events in this movie, and then there's one time where they actually show a flashback, and it's at this point I was so checked out of the movie, but they do show a flashback, which was cool. But movies, I hate when movies do this. They constantly talk about things that have happened, but they don't show you. So yeah, like you're saying, him and Luke found Exegol, blah 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 blah. It's like none of us watching care. We want to see it.
And then like he tells him that, but then they're like, "Oh, you need to come back and fight with us." And then he pulls that thing where he's like, "I'm retired. I don't do this anymore." Like, shut up! Get out of my face, you idiot! Stop wasting my time. And then he says, "Give Leia my love," in like a creepy way. Which, okay, in Empire, when he meets up with Han and Leia on Cloud City, he like, starts like flirting with Leia. But I took that as like he's like a charming guy, and he did that to like annoy Han. And then like Han doesn't get like pissed off about it. He's just like, okay, Romeo, stop it. Like he's just like, this is how he is. He's just like that. And it's like a fun moment. But like here, it's like, dude, does he not know that his best friend's dead? Like, well, why is he like creepily talking about his best friend who passed away's wife in this? Like, why did they frame it? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I want Lando dead. Like this one moment, I'm like, okay, you can kill him. Like, just kill him. Like, I hope Palpatine electrocutes him and he just blows up. Like,
yeah,
this feels like a caricature of Lando. Honestly, I don't even have any other words to say about it, so I'm just gonna move on. And what proceeds is admittedly a pretty fun chase, in my opinion. It's a typical fun Star Wars action set piece. There's that joke where the other stormtroopers they have like jetpacks, and then they start flying, and then everyone's like, they fly now? They fly now?
They fly now.
They fly now. So I know people were really pissed about that joke because they were like, oh, they turn Star Wars into the MCU and stuff. But what did you think about it? Because all the times I've watched the movie, it's never it's not Star Wars humor, I guess, but I don't know. It never felt like that jarring to me.
It was when I heard it again this time, it definitely stands out, but whatever.
I mean, it kind of feels like it was written by Joss Whedon.
Yeah, literally, that's a Joss Whedon.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so then I heard a YouTuber point this out, and I want to know what you think. Like Finn was obviously a stormtrooper and stuff.
Yeah.
He was raised in, the First Order, and then he left in The Force Awakens. And in this movie, there are a lot of moments where he's helping to kill other stormtroopers, and he doesn't seem like conflicted about it, and like here, like there's that part where like he makes the speeder crash and then it blows up, and then he's like, whoa, he's like cheering as like his old comrades die. Like I feel like they could have explored, you know, like how he feels fighting them and stuff, but like it just seems like, oh no, it's just fun, you know. He like
well,
I don't know.
It's interesting because in the last movie, it's like, oh, we need to save the horses and not let the horses die. But it's like, if we're made in the first movie to understand that stormtroopers are people too, why are we just celebrating killing them?
Exactly. Yeah.
No, that's been the precedent in Star Wars. It's funny how George got away from it in the prequels, which is something underrated we never touched on. Was the fact he replaced humans with droids and clones. Yeah. So it was like, you know, clones and droids. It was more of like an ethical ambiguity rather than humanizing stormtroopers, which I think is a cool idea to humanize stormtroopers. But like you're saying, they kind of just don't follow up on it. You know, like why not show like him conflicted with killing stormtroopers? Because even though, you know, they're brainwashed people, as they go to say later in the movie, they're still people, but he just kind of celebrates killing them, which, you know, is fine because it's been like that since the beginning. But why not double down on what they started in the first movie?
Yeah, I've always thought for a franchise called Star Wars, they've never gone as full into like the war aspect, with the exception of Rogue One, and I guess A New Hope is probably the other closest. But like aside from that, like they never felt like war movies to me, and that always bugged me. Like even rewatching them, I was like, I wish they would actually talk about this stuff, but like it just seems like they could be fighting anybody and it wouldn't matter. Like sometimes, I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I definitely feel like the original trilogy felt like war movies more so than the prequels and sequels.
Yeah.
The prequels, obviously, you know, when you get into the Clone Wars stuff, it does feel like war, obviously, like the end of episode 2 and a lot of episode 3, but episode 1 was kind of like an espionage type of movie almost, and political thriller in a way. It was a weird way to put it. And then 2 was kind of like a detective, you know, / romance, you know, thing. It was just kind of different. Yeah. But like you said, Rogue One kind of gets into the war aspect, which is cool. And then the sequels really don't get into the war aspect at all. It's more of a, I don't know, it's a little different.
If only it didn't have to be so family friendly, then they could like really tell uninhibited stories.
Andor, I'm going to throw this out there.
Yeah, you know, I still got to watch that whole thing.
We love Rogue One because of what you're saying. It's the war, blah, blah, blah. It's a little bit more intense. Andor, that is like, that's just, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait. All right, so then they eventually crash into like, I don't know if it's sand. It's like these black rocks. It's essentially quicksand, but it's not. And then, you know, that's like, that just feels like, oh, plot contrivance, whatever. And then there's that moment where Finn alludes to like having a secret, but then he doesn't say it because they sink. And then, so this is kind of interesting because have you ever heard of Hollow Earth?
Yes.
It's like yes. So I'm assuming that some planets in Star Wars are Hollow Earth because they fall through quicksand and then end up in a cave. How does that make sense? I have no idea. But I mean, I'm not going to say that, you know, that's like a knock towards the movie. It just feels kind of random. But then, you know, they end up in this cave and then, you know, like Finn's like, oh, I'll tell you later. And then Poe's like, when I'm not here. And then he's like, yeah. And then he's like, we're going to die in a cave and we're keeping secrets. And it's like this, like some of the tension among them just feels like really ham-fisted. Like it's just there for no reason. Like, because there has to be some drama. I don't know. And then, you know,
it just doesn't fit, but you know,
like they're walking through yada. Oh, and then quick transition to Wedge Antilles. He's in this movie. He's talking
randomly,
Leia and Rose, and you know, he's like, he says, I forget what he says, and they're like, "Do you have to sound so negative?" And then he's like, he says it in a more upbeat way, and it's supposed to be a joke. And dude, like here, so Wedge is one of Luke's oldest like childhood friends, right?
Yeah.
It was Wedge and Biggs, which are actually, I'm pretty sure those are references to Final. Actually, no, Final Fantasy VII always has Final Fantasy games always have two characters named Wedge and Biggs, and we know the producer of Final Fantasy VII was a Star Wars fan, so it's funny. I actually
that is a cool
never really
well,
pieced that together, but like.
Yeah.
You know, like Wedge is like this important character who's been part of the rebellion and stuff. And I think, wasn't he one of the people that inspired Luke to want to join the Empire and stuff?
So that I know what you're saying. That I'm not sure of, but I know obviously once he got in, he was, his boy.
Because like, for like, as much as I don't love how Lando's in this movie, at least when like the characters meet him, they're like, "You're Lando Calrissian," like they acknowledge that he has a reputation and he, he's this decorated war hero. They treat Wedge in this movie just like an absolute joke. Like he's just there to be a freaking bumbling idiot, and it's like if they were gonna do that, why'd they even have him here? Like he does nothing and he's not funny. Like
there was probably a team that Lucasfilm created. And the team was for the purpose of bringing back people from old movies. Now, to the capacity they have in the movie, they were like, "Oh, well, let's just bring them back as a fun nod." But it's like, we don't want that.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything, as far as I know. I mean, maybe when I zoned out, he actually did something. But like, so anyway, we cut back to the main crew, and they're walking through this cave, and they find what I'm going to call the plot contrivance dagger, because Rey touches this and she can see that it was used for some, really terrible things, like to kill her parents and stuff. Now, that is a thing in Star Wars. I don't know if it's been in the movies, but it's been in the video games. I know in Jedi Fallen Order, that's one of the features. Like you explore like a cave,
Force
and
Echo.
you come across points, and then Cal can see things, and that was like the stuff I liked most about that game.
Yeah, can I point out something?
That was cool. Yeah,
Force Echo, really cool ability. They show it a lot in Ahsoka as well.
Oh, cool.
It's really cool. Yeah.
But then, other people have pointed this out, and then I was like, oh yeah, that is weird. Rey can sense that from this dagger, right? But when she picked up Anakin's lightsaber, she couldn't tell that he used it to murder a bunch of kids and Lord knows how many other people. So it's almost like they pulled this ability out of nowhere specifically for this movie, and they didn't think about how it might fit in the wider context of Star Wars or something. It's almost like that happened.
Sequel trilogy feels like a reboot. It doesn't feel like a sequel. Like a sequel, it literally means like the next installment, and this doesn't feel like a next installment. This just feels like what you would call in comic books a soft reboot, where you keep a lot of the same things, but they're not the same. It's like what they're doing with Daredevil in a way where it's like a soft reboot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's the same things, but it's not really the same universe. It's like it's like an Earth 2 type of situation. Like, oh, they're the same things, but this just happened. The things happened a little bit differently in this iteration. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard people say that with the world between worlds thing, which I know very little about, that they could technically put this trilogy in like a separate universe from the main one. And I mean, look, if they can find a way to write something like that and make it make sense, whatever, I don't care. This franchise is weird.
So, people are like, oh, time travel's not a thing in Star Wars. So, in the world between worlds, it's like not time travel or whatever, but it is kind of like time dimension, out of time, out of space type of place. But I'll say this, man, Star Trek does this so well. Their sci-fi. I'm not the biggest Star Trek fan in the world, but I really do like Star Trek a lot. And Star Trek Strange New Worlds does this thing with time travel and where, like you're saying, like something happens in a timeline, and then they're kind of like, oh, let's play with that by, you know, time travel and stuff in sci-fi. Star Wars is the place for it, and they could make a story where they do something like that, not just to retcon the sequels, but
Yeah.
like if you watch Ahsoka, they do go to the world between worlds. That's a big thing in the series, where it really does affect, you know, it's not like essential. It's not like you know, time travel where it's like, oh, let's go back in time and change something, and then when we come back, you know, it's not the Back to the Future type of thing. It's a little bit different, and I think, you know, they could play with that. I mean, this is sci-fi, it's Star Wars, like, you know, let's have some fun with it. So I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's an interesting concept, but, you know, we'll never get that.
Yeah. All right, so here's a really weird sentence. Rey force heals a giant worm. There's a giant worm in the cave. It's wounded. Everyone's ready to fight it. And then Rey's like, wait, it's wounded. And then she heals it. And then it leaves him alone. Now, in a vacuum, I like this idea a lot. Because this kind of feels like something Luke might have done in his older age. You know, when he was like, after Return of the Jedi, when he's like, I don't want to be a stereotypical Jedi. Screw you guys.
Yeah.
You're all weird. I'm going to do my own thing, as Miles Morales said in Across the Spider-Verse. But
I'm gonna do my own thing.
Force healing has been in some of the video games, you know, in Revenge of the Sith. That's a mechanic, and then it's fun, like balancing your force power. You know, like. It's like, oh, I could heal here, but I don't have that much power. So should I let it recharge, or should I just, you know, it's like this fun thing in games. But for some reason, people got mad that they put it into a movie.
I thought it was cool.
And yeah, and I'm just going to point out, everybody had a problem when Rey did it in this movie, right? Nobody gave a damn when Grogu did it in Mandalorian Season 1. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not saying anything. If you think I'm saying something, that's a projection on you and how you're thinking, because I didn't say it. But I don't know. Just interesting.
It's a cool concept and thing, but it's just, you know, a lot of things, it's execution. And I think, you know, the randomness of the situation they were in the first place was just like, who really cares? So, yeah. I
mean, I wonder too, like that. Because they brought it up, now you have to think about it, and it's like, I wonder, like, what, like, how severe somebody's wounds have to be for it to either work or not work. You know what I mean? Like, cause like Kylo Ren does that to Rey when she's like, you know, dying. So it's like, you can do that. So would Luke have been able to save Vader in Return of the Jedi if he knew how to do it? Now we have to ask those questions, and that kind of makes things weird, unfortunately. So that's the tricky thing about introducing new abilities. Like, it's cool and it should be done, but also people are going to ask questions. Yeah.
Execution.
Okay, so this next sequence makes me feel like I'm having a stroke. So I'm going to try to go slow, but there's a lot to unpack here. So Rey stays outside to play chicken with Kylo Ren's ship. Finn tells Chewie to tell her that they have to go, even though she already knew that they had to go. But she's like, no, I'm going to stay out here to play chicken with Kylo Ren. And then Chewie gets captured. And then Rey thinks she blew up the ship Chewie was in. But that was the other ship that was there for some reason. Also, how is Rey powerful enough to grab ships? So I don't understand what the hell even happened here. It feels like they just had to progress the plot, and they were like, why don't we have Rey backflip over Kylo Ren's spear thing, whatever, and then slice it, and then they'll have a tug of war contest with a ship, and then she shoots lightning, and then that blows up the ship, and then she thinks everybody thought Chewie was dead for like 5 seconds, and then they were like, no, it's cool. This movie has absolutely no stakes. So I don't know. Do you have anything to say about whatever this is?
I originally loved this. When I was in the theaters and I saw this, I actually loved it because a few things. I thought, again, I think the visuals here are awesome. Kylo Ren's ship, the TIE Interceptor, I believe, is super interesting.
Yeah. It's something that we haven't seen before, so I like that.
It's not the Interceptor.
I mean, as far as I've never seen it before, I'm sure other people have. If it's a thing,
not the starship, the TIE Silencer. The Interceptor is something different, but I think it's a TIE Silencer. Anyways, it's just it reminds me of an Interceptor, but it's a cool ship. I like it. I think her doing the backflip thing was cool. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. It was cool to see. And then the tug of war. At this point, I was like, okay, you know, it's the third movie. Let's have these guys, you know, be kind of, you know, more powerful than they were previously. And then she shoots lightning, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool because Jedi could shoot lightning. It's an ability called Force Judgment. And one of the Jedi that had it was Plo Koon. He was in this prequel trilogy. It's a light side form of Force lightning. So she used that, and then I was like, oh, this is cool. And then they killed Chewie, and I was like, I love this movie now because they're committing to something. I was like, it is actually crazy that they just killed Chewie. I'm like, wow, I actually can't believe they did this. And I'm like, if they're doing this now in the movie, I'm like, I wonder where it's going to go because they actually are committing, you know, to killing these characters, not just like random people off screen like Admiral Akbar. They're actually like doing something. And then 2 seconds later, he's back.
Yeah.
And that's what ruined the movie for me in the theaters. I was sold, you know, watching this. I was like, okay, you know, we're undoing The Last Jedi. We're having some really cool set pieces and visuals, a wacky story. This is like, you know, becoming a little bit, you know, more like Star Wars. And then Chewie's back. And oh wait, she's not using the Jedi version of Force Lightning. She's actually Palpatine. Oh my God.
Yeah, like that was clearly the filmmakers just trying to foreshadow because they haven't done enough of that already. Like, who's the only character we've seen in a Star Wars movie, mind you, to shoot lightning?
Yeah.
So it's like they
from that in a cool way, but
if they wanted to leave that mystery through this movie, they should have, you know, let it be a mystery. Like in Attack of the Clones, George, you know, his writing's on the nose in a lot of ways, and I'm not always a fan of it, but he let us go on this journey with Obi-Wan to figure out what was going on. Chris Terrio and J.J. Abrams left nothing to the imagination in this movie, and it's like, come on, dude. Like, if you're gonna do something weird to, you know, have a really weird reveal that's just gonna throw us on our backs, at least let us figure it out in real time. But they couldn't even do that, so it's like, why bother?
Why bother? I saw it and I'm like, why even bother doing that in the first place? Like,
yeah, so then at some point Rey mentions that I guess when she touched the dagger or something, she had a vision of her as a Sith. That's interesting, but I came up with something in The Force Awakens called Plot Point That Leads to Nowhere. PPTLTN, as I call it. That's the acronym. And that's just another one of these because it comes up in the movie again for 5 seconds. And then it's like, okay, that subplot's done. That subplot's done. Okay. End of that. We're moving on. And it's like, you can't move on from something you never even did. What do you...
Well, my thing is like she was battling with that in The Last Jedi, and why is it back? Like, why are we rehashing this? Like, we had that already.
Yeah, like I felt like the ending. I felt like the ending of The Last Jedi was Luke when he, in my mind, when he said, "I will not be the last Jedi." That was him being like, I wanted the Jedi to die so that it wouldn't become something unknown to me but I'm fine with that now. Like, you know, Rey's not like me. I wasn't like Obi-Wan and Yoda. That's fine. I'm willing to let the concept of a Jedi evolve.
Yeah.
But no, that's not at all what they did, and that would have been so interesting.
That would have been way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, okay, so another instance of lazy writing. They lost the dagger, but C-3PO has it in his memory because this movie is allergic to steaks. I do like the moment where like Finn grabs Rey's hand and then he grabs Poe's hand and then Poe's like hands and then Finn's like hands and then he like begrudgingly grabs his hand. Like I like to see that like Finn, you know, he's grown into somebody that like is really friendly and just like loves his friends. You know, he's like found this family and he just loves that. I think that's cute, you know, and Poe's kind of like not the most affable guy, so he's like, you see what I have to put up with here, you know, like I would have liked to see that actually fleshed out, but I mean, it has some fun moments here and there. Dio is a droid that they find, a broken droid on this ship. I forget where he even comes from, and they fix him up. He's the most useless character of all time, and he's also voiced by J.J. Abrams. Is there a connection there? I don't know. But
no comment.
How do you feel about
no comment.
Screw him. I don't know why he's here. He's not even cool looking. Like at least like R2, BB-8 look cool. You know, they have like fun design. Dio is just a cone on a ball. Screw him.
No
I wanted him to die. Okay. Okay, so they go to a planet where Poe grew up, Kijimi, and now here's another thing I'm going to praise the movie for. Even though this planet is only in the movie for like 5 minutes, like every other thing in this movie, because it just likes to rocket along. Kijimi is one of my favorite Star Wars planets. It's so cool looking. It has like a gritty sci-fi aesthetic, you know, like Blade Runner or something like that. I would love to see other stories set here because, you know, we're like dropped here and it's like, yeah, the Empire's like going house to house, kidnapping children and stuff like that. And there's like a mini conflict going on. And it's like, that sounds so interesting, but we just see like brief glimpses of it. And I don't think that's necessarily bad, but like, you know, with the pace of this movie, it's like, it's just here and then it's like, okay, bye. That's, you know, see ya.
I just want to say too, you know, that's an awesome planet. Like you said, I love in the Lego game, the Skywalker saga, playing through The Rise of Skywalker may have been one of the most fun of all the episodes out of all 9. Yeah, it lends itself very well to a video game. And I remember, you know, when I was playing that, really all of the sequel trilogy episodes, I think, were the best in that game out of all of, you know, the movie, you know, episodes you play as. Like, you know, you go through episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But 7, 8, 9 were done very well. And I think it was probably just because, you know, we've seen 1 through 6 before, so they really focused on 7, 8, and 9 because we haven't seen that before in Lego. And I could tell they really put a lot into The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. But The Rise of Skywalker in that game was awesome. One of my favorite planets was this one because it was just, like you said, the aesthetics of it, everything, super interesting. And I think, you know, that's one thing you can praise the sequel trilogy for. Like, honestly, all 3 movies. Cool locations.
Yeah, for sure.
Whether or not they were executed great, you know, is left on the table. But, you know, they look cool. Whatever.
I'd like to explore some of these planets in the video game. So maybe I did want to check out the Skywalker saga at some point. So I might check it out. I mean, like I've heard some not great things about it, but I mean,
quick aside there. Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of people saying there's it's not that great, which it's not. It's kind of a boring game because it's so open. It's so open that you're kind of just wandering around. But like me as a huge Star Wars fan, I didn't mind just wandering around these planets. there's not a lot to do sometimes, even though it's so big that it kind of makes it boring. But like, dude, I ran around Coruscant so much. Like, like there was a lot to do because the game's just so big, but sometimes there's just these big empty spaces and whatever. I mean, it's fun. It's worth it if you're a Star Wars fan. You know, whatever. It's not the greatest video game in the world, but like you can travel to like every planet, any planet you want to.
Oh,
so
sweet.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
All right, so they run into a lady named Zori Bliss, who was friends with Poe when he was a spice runner. They were in the same crew and clearly had a romance. I like the established history, even if it comes out of nowhere, like a lot of other stuff in this movie. And
I feel like if you do that in a third movie, do it like this because, you know.
This is one of the few times in this movie where it feels like, I felt like we got every impression that we should have, you know, like rather than, you know, because, you know, I love George, but if he was writing this, there would have been like a 5-minute exposition sequence explaining exactly how they met and exactly like, we don't need that, you know, like we got everything that we needed, you know, some stuff clearly went down and she's kind of mad at him, but then we find out later that she still cares about him and maybe really wasn't that mad at him in the first place, but just pretending. Like it's interesting enough as it is, and I thought it was cool, you know. I thought it was fun. And then Poe calling out, you know, Finn's like, "You were a spice runner," and then Poe's like, "You were a stormtrooper," and then Rey's like, "You were a spice runner," and then he says one of my favorite lines, "You were a scavenger. We could do this all night. Come on." And it's like, yes, Poe, tell them, you know. I don't know why they're suddenly being a-holes to you, you know. That's weird, you know, and they're being hypocrites. Like, oh, you've clearly lived a less than civil lifestyle. Like, what? Like, you're all why are you acting like you're better than Poe all this? Like, what is this?
This is something you do in the second movie.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not something you do in the third movie because it's cool because he was supposed to, you know, be, you know, a person that grew up in the Resistance. So they figure out he's a spice runner. It's like, oh, that's a shock, but like that's not something you do in the third movie like this. But I get it.
Yeah, like that's why like one of my biggest problems with The Last Jedi has always been that they split up these three characters because like imagine like if they were together in that movie and like, you know, like things reach a pitch and, you know, there's like a fairly long period where they're just at each other's throats. They're sick of each other. They're pissed off. They're arguing all the time. And then, you know, by the end of the movie, they grow closer. And then in this movie, they could just be a family and care about each other. And that's
like
it.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. And then, you know, Zori, you know, she's like, oh, there's a bounty on Rey. I could get a lot of money. And then I don't understand this because in The Force Awakens, the action sequences were good. Finn fighting the stormtrooper with the lightsaber was
amazing.
Good. Finn fighting Kylo Ren, Rey fighting Kylo Ren, freaking great. All these shootouts, great. There's an action sequence here that feels like it was edited by 5 people on crack. There's so many quick cuts. I don't know what the heck is going on. It's over in like 3 seconds. And then Rey knocks down Zori. And then suddenly she doesn't want to kill her. And she's like, I think you're pretty cool. You wanted to turn her in for money like 5 seconds ago because you're poor. And your hometown's being ravaged by the First Order. And you want, you know, money so you can get out of here. And, you know, you're mad at Poe because he left you hanging. And there's this other guy who you've never met. Who cares about him? Now you're like, I think you're pretty cool because, you know, the way you know, tried to beat up me and my crew 5 seconds ago.
No comment.
I don't even know what to say. So I'm just going to move on. And then they go into a cool hub area that's like a club. And then it's their workshop. And then we're introduced to one of the greatest Star Wars characters of all time. Honestly. A character so good that even people who didn't like this movie were once united. Everyone in the
Yes.
fan base was united. People who hated this movie, people who liked it, were united in their agreement that Babu Frick is the frickin' man. I've loved this guy. He has like 5 lines. I've never seen his species before. I want a Babu Frick show right now. Why don't we have a Babu Frick series? Honestly.
So he does appear in Mandalorian season 2, I believe.
Oh yeah, it's one of his species, right? Like it's not him.
Yeah, it's not him. But it's one of the species. Honestly, amazing character. I love him.
The droid is ready.
Keep going. I'll be right back. Keep going though.
I love it. Okay, so then we find out that C-3PO can translate the message that was on the dagger, but it's written in like an old Sith language that's forbidden to speak. He's a droid. What's gonna happen? Is the power of the dark side gonna blow him up? I have no idea. And this is actually an emotional scene because C-3PO, as we know him, is about to die because he's gonna forget about everything. And there's that great line from him where he's like, "I'm just taking one last look at my friends." And I've never really liked him. A lot of people never liked him. He's annoying. He's always like lecturing people, and he's like, "Oh my, I don't know about this. I'm so scared." But like in this movie, he's the best he's ever been, besides maybe A New Hope. And this is I actually was sad. I was like, "Aw, he's gonna forget about everyone." Am I feeling sad? Well, if you were, it's okay because it gets undone by the end of the movie. So who cares about anything? Everything is meaningless.
They were going to commit here to this, and they didn't. So,
like the second thing they didn't commit to. And then we quick cut to Kylo Ren talking to some of his subordinates, saying, "Oh, we tracked them. They're on Kijimi." And I forget what somebody says, but like he like turns around and he does the Han Solo point. He's like mad. He's like, and it's like, he's doing the thing that his daddy used to do. I like that. That's like, a good example of nonverbal storytelling and character, and
best character.
Adam Driver's a great physical actor. He's a great regular dramatic actor, but like when he's not speaking and he's just like using his like face and body language, he still kills it, and that's the mark of a truly talented performer, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Where the heck? Oh, Zori invites Poe to leave the planet with her, and I'm gonna play a devil's advocate a little bit. Why did she forgive him? Maybe the script sucks, and that's why she's not mad at him anymore. Or maybe, just to play the devil's advocate a bit, maybe she actually never hated him for leaving in the first place. I think that's interesting. Like he shows up and she acts like, like she's mad at him and stuff, but she's showing quickly that she was sad that he left. And now that he's back, she wants to leave with him so they can actually be together and not be separated. And I actually like that quite a bit. That's something in this movie where I'm like, it's as concise as it needs to be, and I think it's good. And she ended up being one of my favorite characters. And there's a moment where she like opens her visor and it's just her eyes because her mouth is still covered by that part of her helmet. And dude, Kerry Russell emotes so much in this scene with just her freaking eyes. Like you just look at her eyes and you just see like her whole history. It's great. I really like these small moments scattered through this movie that I think are genuinely really good. And it's why
dude, it's crazy. Yeah,
I can't say that's why I want to say I flat out hate this movie, but I don't. I mostly hate it, but I have a soft spot for it, and it's because of stuff like this.
I hate it as a Star Wars movie, but as a movie, there are moments.
Mm-hmm. And I actually like Poe here feeling, is Poe the best character in this, or the second best character in this movie? Maybe.
Let me think. Yes.
Okay, cool. I'd never really thought of that, but I'm sticking to it. I like Poe feeling insecure here. You know, he's talking to Zori. He's like, I don't feel like I know what I'm supposed to do. You know, I'm put in this position, and you know, and then you know, like it's a moment of continuity that I feel like is natural, because you know, in the, you know, the Last Jedi was about him learning what it takes to be, you know, a true leader and stuff, and now Leia's, you know, he's like in this spot, and he's like, I don't know, I'm starting to have doubts, and it's like I personally like that. You know, I wish it was explored more like everything else, but you know, I like Poe, you know, having a moment where he just, you know, takes off the armor for a second, takes his mask off, and is just honest with somebody for once, and how appropriate that it's somebody from his past. You know, so, you know, I like to think that like he can't not be himself with her and just be honest about how he's feeling, because she's like that with him. And I want a series with these two, honestly. Like, make it, you know, like a classic, like adventure, sci-fi, fantasy love story or something. I'd watch the heck out of that, honestly.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah.
And then Zori says one of my favorite lines in the movie: "They win by making you think you're alone." So, you know, you can apply that to like, you know, like people in life who try to bring you down. But that actually got me a little bit, because, you know, I interpret it too as like, you know, like you think about just like negative emotions or thoughts, you know, and it's like, you know, like your anxiety, your depression, your anger, whatever, it wins by separating you from other people. And if you don't do that, it can't win. And I think that's a great sentiment, and it fits really well in Star Wars and sums up a lot of the themes and stuff that we've seen, you know. And then Poe asks if he can kiss her, and I thought that was cute. You know, she just like, you know, like laughs like, "Oh, you," and it's like she clearly wants to kiss him. And then she gives them a coin so they can instantly get onto a first order cruiser, which is a Deus Ex Machina kind of, but considering she's been wanting to leave the planet and she came upon that, I'm gonna let it slide just this once. It's not bad here. So they get onto this cruiser, and it's like empty. It's empty for a while. They don't come across anyone. They're just like walking through, and then they come across two stormtroopers. Rey does the mind trick. It says, "It's okay that we're here," and then they leave. And it's like, remember A New Hope, when like as soon as they got onto the Death Star, it's just instant tension because they're surrounded by people? How did they drop the ball so hard with this? I don't get it. Like, it's boring for a while. And now, I don't know if I was losing it by this point, Caleb, but I actually like the camera work in the shootout sequence. Like, It's actually fluid, and it's tracking everyone, and it's, like, spinning around, you know, to Poe over here, and then it's, like, spinning around to Rey, and, like, it's fluid directing. And I'm like, is this the same movie? What's going on here?
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the directing in the very first Star Trek movie of the reboots that he did.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good... I didn't think about those when I was watching this, but yeah. Yeah, like...
Specifically that one, just the action in it.
Yeah, that's why I do love him as a filmmaker, because he knows how to make the camera move and feel like a part of the scene and a part of the movie. It's great.
Yeah, definitely.
So then Kylo confronts Rey again. And now he's acting like he intentionally hid information, even though in The Last Jedi he made her acknowledge what was true.
This was such a like contradiction. Like, I don't know.
I do like it that like it feels like classic Star Wars mind games, you know, where it's like he's like trying to tell her something, and you know she's just like, "Stop talking," and she's like slashing, and he's just like bobbing and weaving. Like,
it definitely does feel like Return of the Jedi. And I mean, you can't act like George, you know, didn't make stuff up as he went to.
Yeah, yeah.
Like there are contradictions, blatant ones in Return of the Jedi. So like, whatever. But like, didn't we learn from our mistakes?
Yeah, I
like, it's not saying that it was perfect in Return of the Jedi and Empire when there were contradictions. Yes, there were contradictions, and he made stuff up as he went. But we love it in spite of that. But it's like, why are we doing the same things if we didn't like that back then? You know what I mean? It's like we're like it because that's what we got. But why are we doing it again?
Yeah, I like the like it's like flashing back to her on the ship and then him on Kajimi, trying to find her and stuff.
I do like the scene a lot.
And then I really like that moment. Like it's really subtle and again great, a subtle performance by Adam Driver where he wants to know where she is and then like she swings and he like avoids it and then she knocks over Vader's helmet, right?
Yeah,
that he has in his room because of course he does. And then like it falls on the floor and shatters and then he's like, so that's where you are. Like that was genuinely funny.
I loved it. Yeah.
It was
funny.
Great
and, like,
humor.
Eerie. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Cause like he's like the way he moves and how they frame it. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I like it. That was honestly a good moment.
And then, this is one of my favorite things I wrote down. Also, Palpatine's son was a failed clone, but you'd have to read the novelization to know that. So for a while, people thought Palpatine had sex.
You would never know unless you read the book.
I'm going to let that sit for as long as possible. People thought, because they didn't know the book existed, that Palpatine had sex. What more do I need to say?
In his old age. Like,
and being the embodiment of evil. Cool. Okay. I like this sequence. Great acting and strong tension make this retcon slightly less painful. Slightly. Okay, so Hux is the spy in the First Order. That's a fun idea that goes absolutely nowhere. When have we seen that before?
It was a fun idea, and honestly, the execution wasn't bad because I do like the line. I don't know if you have it wrote down where he says,
"I don't care if you win. I just want
yes.
Kylo Ren to lose." Yeah, like he hates Kylo Ren. Like and
they've been building that each movie more and more. So it does. Like when they did that, I was like, okay, I understand they're like grasping at straws here for a good story. But I'm like, this does make sense, and the way they do it, whatever.
And in A New Hope, we've like seen that like there was always kind of bureaucratic infighting.
Yes.
Like certain people don't like Vader, and then he chokes the one guy, and he's like, "I find your lack of faith disturbing." Like they were like butting heads with each other, and then Grand Moff Tarkin was having none of it. He's like, "Vader, stop!" And then
they do this a lot.
He's like, "Fine," well. So it's like I feel, like I don't think it. I think it fits in Star Wars to have a guy in this First Order who hates the guy who asserted power and hatches a plan to take him out secretly. Like I feel like that would have been fun if we actually got to see it build throughout at least part of The Last Jedi. Like it didn't have to be through the whole trilogy necessarily, but at least longer than it was here. Like I don't know.
Too little, too late.
Yeah, so Rey's a Palpatine. She's Palpy's granddaughter. I wish Thanos had snapped me too. And it's an obvious reshoot because, the AD, like if you know anything about ADR in movies, it's a thing inserted if like they have to like change dialogue because maybe the original audio recording was bad or they want to change something, and it's usually done when somebody's not on screen. So if you notice, Kylo's talking to Rey, right? Like you have his power, and then as soon as he says you're Palpatine, it transitions to Rey by herself against like a plain background kind of. And so that I read, I don't know how valid this is, that Adam Driver recorded that line in his closet. because they had to like quickly do it.
What a joke.
And I would not be. And you know, she said in an interview that Palpatine being her grandfather was a thing that was like always changing. Like her like lineage was like kind of always like back and forth. You know, like there was like a Obi-Wan, like a possible Obi-Wan connection, and then JJ was like, "Oh, Palpatine's your grandfather," and then later he was like, "Actually, we're not sure now." And is it not glaringly obvious? Oh my god.
No comment.
And then Kylo says something that I don't know if this has been a thing, so I want to get your read on it. He says they're a dyad because Kylo's mom was Anakin's daughter and Rey's grandfather's Palpatine. They're a dyad, two who are one. So is this confirming that Palpatine is Anakin's father? Because otherwise that line makes no sense.
I will say no, because if you remember at the end of the movie, they kiss, and it has been explained that there is no family connection between the two at all. So,
oh really?
Yeah.
Well, then what does he mean? They're a dyad. They're two who are one, and then he says, "Yeah, my mom was the daughter of Vader. Palpatine's your grandfather." But what does that mean if they're not like if there's no familial connection? Like,
just too powerful.
They come from two powerful Siths. Is that the extent of it? Because that's like not exciting at all.
It is a terrible explanation. It is a terrible. It's just terrible, dude.
It feels like I doubt this concept of a dyad was even a thing before this movie.
It was not.
There's a hint that they had a connection, but that doesn't. Why'd they have to make it something so binary? Like, there's a specific reason. It's like, why does there have to be a specific reason? Because it was Snoke who connected them in The Last Jedi, right? So why'd they have to come up with this? We already know why they're... All right, screw it.
It's so bad. This is honestly probably the worst thing about the movie. It's so bad.
Oh, God. Okay, so... I love that Rey's parents were revealed to have been killed by a brand new character in the last movie of the trilogy. But in the original script, it was Kylo Ren who killed her parents, which is only slightly less stupid. But only slightly. So Kylo confronts Palpatine. And then I don't know what he's talking about when he says, "I know where she's going. She'll never be a Jedi." What's he talking about?
You know what would have been? I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. You know what would have been cool though if it would have been revealed that Snoke killed her parents, because if Snoke was being controlled by Palpatine, Palpatine would have been basically wiping out all the failed clones of his.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he himself would have been doing that. So that would have been cool. Like Snoke would have been a creation to take out the failed clones or something. You know what I mean? It would have been.
Yeah, like they had Snoke and they didn't really flesh him out much, and then instead of connecting him to more things in this movie, they just create this Jedi hunter who's just bad at life and was an absolute failure in every way.
So bad.
So stupid. Okay, so they go to a planet called Kef Bir, which is like surrounded by water. And again, I really like this planet. I think it's cool. I love, there's like waves crashing. It's a cool aesthetic. It's a cool vibe. I would love to explore this in a AAA Star Wars game. That would be freaking gangbusters.
It's one of the other moons of Endor.
Yeah, that's right. I remember.
Because obviously Return of the Jedi, it's an Endor moon. So now they're back on one of the moons. It's the oceanic planetoid whose gravitational pull drew in much of the Death Star's debris after it was destroyed over a nearby forest moon. Kef Bir is uninhabited, and as a result, a group of former First Order stormtroopers led by somebody who you will talk about here in a second have settled there for sanctuary. Though they don't know it, they're unwittingly living next to a major clue to the Sith redoubt of Exegol. But yeah, anyway.
Was that in the novelization?
This is Screen Rant, a more reliable source than the novelization.
I kind of want to read the novelization, but I also don't want to ever think about it ever.
We don't want to lose any more brain cells.
So Rey uses the dagger to determine the Wayfinder's location. The amount of questions I have about this absolute brain dead BS could fill an encyclopedia.
Why does she have to hold it?
It's like she
pulls something out of it.
She like looks at it. She's like, "Wait a minute," and then she holds it up to these ships, and then she's like, "It's in there because who predetermined that these ships would be in this exact spot? And like, what if they would have moved?
Pull the thing out you have to pull the little thing out of the dagger in the correct orientation to point.
Like,
what if random spot?
What if like the ship where the Wayfinder is would have eventually moved over time?
What if the ocean would have like moved it?
I'm actually speechless, guys. I don't know what to say.
Who came up with this?
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen ever in my life. And there are actually people.
Like, what is happening?
There are people on this planet who think that this movie was an improvement over the last one, and I just want to know how severely you were dropped on your head. I should say that, but you're on
it's
crack.
Bad. No, it's bad.
Okay, so new characters are introduced who do absolutely nothing but are made to feel important, and I like the animals. This is and then here's a thing that I never noticed, but now that I notice, it's gonna ruin my sleep patterns for the next 3 months. Finn's helping Jana, who cares? She's not really a character. Fix something in her ship hideout thing, and then he looks at it. He looks at a part and he says, "This is a First Order part." But in The Last Jedi, they revealed that one entity was making stuff for both the First Order and the Resistance. But now they're specifically First Order parts. So does he mean that that's a part that the First Order requested to be made for them?
That's probably what he means.
That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense.
I love the introduction of Jana, though.
It's a great idea, but it's so it's like so just shoved in here with everything because they had to trim this movie to oblivion.
Imagine if replace Rose Tico with Jana.
That would have actually been really good. Damn it.
Yeah, and then maybe introduce Rose in this movie, and introduce her as somebody else, but because they did try to go down the route of having Finn find this love interest with the Resistance, but what about if they would have introduced a stormtrooper or a First Order trooper that left like Finn, and they developed this romance? It would have been more interesting.
Yeah, because in The Force Awakens, it seemed like is Rey his love interest, and then in The Last Jedi, it's like, is Rose his love interest? But it's not till you arrive here where you're like, that should have been his love interest. And plus, I mean, I'm going to sound like a SJW for 5 seconds, but it'd be cool to have a powerful black couple in a big franchise. I don't know. I think that would have been cool. But the rich white people involved didn't want John Boyega to have that big of a role, so whatever.
Honestly,
okay.
I mean, everything you're saying is true. Yeah. And I actually really like the character of Rose Tico. We went over this, but I think it was just obviously, like we said, the execution of it. So I think, they could have done her much better, and they could have done Finn much better, and they could have done Jana much better. For sure. That's all we're suggesting.
Yeah. Jana's backstory and potential bond with Finn are interesting, but feels like the filmmakers.
Can I point out something?
Yeah.
Because it's this exact moment you're about to talk about when they're talking about the part, and they're both of their actings. They're acting here where she mentions something, and then John Boyega just kind of jumps up and spins around and sits down real quick and looks at her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
their chemistry was great.
The chemistry was
for sure.
Amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually glad you pointed that out because I would have totally not remembered.
It's a good part.
Yeah, it feels like the filmmakers are making up for lost time. If only there was a draft of this movie where Finn, I don't know, led a stormtrooper rebellion. And the reason I say that is because in the original script, that's exactly what he did. That they were building towards that, clearly. What the hell? I mean, to be fair, I'm going to give The Last Jedi flack because Rian Johnson included absolutely nothing that would have been a thread to something like that from the last movie. Like, he didn't include any other building blocks to that really at all. So, I mean, I partially blame him. Like, yeah.
Replace the horses with First Order insurrectionists. So have Canto Bight and have this be a place where there are deserters and people that maybe want to start an insurrection with the First Order, that they're in places like Canto Bight trying to disrupt the business of getting parts and whatnot. Like we find out Canto Bight was a place where they would sell weapons and stuff to the First Order and to the Resistance. So why not replace the horses there with maybe he finds a group there instead of on Kefir or whatever. Have these people be in Canto Bight and he finds them there with Rose, and maybe they meet Jannah at Canto Bight, and then they lead up this rebellion or this insurrection against the First Order that continues and carries over into this movie.
Dude, if they were on Canto Bight, it could have been like a Robin Hood, Men in Tights style group. That would have been, where, like they're there specifically to screw things up and like vandalize and obviously steal some money. Dang, that would have. I'm mad that you said that because now I'm gonna be thinking about that and just crying because we never got it.
We got to clip that.
For sure.
I was making it up as I went, but like you understand that.
Yeah,
I think it would have been fire.
Yeah,
it would have carried over perfectly to this movie because you would have had it open up with maybe Poe and Finn and Jannah and Rose in the Falcon, just getting away from the First Order who's chasing them because they started this insurrection on Canto Bight.
Yeah, I think Poe should have been a part of the insurrection on Canto Bight because Poe's a pretty rebellious guy, especially in The Last Jedi. So there's a thing brought up with Jannah. She talks about how like her and her group left the First Order because they had just like a feeling, and then Finn was like, "Oh, that was
yes.
the Force," because I had the same experience. And like the way they're talking about it implies that that's always been what it was, but we never really got that impression. Like it seems like Finn just left because he had that realization, but now it was the Force. Like it's almost like they should have set that up from the beginning. Like I said, I thought they were going to do that in Force Awakens. Yeah. Like he gets broken free of his brainwashed state by the Force.
This is where
why
JJ
did they just do that?
Yeah, no, this is where JJ starts to undo The Last Jedi, and really push his own story, because he was probably thinking and setting up that whoever does the second movie was going to continue that the Force aspect with Finn. Maybe not, but anyways, he tries to set it up in this movie by right here, and I actually like it. Like you said, it does. It's not it's not
consistent.
Consistent, yeah. With the past two movies, but whatever. I mean, I think it works for what he's setting up, and I think it does pay off at the end of the movie.
Yeah. And so Rey gets tired of the story being allowed to breathe and travels to the big ship where the Wayfinder is. And then there's forced tension with Poe and Finn again, where Poe's like, "What's she doing? She's alive." And then Finn's like, "Bro, she isn't feeling herself. You should be a little nicer, you piece of crap." And then Poe's like, "Is that right?" I forget what he even says, but they have like a argument for no reason because Finn's just a massive simp for this woman who seems to care about him less and less as the trilogy goes on. It's like, bro, move on. Move on.
The writing is just horrible.
Come on. Like, why are they arguing for no reason? Like, this could have been good, but it's just wedged in here for no, like, it's stupid. I like the crash ship. You know, like the interior looks cool, you know, the visuals and stuff, like the layout. I like it feels like, you know, like it has a history. You know, like you could imagine there was like this great battle, you know. It was the same thing with The Force Awakens, how like on Jakku there were like those crashed destroyers and stuff, and it's like you could just imagine what possibly happened. I think they capture that pretty well here. I'm going to read this for this makes no sense. Rey goes through a door leading to a room that's somehow strong with the dark side. Did JJ or anyone else see The Empire Strikes Back? Yeah, so like, you know, there was that cave on Dagobah that was strong with the dark side. Because, you know, it's in nature, so you could imagine, you know, like, think of the Force as like a spiritual thing. Spirits travel where? On the surface of the earth, you know, they're traveling around and stuff. But like Rey just goes into this room and has a vision, the same vision she had of her as a Sith. But it's like, I don't.
Why not, instead of going into some random room, why doesn't she just go up to like the you know, Palpatine's throne and touch it and get like a Force echo of Return of the Jedi or something? I don't know.
It just felt clearly like either reshot or I don't know. How did nobody find the holocron? It's like out in the open or something. It's like not well hidden. This is the second. Wayfinder. This is the second Wayfinder that's not hidden well at all. I don't. You mean to tell me nobody found these things?
What happens next is really cool though.
The dark vision that Rey has leads to nothing and is over in 5 seconds.
That's terrible. Yeah, I completely forgot that was even a thing.
Okay, I actually like this. I'm gonna praise something again. Shocker, right? I can't believe it.
Why?
So Kylo finds Rey, and then he says, "I'm trying to remember. I should have like written it verbatim, but he basically says, you wanted to prove to my mother that you're still a Jedi despite who you are," or something like that. And now you can't return to her just like I can't. And so, you know, it's like both of them can't return to Leia because of their new identities. Rey found out she's a Palpatine. She doesn't feel like she can face Leia. Kylo left to be a Jedi, and then he fell to the dark side. He doesn't feel like he can come back to her either. And that is a great freaking parallel.
So, that's amazing.
It
that's
just
what I was talking about.
Continues the great parallels with Rey and Kylo. That's always been the most consistent thing here, and I really like it here. You know, like I feel like this is probably the most vulnerable and honest he's been. Like, he doesn't seem like he's like upset. He wants to fight. He's just like trying to plainly state, like, you're like me. Why can't you just accept that? You know, I've been trying to tell you that, and you won't.
So
listen.
yeah, I think that her seeing the evil version of herself was just like too ham-fisted. It's like, okay,
yeah,
but when Kylo shows up, he actually grabs the Wayfinder and destroys it, which I think was cool because I was like, oh look, they're committing, and he destroys it, and whatever, they have this conversation, which I think is awesome because Kylo seems to be trying to be his own person for once, which is cool because I feel like this is where he should be in the third movie, and he's actually there, and he has this real conversation with her, and I think that honestly, this Kef Bir sequence of everything, including, like you said, the ruins, of the second Death Star is really cool. The visuals are cool. The story here is actually cool. The script, the dialogue is nice. Yeah, I agree. I think this is my favorite part. I think this is my favorite part of the movie, and it's what I alluded to earlier when I said this. I have one scene that is probably my favorite in the movie, and it's this whole instance on the second Death Star. So I know we're about to get into the fighting and stuff on it and everything else, because this is probably the best part of the movie.
I agree with that sentiment. I feel that way too. So interesting thing, Rey turns her saber on Kylo before he does, because for a while, she ignites it immediately and slashes at him, and he doesn't have his out. He's just avoiding. It's almost like
cool.
He doesn't want to fight her right away, but then eventually he feels like, well, I have no choice because
then
she's freaking crazy.
Jumps through the floor, like drops through the floor.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool.
And then they start fighting and stuff, and Ma cut to Leia, who can sense him there, I guess. Like she's like senses Kylo, and then Maz, once again, it's only in this movie to point out obvious stuff.
So
says
dumb, dude.
To reach her son would take all the strength she has left. No shit. Why? Shut up. Who needs subtext, right? Like, let the freaking audience put 2 and 2 together and realize what's going on. Imagine if in A New Hope, right, when Alderaan is blown up and Obi-Wan, bends down and has to sit. Imagine if it cut away to some random character who was like, Obi-Wan is feeling, the pain of people being killed through the Force, and it's affecting him in a negative way. Okay, cool, because we wouldn't have been able to tell that that's what happened based on how it's being filmed. It's so stupid. All right, I really like the duel between Rey and Kylo here. It's probably one of my favorites in the saga, if I'm going to be honest. And I don't know if you noticed this, but check this out. I love the contrast between Anakin dying on a fiery lava planet and Kylo being reborn on a water planet. And I think this is the only time this trilogy, again, echoes and contrasts previous movies in a way. And I hope it was on purpose, but it could have been an accident. But it seems like they actually thought about that, and I think that's cool.
It's almost too good for them to not have planned it, because I do like it, and I have a funny anecdote. When I was watching this in the theaters, I actually fell asleep during this. Yeah, because it was kind of slow. It wasn't as action packed as Episode 3.
Choreography isn't as tight as it's been in the previous movies, though. It's not bad, but it's kind of
it's not bad. But I was so checked out at this point. But watching it back, I really did appreciate that, because, like you said, Anakin fell to the dark side on this lava planet fighting Obi-Wan. Now his grandson fighting on this water-covered planet goes from being Sith to denying it and becoming Jedi again, or Ben again, really. And Kylo dies here.
And that, because Star Wars has always drawn from religion and stuff like that, that echoes, in the Bible and probably other religious texts where a fire is always used as a sign of evil and
destruction,
wickedness and being burned, and then water is used for being reborn or being purified. So I mean,
and I'm gonna go a little bit further. You ready?
Yeah.
And Padme was there, and she died trying to save Anakin, and Leia was there, and she died trying to save Ben.
Yo. I'm gonna clip that. I did not think about. Oh my God! I love
the parallels. So, what's sad is that Carrie Fisher passed away, because imagine if she did try to use all of her strength to be there and to save Ben.
Well,
and then when Ben turned, he in turn, instead of like Anakin killing Padme, would have Ben saved Leia in that moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna read my notes about that verbatim, and then I want to talk about it more. So,
go ahead.
Carrie Fisher's passing ruined the impact that the Leia Kylo reunion could have had, and I can't totally fault them for trying. However, it feels jarring because of the artificial nature. She used her strength to speak one line to him, his name, not even projecting herself like Luke did in The Last Jedi, and somehow just that kills her. It would have been better for her to have been killed off at the beginning rather than to half-ass this moment. So, what do you think? Like, do you think, because, you know, like, she says Ben, and then he turns around and, like, it doesn't even, like, show her that, like, she's projecting herself. So it's like, I guess he saw her. Maybe she didn't do that. Maybe he just heard her. But it's like, I don't know. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think it was better that they at least tried, or do you think it would have been better to just not even attempt it because they knew that they couldn't totally do it? Because I'm a little split on that, to be honest.
I think two things. I can't accurately judge because I know in real life she passed away.
Yeah.
Before this, so anything we get is me thinking, okay, they're doing the best with what they got. The second thing is she is not Luke. So Luke has done this and practiced this specific force projection for so long, he could do what he did in The Last Jedi. Leia is not as skilled, even though they do try to show her as skilled in that one flashback, but maybe in terms of force power, she was not as skilled.
I thought about that too. Like, maybe, like, you know, like, she did do it, but it just took a toll on her quicker.
That's what I think.
That's possible.
I think they tried to, allude to that in this because of what Maz Kanata says.
I'll still say though, like the trickery they had to use. Like, I'm impressed that it's even as good. That it was even as well executed as it ended up being. Like, it could have ended up just being awful. Like, oh my God, why did they? But it's not that bad.
I do like it because he didn't kill her; she sacrificed herself. And in her doing that, it did affect him and Rey because they both felt it.
Yeah,
it affected him more, obviously, because it's his mother, and it was one of the catalysts in turning him. But what happens next is, obviously, she couldn't film any scenes, but Harrison Ford could. So I know you're going to talk about it, but Han Solo shows up, and I like that more because in the first movie, The Force Awakens, we get to see Kylo literally kill Han Solo.
Yeah.
So he shows back up instead, which I think works because we get to see literally Kylo killing him. So now it's like the opposite. Han Solo returns to save Ben, and he does.
I actually think Leia saying Ben might kind of be a parallel to Han saying it in The Force Awakens, because he yells it.
Yeah.
And then and his mom says it like softly and gently, and in both instances he turns around, but the aftermath of both is totally different. Like, I actually think there's something interesting to that. So
like we said, this is probably the best part of the movie.
Yeah. So then when she says his name, he has Rey on the ground, and it looked like for the first time he was about to kill her. Like, he raises his saber, and then he hears his name and he turns around. Like, I wonder if he was really going to do that. And if so, like, maybe I wonder, like, what would have brought him to that state. Or, like, maybe he just wanted to, like, wound her fairly bad. I don't know. But it looked like he was heading for the kill shot. I was like, oh, God.
Yeah.
And then, Rey takes that opportunity to stab him. And then she heals him. And then, dude, this line's never made me choke up before, but because of you know, my life journey within like the past year or so has been about like being more authentic and being more vulnerable and like, you know, like trying to be my authentic self, even though that hurts like a mother sometimes. So, you know, Ray's line, I did want to take your hand.
Oh, dude.
Ben's hand. That made me choke up when I was rewatching it recently.
Her acting during that was amazing.
I love how like, yeah, like she like started crying, you know, like I just love that because it's like, you know, like in real life, you know, like sometimes like we have to like, I mean, sometimes we feel like, you know, like if we want someone to love us or whatever, we have to be this and we have to be that. But it's like, no, dude, like people who like truly care about you, they don't love who you're acting like, who you're pretending to be. They freaking love who you are, dude. That's who they care about. That's who they're trying to reach. And, you know, like, I love that look of realization on his face. Like, he just finally got it in that moment. And then Finn and Poe here for, like, generic companions in an RPG.
Yeah, literally.
And then, you know,
like, why were they on the, like, they didn't need to be there.
Dude, I just love that moment where, like, Finn's running out to her and then she force pushes him, like, you don't have to be in this scene, Finn. Leave me alone. And then he honestly, just shouts Rey like 5 times. Like, geez. And then so they travel back to where the base is and find out Leia died. And dude, Chewie's reaction here. Oh my god. He like just like cries out and then he falls to his knees.
Goated character.
Like yeah, like. He lost his brother in The Force Awakens, and in this movie, he lost his sister.
Yeah.
Like, my God. Like, I don't know how he's still hanging on, honestly. Like, he is, as far as, like, you know, like, will and heart, he is one of the strongest characters in this franchise. Because
definitely.
He's experienced more hardship than a lot of them. You know, he's actually, in a weird way, kind of a role model, now that I think about it. And I think that's pretty cool. So then back on Kef Beer, Kylo hears a voice saying, "Hey, kid." Now, I thought when I saw the movie for the first time, I thought that was Luke because at the end of Last Jedi, he says, "See you around, kid."
Yeah.
And in the original script, he does like speak to Kylo Ren, you know, as a Force ghost. I'm so mad that they just dropped that plot and thought nobody would notice. Like, come on, man. And then he turns around and it's Han Solo. So obviously he's not a Force ghost. So this just seems like Ben like seeing like a manifestation of his own memories, because that's basically what like he says, like, I'm your memory or something like that. Like he says, you're just a memory. And then he's like, yeah, your memory. So, you know, I actually think it's kind of cool because it's like we've only seen characters who passed away show up as specifically Force ghosts. And they're always like a Jedi, you know? But like here we see somebody show up in a similar way, but it's just a lost loved one, you know, like just a regular person, but they appear because, you know, somebody's thinking about them. Like, I think that's interesting. Like, that's something we've never seen before in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it's like, it opens up the universe to where, you know, like, it doesn't always have to be about, like, the Force and supernatural stuff, you know, because at the end of the day, these stories are about people experiencing things, you know. So then he says, I miss you, son. And then Kylo says, your son is dead. And then Han says, no, Kylo Ren is dead. My son is alive. And then, you know, that's a callback to The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
You know, to where, like, he's like, take off that helmet. What do you think you'll see if I do? The face of my son. You know, and then he's like, your son is... I think he also says, your son's dead in that movie, too. And then...
Yeah.
You know, Ben says I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. And then, you know, he takes out his lightsaber and then Han says, yeah, you do. And then, you know, it's obvious. Again, it's like a mirror of that scene because in that scene, he took out his lightsaber and stabbed Han, in this, he takes his lightsaber and throws it. And dude, I never noticed this.
I love that scene.
I never noticed this until recently, but he says "Dad." That's the first time we hear him call Han Dad, and then he looks like he's about to say something, and then he like starts choking up, and then Han smiles and he says, "I know." So I think that was a callback to when Leia said, "I love you" in Empire, and he says, "I know." So I think
that's a good
Kylo.
Yeah, he was going to say.
I think Kylo was going to say, "Dad, I love you," but he couldn't bring himself to do it, and then Han's like, "I know."
Wow, what
I know you love me.
I never thought about that.
You know, and like that's so. I'm actually getting chills right now just talking about it, because like
that's really good.
You know, like that shows, you know, that moment in The Force Awakens when, you know, he's like trying to say, "No, I'm a villain, and you know your son's dead, and you can't bring me back." You know, like Han being his father, and you know that fatherly instinct, he could tell his son still loved him, at least a little bit, and that is just freaking awesome. Like I can't say anything but positive things about that. Yeah.
Yes.
Where am I?
Well, if you think about it, you know, the original trilogy is, you know, there's Vader and Luke, father and son. Now it's like Kylo and Han, father and son. You know, it's good, man. It's a good story. It's a good parallel.
Yeah, for sure. You know, so Ben Solo turns back to the light. And unfortunately, I can't criticize this, but my problems with his arc have to do with everything that happens after this scene. This is the last time it's good. Everything after this sucks to high heaven, and I'm gonna explain why.
The acting and the performance and the sequences.
Not even cool. Just that, just
it's
what
good, but like the execution like is good, but like, you know, the route they take is the wrong route. So,
yeah, I'm gonna rip this movie a way larger one than I have.
It's a scenic route, but it's the wrong route.
Yeah. So Palpatine.
Different way.
So then Palpatine says to blow up Kijimi because it's a place they're familiar with, as if it's significant. Like it's a place we've went to for like 5 minutes. And it's introduced in this movie, and none of the characters except Poe know anybody there. But then when they blow it up, it's supposed to be like this big sad thing for anybody but Poe. And it's like, were they just trying to upset Poe and that's it? Like, I don't understand. Like, why'd they blow up that planet of all? Okay, fine, whatever. You made one guy sad and that's it. Cool. That's really gonna shake the whole resistance. So every ship in this fleet is a Death Star. Because, you know, all these movies have to have some kind of a Death Star. Well, now they're individual ships, but every one of them has the power of a Death Star. They couldn't think of anything else.
No
and
comment.
You know, so we're in the final battle. Oh no, it's before the battle, and they're really trying to make Poe's conflict believable, and I respect that, and I can feel it, but it feels like it's just like rushed stuff they're trying to do for his character. And then Lando gives Poe advice, you know, because Poe says, "I'm not ready," and then Lando says, "Neither was I, or Luke, or Han, or Leia," and it's like, when did we ever see them have doubts about their missions in the original trilogy? I don't feel like, I mean, Luke had some doubts about like being a Jedi, but like, I felt like for the most part, the three of them and everyone else were like on top of everything, and they were optimistic. I never saw them like
a lot more
question their mission. Yeah. But now Lando's acting like, oh, you know, we felt how you feel now. It's off screen, maybe. Like, what? It just feels like they're like trying to build a relationship with Lando and Poe, you know, like Lando's like a mentor character, which is cool, but it's like I feel like they're trying to do it in a way that makes no sense. I don't know. And then I wrote here, but I don't remember what it's referring to, but it's the best pun I've ever come up with. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Dio ex machina. Because he I forget what he said, but he says something that helps them out in a way that's like
he has to be in it and useful somehow.
He's really trying, bless his heart.
No.
And then Rey's suddenly on Octo because this movie doesn't know what an establishing shot is.
At this point, I was so like it was just hard to watch, honestly, because it just got so random and absurd. Like, we cannot be switching this much. Like, it's like a montage that never ends.
It's like the first act of Rogue One. And then, you know, Rey, she like crashes the ship, I guess on purpose. I don't know, because she's lost all hope, which I can kind of understand why, fair enough. And then she's gonna throw the lightsaber, and then Force Ghost Luke catches it, and he's like, a Jedi's weapon deserves more respect than this. And it feels like, on one hand, it feels like a taunt to Rian Johnson and a suck up to the fans who hated that. But he had an arc in that movie, so now he is an angry hermit. However, it still violates his freaking character. Because what did Yoda say in Empire? War not make one great. Luminous weapons are we, not this crude matter. In Return of the Jedi, Luke throws his lightsaber. In Attack of the Clones, Obi-Wan says, this weapon is your life, because, you know, the Jedi were dogmatic, and then Luke throwing his lightsaber was a rejection of that. So now here he is catching the lightsaber that she's going to throw, and he says, a Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. No, it doesn't. It's a tool. It's a lightsaber. It's not a freaking Bible or a Torah or what. Like, who cares? You had another one anyway. You gave her Leia's lightsaber, and she had two. Why do you? This clearly just feels like them trying to like jab at Rian Johnson, and you know, fans could be like, "Oh, screw you, Rian Johnson." You know, like it's so pointless, and it kind of ruins Luke's character.
Everything you said's perfect. I can't add anything. Yeah, you're exactly right. Why have Luke throw down his lightsaber in Return of the Jedi and then say this?
Yeah.
Okay.
God. And then Luke, in one of the greatest retcons of all time, I have to give the writers. He says, "It was fear that kept him on Octo." I'm gonna just stare into the camera so that people can see how unhappy I am about this. It was fear that kept him on Octo. You remember in Last Jedi when he said, "I came here to die"? Did he seem afraid? Or did he just seem like totally resigned to everything? I mean,
I guess they're talking about his fear of Kylo Ren, because he did have fear in his eyes when he went to kill him.
I mean, I'm not saying it makes no sense, but it just feels like
it's bad. It's bad. It's just why are we here?
And it gets actually that was one of the best retcons of all time. This is truly the best retcon of all time. I think even better than Rey being a Palpatine, or really close. Luke, not only did Luke know Rey was a Palpatine, but he says Leia knew it too.
Leia knew the whole time. Yeah.
Nope. No. In Last Jedi, he asked, "Who are you? Who are you?" He asked her that like twice. Because she just showed up. And he's like, "Who are you? Where are you from?"
They just say things and they don't think that like people like me and you remember the previous movie. It's like all they're writing. It's like JJ was like in there writing this with the writers, and then they were like trying to figure it out. And he was like, "Nah, I don't think they'll think about the previous movie."
Like, when did any of them ever indicate that they knew? I'm pretty sure Luke, in his traumatized state,
wasn't thinking about that.
If he had an inkling that this random lady who showed up is the granddaughter of the guy who made my father fall to the dark side and ruined me and other people's lives, he would have told her to get packing immediately. Are you? Oh my god. Okay, whatever.
We may need to just take a break, or decompress, or whatever.
I want to
regroup.
I want to punch a hole through my wall.
I don't understand.
And now, yeah, apparently Leia had a lightsaber because that's something that needed to happen. I guess
it was irrelevant, but her lightsaber is cool. So
I like that it's yellow, and we've never, as far as I know, we've never seen a yellow lightsaber. Okay, cool, great. All the colors in the rainbow, fantastic.
No. Her lightsaber was blue.
No, he pulls. Oh yeah, was it? Oh no, Rey's
is like yellow. Leia's it's like a rose gold and a gold hilt. And her blade was blue.
Okay, yeah.
Because you remember the flashbacks, it was green and blue, I believe.
And then here's another. I don't know if this is a retcon. Leia had a vision of her son dying once she finished her Jedi training. Yes. And I guess that's why she stopped. Why did they feel the need to add this?
Yeah, it was.
Well, what does this add to the movie?
I don't know.
Nothing. Like
I don't know.
Like it just needed a reason for her not to be a Jedi, but like, why not just have her be a Jedi? Like, why not just have her be like Luke? He's in the army and he's also a Jedi. Like, that would have been cool, at least. Like, that was what George wanted to do in his movies, I think. What the flim-flam, dog. And then here, I'm mad to say that when I first saw this movie, this made me emotional for some dumb reason. But now, watching it now, it's just so Luke lifts the X-Wing out of the water. You get it? Okay. It's a callback because he couldn't do that in Empire Strikes Back, and this movie's terrible.
I love this movie so much.
R2 conveniently gives C-3PO his memory back.
But he only gives him his memory back up to the point of The Force Awakens, so he completely forgets The Last Jedi. if you I'm serious. I don't know if you caught that. Because he says something and it's like he doesn't remember that it happened in The Last Jedi.
Oh my god.
He does give him his memory back, but it's literally like only I don't know if you got that.
R2 noticed that he had his memory wiped, and he's like, I could give it back to him, but I should just probably erase this.
Garbage.
He doesn't need to remember that movie. It's fine. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It's like poetry.
So that they wrong. So, they're back at the base and they're talking about their plan to do stuff. And then Beaumont Kin, because this character is only in this movie to say stupid BS. He says,
I have a question for you.
Okay, what?
Is this going to be longer than our episode 3 retrospective?
I don't know, man.
Because we just keep talking about the stupid stuff.
That's like 90% of my notes, honestly. It started out as like me actually like writing out what happens, but it slowly became this. Okay, so and then Beaumont Kin, in his endless words of wisdom, says, "We need to pull some Holdo maneuvers, do some real damage." And then either Finn or Poe's like, "Come on, that move was 1 in a million." Shut
best line in the movie.
Shut
up.
That obviously feels like to me like either Chris Terrio or J.J. Abrams specifically wanted to point out how dumb they thought that was. That's the only reason somebody would bring that. Like, why would they have a character who's been in war be like, we need to do this thing that involves one of us flying our ship into a fleet of ships and killing ourselves? Are you stupid? Sorry. I gotta calm down.
The Holdo maneuver was like
I gotta calm down.
interesting, but like once you open that box, you can't close it back up, and they are trying to close it back up, but like I just said, you can't because they did it. So I don't know. It's like I
don't know if you heard, but I like actually got like visually mad for a second. I'm like, okay,
I can't make sense of this.
I'm just gonna move on though. Okay, so
we can't dwell.
So they're in the final battle, and then in the big First Order ship, the main cruiser ship, I don't know these terms. They're like, oh, they're trying to track our broadcasting signal, so we have to turn it off, and then so they can't track it anymore. And then Finn looks at one of the ships and he says, "It's in that one." And then Rose is like, "How do you know?" And then he like looks practically at the freaking camera and says, "A feeling." So now they're treating, if anybody thought that the previous movies treated the Force like it was a joke, no. This is treating the Force like a joke. That the Force just told Finn exactly where this thing is. That they need to, that's the shit, like, it, what? What? Oh my God. And then I do like them using the animals that were on Kefir for the ground assault. I think that's cool. And, you know, Jana has like a high-tech bow and arrow like Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn. I think that's cool. That's a cool aesthetic. That's a cool theme.
So the final, you're right. The final battle is story-wise trash, but in execution, it's like with this movie, and honestly, it's like with almost the entirety of the sequel trilogy. You have one or the other. You have amazing execution, terrible story, or you have great story, terrible execution. Very rarely do you get them balanced.
Yeah, true.
So,
and that fits the nature versus technology theme that was highly prevalent in the original trilogy. You know, like, I think that's a cool way to show it that we haven't really seen.
And I really do like this end battle, though. It's growing on me over time. I do like it a lot.
And then, so, you know, Rey goes into Palpatine's lair, and, you know, again with the cultists, you know, they're like chanting loudly, and it's genuinely creepy, you know. And then I think like Palpatine says, "Your parents were weak" or something, and another great line from Rey that just shows the great dialogue in this movie. She says, "My parents were strong. They saved me from you." Why? And then they did this in The Last Jedi, and they're doing it again in this movie, where the main villain shows the protagonist their allies dying in a battle. Because he like opens up the sky and he's like, "Look, everyone's but like they did it in the last movie, and they're doing it again."
They did it, almost exactly like they did in The Last Jedi. Yeah, you're right.
You can't come up with anything else, you hacks. Yeah. Oh my God. And then I like Kylo Ren arrives, and I just love that after he got his redemption and he finally becomes himself again, he has absolutely no dialogue and he doesn't do a damn thing. I love it. They absolutely assassinated his character when he wasn't looking. In the last act of the movie, bro. Like, but it's cool to see him using a blaster, like his dad. You know, he even does the shot where he shoots somebody in back of him when he's not even looking.
Yeah,
I thought that was cool. You know, it's like, oh, he's like his dad. Cool. And then he tries to fight the Knights of Ren with no weapon.
See, like, I love this part
because he's stupid. I forgot the Knights of Ren were even in this movie. Literally, I saw them show up, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, you guys, whoever you are." No interaction with Kylo Ren or dialogue whatsoever. Kylo Ren put this group together to overthrow Luke. Prior to Force Awakens, they finally show up in this movie and they don't talk to him once, and he doesn't talk to them once.
I like it.
Why are we even here?
It's like I like it because I feel like there's a type of tension between them. Like, yeah, they did revolt against Luke at the academy, but like, there's some kind of tension to where they're almost mad that he was the favorite or the most powerful, and it's like that classic Sith thing where it's like, I gotta kill my master type of thing.
I mean, that would have been cool to actually see.
That's my headcanon.
I mean, that's a great headcanon, but I just wish something like that was actually here. Or anything.
Anything.
I don't know what I made. I know Kylo throwing his lightsaber. Oh, yeah. So he throws his lightsaber, and, that was good symbolism and stuff. It was a twist on the scene in The Force Awakens, but he really should have brought it with him here instead of just a blaster, because he kind of needed it. And then, I don't know, like, the Knights of Ren, they just beat Kylo Ren up with the blunt side of their weapons, but like, why don't they just kill him at this point? Like, I don't see why they're.
I mean, I hate this in any kind of media. Like, when you could easily just kill somebody, and you like, because that's your goal, and then you just choose not to.
And then I do like Palpatine wants Rey to strike him down, and then like she senses Kylo, so she raises her saber, and then she puts it behind her back and transfers it to him, and then he does like a gesture, like he just did a magic trick, like a bow. And it's like that shows a little bit of Ben's personality. And again,
you really see Ben's personality in this final scene.
It's a great physical performance by
yes.
Adam Driver too. Like
100%.
They didn't let him be a character. I heard there's a YouTuber who talked about this movie, and he brought up a good point. He said this made him mad because it's like, if they would have paced this trilogy properly, Ben Solo would have been redeemed either in The Last Jedi or like close to the end of The Last Jedi leading into this movie. But they do it way too quick, and then he like, it's so rushed and he has nothing to do, and it's like it could have been so good, and it was just jack squat. Where is it? So then Palpatine, Kylo and Rey finally meet up, and then Palpatine steals Rey and Kylo's collective life force because they're a dyad, which is stupid, and it somehow not only rejuvenates him but gives him a new outfit. He had a Sailor Moon transformation, I guess. Cool. I don't know. And then there's that moment where Poe has a breakdown because because everybody's getting wiped out and he feels hopeless, and it's actually a pretty great moment. Oscar Isaac's performance here is really freaking good. That guy's just a top tier actor, in my opinion.
Well, he is. I mean, dude, he's been in everything lately.
Yeah, for sure.
Not just lately, but I mean, he's in everything.
And then it's over soon because Lando shows up in a scene that's basically like the On Your Left scene from Avengers Endgame, but not as good.
Or it's like when he showed up in Return of the Jedi.
Oh, yeah. Like, there are more of us, Poe. There are more of us. And I like that. Like, I can't hate this moment. Like,
good scene.
It's fun. And then Palpatine literally yeets Kylo out of the final battle. He falls down like a chasm, and then he's not there for like 90% of it. Because we can't let Ben Solo, the character that we've spent the whole trilogy redeeming, participate in the final battle and actually be a character. You know what I mean? Like, that would be good. And that's not what we were going for. So, Palpatine's somehow a god because he shoots lightning into the sky and starts blowing up a whole bunch of the resistance ships. What? How?
Okay, the sound
has he always been this powerful? I don't get it.
No, I don't know. he just found these new powers, but So sorry,
I found these at the second-hand shop. They're very nice, aren't they?
I'm making great sense of this movie for you.
He absorbed the dyad life force and just
Sorry.
instantly
It
got
was the-
OP. Yeah,
He's the triad. That's what he is.
he was the third member, and now it's a triad. So Rey hears a bunch of Jedi main character voices because she's on the floor and she's like in a daze. And I've heard who it's like Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, Ahsoka,
Babu Frick.
Freddie Prinze. But Babu Frick was like the only one who was missing. Freddie Prinze Jr.'s character from Rebels or something, I think, and a whole bunch of other people. Other people who I don't know or remember, which is a callback to at the beginning of the movie, she was like trying to hear the voices of the other Jedi because apparently that's a thing, which I can't say that doesn't make sense, but it feels kind of ham-fisted. But I mean, that's probably a thing in expanded media and whatnot.
Well, they did that with Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
In the prequels. Yeah.
And then I love Anakin says, bring balance just as I did. And I just love that he has that line because, he was the one who threw Palpatine down the shaft. And, oh, wait, I'm going to talk about that later, so forget it. Rey beats Palpatine in the laziest, most anticlimactic way possible.
He gave him the shaft.
But by now, Palpatine should know that him shooting lightning never ends well. Also, Rey can shoot lightning, but she never does in the rest of this movie. She doesn't kill Palpatine by firing her own lightning. No, she just blocks his lightning with not one but two lightsabers and then fires it back at him, and that's enough to kill him. But him falling down a shaft and then the Death Star blowing up wasn't enough to kill him, but this apparently is.
I have a question
for
you. So, I hate the fact that she does kill him because he's basically strike me down and I'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine type of thing. And
she did the thing that he wanted her to do.
So why do that? But I'm thinking about, is this supposed to be a callback to Mace Windu when he was redirecting the lightning back at him to kill him? So maybe that's the loophole in this.
Yeah, maybe.
But I shouldn't be left wondering.
I mean, I'll just save it. I mean, because we're pretty much so. I wrote here, Kylo shows up in time to die. Great time, he showed up right on time to die. Him and Rey kiss, and the franchise was ruined forever. So you're in the theater, you're watching this movie. Rey and Kylo Ren kiss.
Yeah.
How did you feel about that? What was going through your head?
I was like, oh, of course they went there.
Yeah,
Twitter's gonna be on fire. And then I walked out of the theater before I saw the ending.
Yeah, I just can't think of a reason to do this. Like, if they would have hugged, I would have had no problem with that. No problem with that. Ben can finally show affection. And so they hug. Cool payoff to their dynamic and everything. But this is just to satisfy the Reylos, and you can't convince me otherwise.
That's exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah.
But I think it's because, like he dies and then he vanishes and then it shows Leia vanishing. And the first time a few times when I saw this movie, that made me choke up because it's like, he got to be reunited with his mom again. And I think that's beautiful, So that's cool. And then we head back to the base. Everyone hugs and they're celebrating because they killed the Emperor again. But who's to say he's actually dead now? Because this franchise has no consistency anymore. And then Maz Kanata's like, I have something for you, Chewie. And then she pulls out a giant medal to satisfy the five a-holes who were like, hey, why did Chewie get a medal at the end of A New Hope? So they put it in this movie because they thought people would like it. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, why don't we just scrape even more stuff from the bottom of the barrel? Screw it. Like, why not bring back Jar Jar Binks? Screw it. Who cares? Who cares? Like, why where's the line that you've drawn here?
Yeah.
Where does it
rough,
end?
Man. It's rough.
So then Rey goes back to Tatooine because
Why
people making Star Wars stuff recently love Tatooine for some reason. I don't know why they keep showing Tatooine. Who cares about Tatooine? It sucks. That's the whole point. Luke hated it. It sucks. Why do we have to keep seeing it?
I agree.
And then she buries Luke and Leia's sabers. Fine, whatever. They both passed away. I don't have a problem with that. And then in a callback to the scene at the festival on Pasana, a lady asks who she is, and then she says Rey, and then she's like, "What's your family?" Or Rey who? And then she looks over and sees Luke and Leia, Force Ghosts, and then she says triumphantly, "Rey Skywalker." So, how do you feel about this? Because I have two ways that I think about it, but I think one of those ways could just be to prevent me from killing myself.
No, she's not. Like, I mean, literally.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we're like okay with this now, it's like okay, you can just be whoever you want. Which I mean, you decide who you are, but
yeah.
like, also, if you decide who you are, then your name doesn't define you. So why does it matter?
Yeah, I think
so if it matters, just say, I'm Rey.
I'm just Rey, which would have also been a callback to that moment. But instead of her saying it in like a solemn way, she's happy. Like, I'm just Rey, and that's okay.
Now she could have been like, I'm Rey. If she said I'm Rey Palpatine, then she is changing what Palpatine means. But if she's like, okay, well, Palpatine is obviously notorious, I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
Then I get that as well. But like, if you say you're Rey Skywalker, then what are you trying to get across? That because you're Palpatine, that makes you bad? Like, no, that your name doesn't matter. So if your name doesn't matter, then why are you whatever? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, like how another way, I mean, that was the initial way I thought of it, but then I also kind of thought about it and like she's taken on that name in like a spirit and like a
spiritual successor.
Like a spiritual successor, foster child type thing. But the thing is, I mean, that it would have made more sense because she didn't really have a good relationship with Luke until they forced that to be the case in this movie.
Yeah.
But, she had a close relationship with Leia, so if anything, she should have taken Organa as her last name. I think that would have made sense.
They never mentioned that in the movie.
Because her and Luke didn't have a familial connection, but her and Leia kind of sure did.
Well, people say like, oh, well, Leia Organa, but she's actually Leia Skywalker, so she takes a different name. Which, I mean, that's never been the issue, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the issue. The issue is we're establishing that your name doesn't define you. So then it's like, why are we then establishing that your name defines you at the end? So
yeah,
that's what I
and it's like the rise of Skywalker. Like, what Skywalker rose? Ben Solo, but you killed him instead of like they could have done like a Prince Zuko thing where like he has to spend the rest of his life atoning for the atrocities he committed, and it's like he wouldn't be a hero, he'd just be like like he has to set things right, and that would take his whole life. And like you could have had like a franchise with him, or like he could have shown up in other things and been like like he could have been like an outcast, and like people who see him where if he travels somewhere who like know who he is, just like literally try to kill him because they're like, oh, you're Kylo Ren, you've done really bad things, and screw you, and my family was affected by what you've done. And he's like, I get that you hate me, but I'm trying to do right, and I'm not asking for your forgiveness, but just let me at least prove, like that could have been so interesting. But it's like, no, they killed the Skywalker, and now we still have a Skywalker because we have to have a Skywalker because we can't have Star Wars stuff without Skywalkers. but it's a spiritual Skywalker. It's like it's such a rigmarole way to do something that they could have already just done naturally, but they chose not to.
My biggest thing is Palpatine won in the end because
the
Skywalkers are dead.
Yeah, I mean, Rey technically has his life force in him, right? Wasn't that the implication? He said, "Strike me down, and you'll absorb my life force, and then be my successor."
Bro, if you ask me any question about life force in Star Wars, I have no idea how to answer it because they didn't explain it.
Oh, God. Okay, so that's our thoughts on Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker. I think it's safe to say it's probably my favorite Star Wars. I couldn't even come into that joke. Yeah, it sucks.
I almost kicked you out of the call for that.
It sucks.
It's terrible.
It's
not. It doesn't just suck.
It's a terrible, corporate made, sterile, trying to please everyone, pleasing nobody. Just stick to the status quo and don't try to shake up your franchise to lose our bottom line. Pile of absolute trash with
one good scene,
with some bright moments that don't really make up for anything.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah,
like we were like, oh, it's just gonna be a breezy episode because we're just gonna like be riffing the whole time. But
that's our second longest.
I started to realize as I was writing my notes that I feel, as a lover of film, as somebody who still ultimately loves this franchise because I've loved it for a long part of my life, that I feel like it's kind of my mission to hold this movie's feet to the fire. For I'm we're like the judge, jury, and executioner. It's like, no, we're not going to let you off easy for all the crimes you committed. We're going to have a long trial, and it'll be thorough.
That's a great way to put it. I think I'm going to call it that. The trial of
cool.
The Skywalkers.
Find the defendant super freaking guilty.
Guilty of trash. All right.